Okay, let's see. As always, let's start off with a quick little sound test here, just to see how everything's going. And of course, I have to wait for just a moment for the stream to catch up to me, so allow me to be quiet for a moment. Okay, as far as I can tell, everything's sounding alright, so let's jump right back in where we left off last time. So, let me try and collect myself for a moment. What were we doing last time? I know I was just building out this area over here. That's still under construction. This area was mostly for producing enough carbon dioxide, assuming this is the correct area. Yes, this was for producing enough carbon dioxide to allow me to produce enough down this way somewhere. There we are. Enough carbon dioxide to produce enough methanol for epoxy. That is actually up here. There we are. So this line right here produces all the carbon monoxide. It's very carbon dioxide hungry. Then we have this whole line down here, which is meant to produce, well, benzene, propene, and ethylene. And then this one down here takes the ethylene and produces methane. And, you know, it's, as things tend to get at this point in the game, there's cycles and byproducts and everything that has to be balanced, but I do believe everything is working properly for right now. And we have roughly 30k here of solvent, and another 25k right there. And a full tank of methanol as well, so everything is looking finally, like it's working out for me. Does look like all of these deliveries are working as intended as well, and the lubricant is being produced, which is very, very nice. Not as nice is that the hydrochloric acid is full, and I'm probably going to have to do something about that soon. Hey, welcome back, man. Hot for you again, huh? I can't say it's any different here. In fact, let me, quick diversion. Yeah, outside it's 90 Fahrenheit, which is, if memory serves, upper 20s, lower 30s Celsius, somewhere in that region, so I'm gonna cook right alongside you, I think. What are you guys doing? Is there such a... Oh, that's me, okay. I do kind of half remember picking up a whole bunch of aluminum rods, so I suppose the bots have been slowly making good work of that for the past little while. Let's see. Similar temperatures, yeah, it's right around the same, huh? It's a little warm. Did I ever set up the large beacons to be produced? Oh, I kind of half remember there being a problem with that. Yes, I need small beacons for you. And small beacons required something interesting. Did I set up small beacons? Let me check. Small beacon 2. Let me just zoom out. Small beacon. Small beacon 1. It doesn't look like I ever actually set up small beacon 2. Well, I have this open space right here. I have no reason not to, so... but the reason I didn't set it before, I think, is because it takes something that I don't have yet, but I might as well go ahead and set the recipe in. Stack to 50, I guess I can keep 25 of you, since you are a component and the other beacons as well. Redesign the guns on the Prometheum ship. Oh, I remember you said that you had enough guns but not enough ammo production, or is it the other way around? No, I think enough guns but not enough ammo is usually my problem, so I believe you were reversed from me. Let's see. Optical cable. That's what I was missing before. I have all the stuff to make optical cable, I'm just not actually producing it, I don't believe. So you take red wire. Oh, that's not very fun. I don't like having even more drain on the red wire, but okay. So, red wire, plastic, glass fiber, epoxy, argon. I can swing all that. Let's clear this away. So, all of those things I've been preparing in this area. In fact, Is that not you? Right there. Optical cable. Okay. The bots are coming out to pick it up. It's just going to take them a minute, which means this little buffering area down here. Here we are. I've been... excuse me. I've been setting up buffering areas for items like that recently, so I believe I will just continue that line on. I'll probably, in fact, need to make another buffering station. What are these? Buffer depots. Also, this is really in the way. Can I move these pipes down? That would be kind of cool. I also hate that somehow I wound up building you wrong. No idea how I wound up doing that. Oh yeah, I'll preserve as much room as I can, I guess. Whatever. If I really need it, I'll come and build more, I guess. For the time being, we'll just move you over here. So you're gonna request the optical cable, and I'm cool with that. Do we have one? Okay, we do happen to just have one. Maybe I am building you. Oh yeah, there you are, buffer depots, so I do just make you. Never mind. The head looks like a serpent now. I mean, that's gotta be one of the cooler space stations that I've seen then. Sounds pretty cool. I think 2 trucks is more than likely just fine for this. And allow logistics, yes. Little beep there, I do assume means that it doesn't actually work because I don't have regular buffer chests unlocked. That's still not very far away, but you know, we're getting there. We're getting there. You are locked behind packaging 5, so let me go ahead and queue you up, and then there we go. I can actually add you to the queue, which means we're at least not locked behind any checkpoints or anything. So. Good to see. That is just pure science cost to get there. Now using legendary guns, Serpent from map view. I mean, that's what I figured. Legendary guns will also, of course, as legendary anything does, certainly help a bit. I kind of forgot I had sensor 2s on the go. Also, you are unrestricted. That's not very cool. Hold on. I bet a lot of you are not restricted properly. I don't know how I've allowed that to slide, but let's help here. I don't need that many barrels. Let's keep like 400 since they are used in science. You're limited like this for some reason. That's weird, but okay. Honestly, sensors get used a lot. I don't even hate keeping a large buffer of sensors, but that seems a little needless to me. Let's keep you as like... Oh, Okay, these are providers though. Let's keep that in mind. So logistics... is maybe not what I want to do here. Yeah, that's true. Rather, what if I just did something like that? I think that's much more reasonable. Let's not have bots take you out. Okay. Oh, and you switch to explosives. Explosives is always an interesting choice on ships, on whether you take explosives or not. I know there is some trade-off where they become optimal again, but I've never really been clear on exactly where that is. Yeah, I don't know if I need to keep that many, though you do look kind of limited. You're limited like this. I think that's okay. I don't think this is used by science or anything. This is just down here because it takes liquid, so you are okay to be limited. Go ahead and just raise that a smidge. Yeah, okay. You are the same. You keep 1k, that's fine. You also take a liquid, but you do seem to be limited. Good. You're good. But you... Okay, so you are the outlier here. Let's do that. And again, sensor 2s are an important component. We'll keep like 1,000 of them, I guess. So again, this is also like a provider. You're the only place these are being made for now, but that might change in the future, so what if I do this instead and set the condition on this inserter instead. There we go. And then just clear you. I suppose I could have also just green connected to the assembler itself, but I don't care. It's fine. I also believe nothing else takes these lamp 2s, but I will just double check. We do need you for relay 3s, car 2s, but we'll reevaluate later, I guess. I could also just throw them in a red chest. It's not like it really matters that much. So, there we are. And there we are. Okay, anyway. This does seem to be working. We are keeping some optical cables in here, though I will likely need to do what I've done for those guys and throw you in a red chest on the back, which does mean you will also need your own power supply. Of course, you are just outside of power range, because why wouldn't you just work? There you go. Be different. Have fun. Could I get power? I could get power from below. Let's do that. I don't know if that's better or not, but I think I like it more, so there we go. 1.7 gigawatt reactor. That is pretty big for a spaceship, but I guess if it is not a research ship, not that you're doing research on the ship, but a science pack producing ship, for lack of a better term, then that does make sense. That is reasonable. Okay. Anyway, that should be bringing in wires now. That'll provide them here, and then sensor 2s should be able to be produced a little more easily without the bots having to fly quite so far. Not that we're having too much issue, though. You are logistics connected. Good. Okay. Okay. Sensor 2s are pretty big. They are used in quite a few of the newer tier things, including the small beacon 2s, which I think might be the only thing that we needed still. I think that was the only thing, yeah. Okay. You are used in a better recipe for purple science. Interesting. Well, at any rate, that's good enough for now, so that can run. There are a lot of beacons and laser turrets. Oh, I guess that makes sense. That would eat into a power budget pretty quickly. Still working on those turbines. And chimneys. Chimneys is weird too. Let's see. You're chimney 2, but you are running. It looks like you're low on steel and pumps. Is that actually true? You have steel, you don't have pumps, but they are being delivered. Only 2 are being delivered, though. That is odd. Can't possibly be that I'm having trouble producing pumps, right? That would just be weird. I'm doing my best to try and find pump 2s. I know they're in this mess somewhere. I feel like I look for pump 2s somewhat often. Almost feel like I should just remember where they are at this point. Well, I found the turbines. Closed turbine 1s are fine. Open turbines are also missing pumps. Okay, maybe you're just stressed. Pump 1s, actually. Yeah, you don't have open turbine 2s, but those are waiting on pumps. You're missing pumps just straight up. Okay, tier 1 regular old pumps. Let me zoom out, look for pumps. Because I'm a little worried. Okay, I do believe I'm correct. I might only be making pumps up here, which means they might just be dead. You come from these one-way valves, which want ferronickel sheets. Let's just remake pumps somewhere else. You're, yeah. You also make my belts, though. Why would I be out of ferronickel sheets? Why would that be the case? Power demand peaked over 0.5 gigawatt. Well, I mean, maybe that's a little excessive, but I don't think that's too much of a big deal. I think it's better to have plenty of power, then realize you don't have quite enough power. Okay, so ferronickel is coming in. Just not very quickly. Huh. I mean, okay. It is coming in, just not very quickly. Well, I suppose that's fine. I'm already requesting motors here. Why would I not just also request one-way valves? That just makes sense. I'll upgrade these inserters in some naive hope that maybe that will prioritize them somehow, but I will also just request one-way valves. There you are. And we'll just keep like 20 in there or something. I think that's fine. And there you go. That way we at least keep the pumps running, even if nothing else wants to be. We are now producing small beacons, which is nice to see. Have we made any? We are making the first of the large beacons. Very good, very good. Okay. As fusion does not have a constant fuel consumption in the same way as nuclear. I guess that's fair. If you only need to send up the fuel that you actually need, then overbuilding isn't really an issue. I will admit, when you said reactor earlier, I did just default to thinking nuclear, so yeah, obviously, I guess at that stage in the game it's going to be a fusion reactor. That does make sense. What I am thinking is I would like to start pulling some of these lower tier logistics bots out of the system so that I can start switching primarily to the tier 2s. You can see them there. The tier 2s are the blues, and they are pretty significantly better. So, where am I adding bots? I'm adding bots over here. So I have already changed my requests. I did not change the construction bot request, so let me change that over. But I am requesting logistics bot tier 2, and it doesn't seem to be able to deliver any. Let me see if there's a reason why. You're just missing robot frame 2s, which is missing robot frame 1s, which is missing open turbines. That does make sense, being that one of the things I'm building a whole bunch of is open turbine 2s. I am hopefully producing open... That's closed turbine. Here's open turbine 2 though, so they are running. Maybe I'll keep a larger stockpile of you just for future reference. Where's the other turbine? You. That's open turbine 1. Guess I can keep a larger stock of you as well. Fun. You're starved of motors. Interesting. Let's see. Any other turbine-related things? That's what I'm focused on for right now. Closed turbine 2s. There you are. How many am I keeping? That's not enough. Considering how many I place turbines when I place them, let's go for like 100 in here. And then maybe I'll go ahead and set the open turbines to the same. Just keep it consistent. Especially being that they are used in the robot frames, that just seems fair. I might even put down another assembler for open turbine 2s. So that would probably necessitate another one for pump 2s and... we'll see. It does look like the feeding inserter should be upgraded, which means it probably should for the other turbines as well, so let me go ahead and take care of that. I'll also do that for the pumps. You can both be upgraded. which I guess you can as well. And let's see, you're feeding, feeding, and feeding. There you go. All of those can be upgraded because why not? Have fun. Legendary rocket turrets, and moving on to railguns. I mean, that does sound like a pretty solid plan. If you ever need more firepower or just more oomph on a ship, you can just bump the quality. It's a little tedious, but it does definitely get the job done. I did just remember I do technically have a tier 3 inserter now if I really need it. I don't foresee that being much of an issue, but it is one of the cards I have my sleeve now. Just go ahead and most of these feed inserters can probably get upgraded, so I'm just trying to see which ones are the feeding inserters and get those upgraded. And let's see, we're down to 23 chimneys, so those will get finished soon enough, but the turbines are... I'm just confused by the fact that I need motor 1s. I guess I can just build more motor 1 assemblers. That's not an awful idea. Yeah, okay. Maybe I'll just build more motor 1 assemblers then. Let's get rid of that, open you. And I wonder if there's anything else I might want more of also, just while I'm here. Is this... Okay. Just making sure that's the same as all the others. Right, upgrading, especially on rockets, I think see a pretty big improvement. Because railguns just fire in a straight line, though it is still important there, but I believe rockets see a pretty big improvement from Legendary. So let me see. Let me just make more of the simple ingredient. So let's make another for Motor 1 using the better recipe. And then maybe a couple of the turbines, since I am waiting on those. So Turbine 1... and then the open turbine 2, and then pump 2s. Well, I guess I should probably do another pump 1. How long do you take? 6 versus 2. Okay, so as long as the one pump assembler continues running, we should never have trouble with that. Let's just make another pump 2. Because it does seem like we need it. And then, of course, I do need to fill you with modules as well. So let's make sure that stays full. Should take no time at all to get all that built, assuming we're not missing something for strange reasons, but no, it does look like that should all just be coming in. We are having some construction bots fly from way out in the middle of nowhere, but that's fine. I kind of wish there was a way I could keep bots from settling in here, since there are only 2 slots. Oh, maybe I get more slots with the higher tier Roboport. I think I have access. Yeah, I do have access to a hangar too. I'm gonna go ahead and bump the number of you that I keep. Maybe that's a lot. Maybe we'll do like 30 to start with. Just see if that causes me any headaches. But anyway, I want to see what happens if I try and upgrade you. I'm gonna assume it should just work. Shouldn't be any issue at all. Okay, and now, yes, you do gain another slot, and immediately I did put another construction bot in, which tells me that may or may not have been an error. Yeah, that probably just broke the circuit connection for 1 tick. That's fine though. Something I do think I want to do now is let's grab a red chest. You here and there. And let's get some inserters over here. Of course, you don't have power. Of course you don't have power. Yeah, you can go there, that's fine. And then inserters. But let's make sure you have your filter set. And then I want to restrict this to just a single stack for both of these guys. That way I don't take all of my robots out. But I do want to start filtering out my tier 1 construction bots. Let's make you logistics, just match with the other side. And the tier 1 construction. There we go. And that should be fine. That way I don't take all of my bots out, like, immediately, but as they settle in here, they do get picked off and thrown into chests. I might even go ahead and take this idea and put this on a couple of these guys. Okay, so you can fit there. And you can definitely fit there. You can go there. And maybe what I should do is come up here. I can't name these. I was thinking logistics group for some reason. Kind of like you can name the logistics group, and that way I could come back later and just change what these are, but that doesn't really seem to be the case, because why would it be? That doesn't make any sense. But oh well. If I really wanted to, I could just do it with a constant combinator. Maybe that's not a bad idea. Maybe I will do that. Yeah, I probably should do that. Let's just go ahead and throw that in there. I'll make a little blueprint and then just put it back on the other guys. I do have to wait for it to get placed, though. Otherwise, they will start trying to pull random bots out. And I guess I'll need one for each inserter, actually, because otherwise I won't be able to tell this one to only be concerned with logistics bots and this one to only be concerned with construction bots. And I do want it to be independent, otherwise we will just fill this whole chest. So there we go. Okay, so for right now, you are just tier 1 logistics. And the whole point was to name you. So let's say old Logi. And then you down here can be old construction. Not construction, just construction is fine. And tier 1 construction, there you go. I just noticed a Steam alert, so I'll have to go check on that in a second. Let's get this set up first. There we go. So set filter and set filter, and let's copy this to the other guys like I was just saying. So there you go. And there you go. And does that work? Yes, that does work. Okay. Just making sure I didn't get the filters swapped on those somehow. I think those were the only ones that I did. And if not, it doesn't really matter all that much. You seem busy. Maybe I'll do one more right there. And then also right there. Yeah, okay, I'm just having fun at this point. Let's say that's fine. So, drone fuel low. Let's go give that a check. Leba is the best painful planet to legendary. I mean, I have said a time or two before that I do quite like Leba. I find it to be a fun planet. I do get why it's definitely a challenge and it's not for everyone, but I do quite like Leba. Let's see. Backups are running. which means our power must be not the best right now. Yeah, the accumulators are having a hard time staying charged, it looks like. Just means our actual power gen isn't quite keeping up. Just trying to see if there is anything I can do about that. Mostly it seems to be that wind just tanked recently. Like, a while ago. Yeah, like seven-ish minutes ago. Wind just decided to dive into the ground and hasn't really recovered since. And a good chunk of my power does come from wind, and it does look like we've exhausted our backup power now, so that's probably the nitrogen turbines running out. Yep, the nitrogen has run out up here. We never were able to stockpile much down here for whatever reason. Let's see. Oh, that's because I didn't have you on backup. I just had you running regular, I remember now. And then there was this whole area, but this is still under construction, so it never had the opportunity to be completed. I like the idea, Gleba, but not whilst trying to legendary the planet for carbon fiber quest. Very fair. Well, I think power is just gonna suck for a minute until wind decides to improve and allows me to recharge the batteries. At least as daytime approaches, we do get the free power from solar panels, but the base can't exactly run on just solar. In fact, they give me a little under 10%, if I'm reading this correctly, what I actually need. I do have actual grid batteries. It might not be an awful idea to find a place to just chuck a whole big square of batteries somewhere. Also, if power isn't doing well, I do just need more power gen, I suppose. So another couple squares of power gen wouldn't be an awful idea. Though I am still building turbines. And if I'm still placing turbines, I don't think I'm going to be able to expand my regular power setup. Because I believe Stirling engines, yes, they take 2 turbine 2s. So I can put the blueprint down, and I guess they can start placing the landfill and stuff, but they're not going to be making much progress for a little while. Might as well, though. Let's just continue expanding upwards. So I want to make sure when I place this that I'm not only placing everything well, but I also have the radars placed in, and it does look like I do. Can I maybe make this absolute instead of relative? Like, let me just play around a little bit here. If I grab you, it looks like I need to move a little to the right and a little up. So let me just try and modify that. So I don't really know how much. Let's start with 16 of each. I believe that might have moved the right way. Let's see. Okay, so I moved up too much. Yeah, that doesn't quite look right. Let's try and be a little gentler. So maybe just like 4 and 4. Let's see how that does. Okay, so I need to move more right and just a smidge more up. Okay. I need to probably give Gleba a go at some point. It's one of those things where I can easily see spending hours trying to optimize a Gleba base, and depending on how you're going at it, it might not be a very fun time. It does take a pretty particular mindset going in of just, I'm here to mess around for a little while and do Gleba stuff. I also think I might be moving horizontally the wrong direction, so let me try -8 and see if that lines up better. Oh yeah, that's much better. I think I only need to move like 1 more. Let's see. Perfect. Okay. That way I don't have to do this whole trying to find the perfect radar matchup thing every time and worry about my rotation and all. I can just put you down and start going. So, speaking of which, let's just put you down and start going. I have already hit my map view edge, so I'm thinking this square and probably bits of this square did not build correctly, but such is life. Do I continue up here? I believe I can. Yes, those are just rocks. That is a perfect fit. That is a perfect fit. Okay. Also, it looks like quite a few of these miners are already exhausted, so let's go ahead and get those picked up. I did only just place those miners, so I'm not super happy to see that they're already running out. Oh well, might need more phosphorite before too terribly long. Yeah, there's like 180k down there. There's a spot or two that I've revealed on the map so far, but that is definitely the tightest resource. It's the one I have to be most cautious of. How are you guys doing? Yeah, these things always stay at max temperature all the time, even though there are boilers that can't run, so I do think I need to come up here and do a more custom build, even though I really didn't want to. That's just the way that heat works in Factorio. If I really feel like those, like, 8 turbines are worth the effort at some point, I'll go do that. But for the time being, let's just continue on. So what are you gonna give me? Lots of boxed recipes. Oh, you're like boxed processing recipes, okay. So like bulk recipes. I mean, yeah, I don't really foresee myself using these, but I guess they're good to have, just in case. Let's see. Okay, you have phosphorus in you at least, so you're running. That's good. The steel is looking pretty dead, because the ferronickel's kind of dead. Let's go look at ferronickel. I definitely have ferronickel coming in. Let's see. You're full on sulfur dioxide. You should be venting. Oh, I did upgrade these somewhat recently, and I think when I was upgrading them, I took the vent out because I had to redo some of it, and I just didn't replace the vent. So let's just get a regular old pump in here. Yeah, you can go right there. So your overflow, and then regular old chimney right there. And that should be more than enough venting for these guys. Let's see, there's 8 furnaces. Each one produces only a little over 8, but even still, that's going to be less than, what, 72 per second? So a single chimney one is going to be more than enough. Let's see. It does also look like I could be limited here. 1.3 apiece, but you output collectively about 1.2, let's say 1.3. Yeah, let's just go ahead and upgrade the belts. Why would I not just upgrade the belts? That's just what makes sense to do. I even have a red belt in the middle. Like, it makes no sense not to upgrade the inputs. I can go ahead and upgrade you, why not? Just to make it match. And then upgrade all of this through here. I don't really want to upgrade that one random power pole in the middle. That seems silly. I don't have the capacity really to upgrade all of this through here, but I'll go ahead and do it anyway. And that should help to some degree. Okay, that should help a little bit. And it does look like even though the one chimney seems to be running pretty much all the time, we are keeping the sulfur dioxide at a reasonable level, so that seems fine. Well, there's a tier 2 construction bot. Love to see it. Oh, and it's so much faster. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, they're so much better. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, that's wonderful. I love to see it. Okay. I love when an upgrade actually feels like an upgrade. It's so nice. I might go ahead. Let's say I put a couple... Yeah. What I want to do is I want to go ahead and start specifically setting like one roboport here as my extraction roboport. So what I might do is go ahead and set another charger or two here. Just because it does look like roboports use this area pretty commonly. And upgrade you, and as soon as you do get upgraded, which shouldn't take too long, I would think, being that they're stored literally like right there, I just need a construction bot to come over, touch this chest, and put you here. Oh, there we go. Okay, so now I'm going to go into here, and I'm going to... Let's see if I can set requests. Oh, I don't want to mix wires. I can use red wires. That works. And now I can read you, but I can't set requests. Okay. Okay, I didn't think I was going to be able to, but I did just want to double check, make sure that was the case. I can just come in here and set those groups independently, actually. I should be able to. I guess not. I'll have to just remake you. There we go. So, old logistics and old construction. Just like 10 and 10. So I'm pretty sure this is not going to deliver bots from chests. I'm pretty sure this requests robots already in the network to come and rest here. Otherwise, this is going to be not only pointless, but circular and possibly even counterproductive. But I believe that causes robots already in the network to come and rest at this hangar, rather than requesting them from provider chests, but I could be wrong. Also, all of my logistics bots are currently busy, and all of my construction bots are currently busy. That's kind of crazy. What are they even doing? Like, the construction bots I get, they're busy. But all of my logistics bots are busy? That's interesting. Okay. I didn't anticipate that. I'm gonna upgrade some of these random chargers I have scattered around, and maybe also some of these more centrally located roboports, just because they're often used for charging as well. You have no power. Let me just upgrade this power pole, and that should take care of that problem. Here's a charger right there I should upgrade, and another one over that way. And that's probably fair enough. I'll upgrade you. Most of these through the middle. I'm probably not going to have enough to get all these upgrades done immediately, but I'm just going ahead and queuing them so that they will get done. Just looking for any other crowded roboports. Like, maybe these two? And let's just say that's fine. Okay, so one thing I should be looking for is the items that are going to be used in the next science pack. And we finally made our way through the research far enough that we can even see it coming up the list right here. So the physics science pack. While it's gonna be a minute, we are a good chunk of the way down, especially when you consider just how many researches we've had to knock out of the way to get to this point. In fact, let me go ahead and queue up some of these in here. More inserter capacity would be cool. Oh, I am already out of queue space. Anyway, physics research. So physics research, we've looked at a couple times already, but just as a another go at it, we need substation 2s, which technically I do already make. I make them in the bot mall, and I only need one substation 2 per 125 science packs. So I'm kinda wondering if maybe that isn't fine. Like maybe the bot area will be able to handle substations, but I don't know, we'll have to check that out when we get there. Stirling Engine 2s are going to be somewhat expensive. They take 3 Stirling Engine 1s. Each of those Stirling Engines takes 2 of the closed turbines. And yeah, you can see I'm already struggling on turbines, so that's going to be quite pricey. I might go ahead and start working on a dedicated area to make Stirling Engine 2s, even though I don't quite have the research yet. I can start working my way up there. Lab 2s take quite a few green circuits, but again, I only need one Lab 2 per 125 science packs, so not a bad deal. I think that's fine. I did just notice you take walls. Okay. Fortunately, I think I have most of this done. Honestly, I don't remember if I have a mortar set up somewhere outside of the starter base. I'll have to look at that. Gates don't seem that bad. They're circuit heavy, but otherwise fine. They do take a blue inserter. Yeah. The drone launchers, let's see. All things considered, not bad. You take a beacon and a hangar, but otherwise, I think that's reasonable. Like, I can swing that. Again, for like 1 per 125 science, I can do that. Nanofab's also expensive, but as I've said several times, it's only 1 per however many. The missiles, a little pricey, but we need 3 boxes of missiles. Each box is 5 missiles, so that... Hold on, let me make sure I'm doing this correctly. Yeah, okay, so that's 15 missiles per 25 boxes of science. So again, you know, not exactly a bad rate. You take these things, which I should be producing in pretty sufficient quantities at this point. In fact, did I ever finish my missile area? I feel like I started working on a missile area down this way. I got as far as explosives, but now we're missing red wire, which is not super surprising given how expensive red wire is. Where do I make red wire, though? I don't exactly remember. It's probably just on top of the silicon area, being that they take circuits. Yeah, there we go. So you're devoid of insulated wire. Okay, why would that be? That comes from aluminum. So let me quickly go over to aluminum. So aluminum wire is full, okay. So that comes down this way, right? So that's all for circuits. Okay, where do I actually make insulated wire? Over here. Okay, so my outputs just can't keep up. So let's add more output there. Other than that, rubber is being delivered. I have plenty of aluminum wire right now. Yeah, I just literally need more output. Also, it looks like I'll probably need more inserter speed. So let's go ahead and do this. And this. I did you backward. Whoops. There you go. So, yep, everyone's happy. Okay. Also, it does look like logistics bots are kind of clearing this out a little bit. Might be worth trying to expand this area just a smidge. Waiting for legendary carbon fiber for legendary railguns. Carbon fiber is always such a odd material in Space Age. It's just kind of tacked on to Gleba, it almost feels like. Like, Gleba had to be good for something, here you go. Here's your end-game material. Let's see. Okay, power is ticking back up again. That's nice to see. I just noticed the Steam alert was down there again, but I guess if power can recover a smidge, then we'll be fine. Oh yeah, wind's picked back up, so that should be most of my power needs met. Let's see. I can add one more row of machines, and that should be fine. Can't I? Yes, one more row. One more row. Where do you reach? Okay, so you do cover that, so I should be able to clear this power pole, even though you're maybe my connecting pole. Let's see what happens if I break that. You will lose power, but that's fine. I have another pole coming in pretty quickly. I'm just worried that maybe this will lose power or this will lose power. Oh yeah, I forgot literally all of my construction bots are busy right now, so that might actually be a minute. Should maybe also get another output inserter for you. There you are. Make sure you have power. Yes, you do. Okay. Can't believe I'm still waiting on someone to come and pick this up. Let's get rid of that. There we go. There we go. Okay. So that did cut power to this whole area, which isn't super cool. I have a pylon right over there. So what if I connect this way? I think that's fair. Okay. So that'll get reconnected for too terribly long. It's fine. This is going to give me a little more insulated wire. Make sure top. One of you should be alternated, I think. In fact, you all output at the same side of the belt. Maybe you all need a little step change here. Let's do something like that. There we go. Maybe same with motors, just because. Given the ability to fill both sides of a belt, I would like to fill both sides of a belt, typically. And I mean, that'll get built eventually. Hopefully soon enough, because it does look like we aren't making enough insulated wire. Which is a little troubling. It does kind of tell me that maybe I need more production than this if I'm going to be, you know, shifting to something that consumes even more insulated wire than I already am. It does also look like, even without these guys being on, I'm running out of aluminum wire. That does look to be just an input problem. So let's see what I can do about that. All good. And there we go. You have no power. Oh no, you have a substation. Let's go. Gotta love the substation. Okay, so those will be fine. Let's see. You also need more output. Let's just go ahead and upgrade these to blue inverters. That's the only reasonable way I can see to really help that out. And then, let's see. You guys also need more output. Let's just go ahead and upgrade you to blue as well. And if I'm doing that, I might as well upgrade the input. And hopefully that makes a little bit of difference. Only time will tell. Power's struggling again. I knew I saw those inserters struggling. Yeah, it looks like wind recovered just long enough to make me think that power was better, and then straight down into the dirt. Okay. Very cool, thanks game. Well, I do have some power expansion going on. It's just not very much. Maybe I do need to head up this way and reconfigure some of these guys up here. Just a few extra turbines isn't going to do much, though. Yeah, it's just not very much. I wish I could find another volcanic patch like this that I could just fill with geothermal plants. That would be awesome, but so far I have not been so lucky, and I did do a pretty good search at one point. Let's see, what else can I focus on for the time being? How are bot frames coming along? Okay, so you're being produced, that's cool. Open turbine does seem to be what I'm mostly waiting on, but that's acceptable. Let's see, open turbine 1, which is running, okay. Now waiting on iron gear. Let me come into all of these and increase the amount you're requesting. Just to make sure, you should always have the materials to run without being obnoxious. Like, you should be able to be increased without any issue. What about you, though? Do you take expensive things? A little bit, but I don't mind. I don't mind storing just like 15 medium furnaces. That's not exactly a huge investment here. Let's bump you up quite a bit. Keep like 200 of those. But that is a recipe, not an item. Glad I noticed that. Motor, please. Thank you. Hopefully I haven't made that issue anywhere else in here. I don't think there's many opportunities to do it, but the things that have multiple recipes will get you if you aren't careful. So, turbine 1, turbine 1. You have a motor? Yes, you do. Just missing ferronickel sheet. Does look like your input inserters could use an upgrade. There you go. Hopefully that helps a little bit. And all of my bots are still busy. Crazy. Large cargo pod. Missing large chest, which I think I make up here somewhere. Unless I'm just completely mistaken, I thought I did. Let's do this. Large chest is all the way over here. I could not have been more wrong. Okay, small chest. Let's do that. Do I only make small chests up here? You're supposedly full. It does seem that you are. Let's see. Okay, they're being brought. I do have them. It says logistics storage. Oh, small chest 2. That's just right next door. You're missing steel rods, which you only pull off the belt. Okay, well, I mean, I'm happy enough with this, sitting up there and running. That's fine and all, but maybe I do want more production elsewhere, and I'm starting to run out of room. Let's see, if I grab my mall square again. Yeah, I'm actually out of room vertically as well. I am gonna have to figure out where else I can put some assemblers before too terribly long. I might have to start eating up into this belt-fed area, just fully replacing this. I don't think that's a horrible idea. It would just be such a hassle. It would be such a pain in the butt to make sure I did actually get everything. Let's just run this way for now. So, both of the small chests. So, 1 and 2. And anything else I might want in here? Off the top of my head, I can't really think of anything. So, once again, let's just leave these as parameters I didn't mean to cancel. Small 1. Small 2, and then parameter 2 and 3, and there we go. And we'll just allow the bots to get that built as they see fit, and that should help a little bit in here. Also go ahead and raise the buffer amount, which means I should probably raise the buffered amount of you as well. Since you are used in bots, let's keep a few of you. And how could we possibly be missing Tier 1 Roboport? Missing yellow chest. Well, you're being produced. I guess we'll get there soon enough. Oh, the power. Of course the power is going to be an issue. I mean, we're building as quickly as we can. It will get there. I guess for the time being, I'll just let that do its thing and come down here and start making rockets. You can see I even already have the assembler planned out. And yes, you can at most be made in an assembler, or a medium assembler. So no large assembler for you. So you need batteries, steel sheets, explosives, sensors, motors, and methanol canisters. I assume I will be able to get methanol canisters in here. Do I make methanol canisters? I don't think I do. Let's see, you're methanol. Yes, you are. So, what if I just go ahead and throw methanol in right here? Let's go supply depot. Make sure I don't already do this, like, up here somewhere, but I don't think I do. Doesn't look like it. Okay. And you're just going to have an assembler. I think it's a chem plant, actually. But you're just going to have something right here that produces the canisters and just chucks them into here. Ooh, something new. Eutectic salt? Eutectic salt. Well, unless I hear otherwise, it's eutectic. Okay. What a weird recipe. Okay. Anyway. I don't see a canister recipe, so maybe it's not a chem plant. Does that mean it's a regular assembler? You know, this would be a lot easier if I actually just looked at you. You're a chem plant recipe. You do take oxygen. A little bit of benzene as well. That's fine, I should have all of those here. I can get a slight discount if I use compressed oxygen. Which, I mean, I guess I can try, but I'm not exactly frothing at the mouth to get that. Like, it would be kind of nice to go for it if this is a more permanent setup, you know? I'm thinking, like, if I could get maybe even a compressor over on this side, but that's real ugly, I don't really like that. Where does this methanol go? Okay, I do send the methanol down. It does go this way. What if I did something like right in here? Again, a little ugly, but not as bad as before. Methanol is right on the bottom. I also need benzene. Yeah, let me start playing around a little bit. Empty canister box provides methanol canister box. See, I don't necessarily think I like that. Like, I get what it's going for, I'm just not sure I'm quite there yet. I'm not sure I'm entirely on board yet. Why can I not find what I'm looking for? There you are. Okay. So, empty canister, methanol, compressed oxygen, and benzene. Well, let's just see what I can do. So, the methanol wants to come in on the top, benzene on the sides. I moved you up a couple places. I can just hook directly into that pipe right there. In fact, I could just do that and just inline you immediately. I could vertically flip. That makes the methanol work better, and the oxygen, honestly, I think is still fine there, so let's give it a shot. Also, to a second, what kind of throughput am I looking for here? You're gonna be needed in rocket fuel, but I don't know how soon I'm gonna need rocket fuel. Each rocket fuel only takes one methanol, so even if conceivably, I wanted like 1 rocket fuel a second. That's only 1 methanol cannon, or 1 methanol canister every 3 seconds. It's 1 canister to 6 missiles. Okay. And then a box of missiles goes into physics research. Let me break out a calculator real quick, because there's some big numbers incoming, and I want to make sure I don't do something silly. So, physics research, as I've said like 1,000 times at this point, the recipe is for 25 boxes, and each box is, just to confirm, 5 research packs apiece. Yes, so 1 box gives 5 research. Okay. So we need 3 boxes to 25 boxes. Okay. So that's 15 missiles to 125 physics. Okay. So let's just say 15 divided by 125 is 0.12. Okay, so it's about 1/8. So 1/8 of a missile per science, or I only need to produce about 1 missile every 8 seconds. It's an approximation, but, you know, good enough. So even if I wound up doubling that to 1 every 4, and then the other one, you know, worst case scenario, let's say that's like 1/2 of a second or something. That still only leaves me a little less than 1 per second. This running full uptime can produce 2 per second. So all that is to say, this one machine should be capable of lasting me for a fair while. Go ahead and clear that away. And let's see. Can't really put you there because of the fluid input, so I'll have to move you like over here somewhere. I'll figure out the supply depot exactly where it can go in a second. Maybe I'll even put it like up here. Yeah, that's fine. I don't really have any issues with that. Anyway, methanol. Move you over here. Get you piped in. Then all I need is the oxygen pipe. Of course, the oxygen is going to need to be compressed. So let's make sure I get a compressor. And I'll also probably throw a tank on here. So just make sure that lines up. Ooh, I can't underground. Don't really like that. Let's bring you up here then. And then I can at least do that and connect you there. And the reason I want to store compressed oxygen is so that I can grab a compressor here. Where is oxygen? Okay, oxygen input would be at this level. Can I do anything here? No, and unfortunately I cannot flip you. So this part's just going to be inconvenient, I guess. Yeah. Okay, thinking ahead, I think right here is probably best, because then I can put a break in the oxygen right there, and then just pipe the oxygen out that way, and then the compressed stuff in that way. And that should all just work. That should be just fine. I did fill the parts where I wanted to put an inserter. What if I just move you that way? Whoops. Let me make sure I cleaned up here good. Yes, I did. Okay. And then, inserter can go this way. And then you can have an input down here. Let's get you a Quester chest. You can pick up from diagonally that way, because of course I can. That's your drop-off. Pick up there, drop off there. Beautiful. You know what? You even get to go there for a little extra speed. And that should all just work out. I am missing the tank, which is a bit inconvenient, but oh well, I know it will get built eventually. Also, I forgot to pick your recipe, I guess. Interesting. Yep, okay, there you go. You can at least fill the pipe and your internal inventory, if nothing else, while I wait for this one tank to get placed. And let's see, we do have empty canisters getting requested. I do have to wait for this to get placed also, so that I can properly... Oh, there we are. Properly restrict you. I'm not that bent out of shape on how much methanol I keep stored in here, but I do also need to allow logistics connection. And I guess I'll just let the bots figure things out for a little while. The tank will get placed eventually. Do I have any tier 2 tanks on me? Just out of curiosity. Yes, I do. Let me just help the bots for a minute. Might also swap out these tier 1 construction bots for tier 2, given the ability. I won't get rid of my tier 1s yet, but let's go ahead and start requesting the tier 2. Everything else should be fine in here, looks like. The explosives do me no good, so let's ditch those. And everything else is looking okay. I'll go ahead and get rid of those assemblers. I probably got those from a productivity bonus at some point. And now we just wait for the bots to empty me out. And it does look like the construction bots have already taken my one tank, so we're a-okay. I can just turn personals back on, and whatever happens, happens. So let's see. We're over this way. How much further can I go? Okay, I do have a straight shot to just continue down, it looks like. Shouldn't be any issue. Alright. Very cool, very cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 item inputs. No chemical inputs, huh? Maybe this isn't a good place for missiles then. Because this really should be more chemical processing. Granted, I am just making, like, optical cable over here and all, but you at the very least have two fluid ingredients, and you take the glass fiber and plastic, which I make immediately above you. Or maybe not the glass. Maybe glass is somewhere else. Doesn't really matter. Point being, should missiles go somewhere else? And the answer is probably. Maybe in, like, this square right here, since nothing else goes in here. I think that's reasonable. Let's see. I can get a Roboport in there, sure. If I am going to be expanding in this area, let's go ahead and plan out a radar. I might have tier 2s. I think I have tier 2s, so let's see how much better a tier 2 is. So if I put you right under this Roboport, you come down to that black square right there. I use a tier 1. Then, okay, so it looks like we get 2 chunks extra. Maybe just 1 chunk extra, but even still, I'm more than happy to invest in a higher tier radar. So granted, most of that's going to be overlap. Huh. Continuous coverage is 4, exploration coverage 7. Well, at least it'll scan a little further than the tier 1s do. Nothing else. I'll throw you over this way. Actually, that might have even more overlap than I do over here, so never mind, you get to go... I do want to get that one black square, just because it's kind of bothersome down there. So let's put you right there. That should give me a good amount of area to expand out into down here. And I'll go ahead and grab a Roboport square. There we go. And start building down this way, and also connect over here. How are you different? Okay, you are noticeably off. Why is that? Why are you noticeably off? Okay, that's an old thing that I did to get robo coverage down here, so that's fine, actually. Go ahead and pick those up. And you. In fact, you're all alone down there, so we can just pick up that whole section of belts. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that. If anything, I can slowly start, like, subsuming it. So just bring that down and over. And eventually they will get that radar placed. For the time being, I'll just continue planning out my roboports, I guess. And then let's get a area built in here. The fact that the train tracks go right here is a little bit annoying. Let's go ahead and continue this road to make a connection right there. Just gives us a nice little cross through, even though we have a couple up above. Who cares? It's fine. This one stretch and this stretch right here should probably be continued to come over and meet over here. There we go. Just making sure I didn't interfere with that guy. Same down here. To wherever we wind up going that way. And that way we have a nice connection over to this area where some of our other products are being made. Especially since we have this gap right here for the iron ore. Technically, I know I could just lay the road over. It would not break or interfere with anything. I acknowledge this and also refuse to take advantage of it. Just not what I want to do. I'm already bothered enough by this part that goes under the rails. I don't want to do it over the iron mine. So I'm going to continue this down a smidge. And then probably just start building in this little area inside the train tracks. Allowing titanium, if it needs to expand, to kind of expand out to the road over here. And then I take this little chunk in here for rockets. I think that's reasonable. So what I will do is I'll put the request depots along the top up here. Otherwise, this area on the top would kind of just be wasted. So let's just go ahead and start right here. I know I'm going to need a couple, but maybe not that many. I should also probably do this in order, just to make things make more sense. So, let's find rockets. It is rockets, right? Let's see, rocket ammo, rocket fuel. Okay, rocket, yes. You are not what I was looking for. Missile, isn't it? Yes, it's missile. Okay, my bad. Made in medium assembler, yes, okay. So, not rocket, missile. There we go. So, methanol, motor 2, sensor 1. So, methanol, motor 2, not SEB, sensor 1, and then explosive, battery, steel sheet. So, explosive, battery. Yep, okay. And then I did actually need one more. And what were you? Steel sheet. There we go, okay. And then the actual assemblers will go... Could I get a line of them before this? Let me see. So if I put a red belt there, then that's inserter. And then 3 blocks for the assembler. So let's see, let's just put you there. You do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you have 3 belts of inputs. That does technically work. It does technically work. Technically correct, the best kind of correct. Let's just go for it. Let's see what happens. So let's set your recipe. Make sure we put modules in you as we copy you around. And what do you need the most of? You need the most, by far, of steel sheets. 2 per second, in fact. Oh, no, no, no. You need the most of explosives. 3 1/3 per second. Okay, so explosives are almost 1-to-1 for you. That is... inconvenient. So what I can do is I can put the methanol in the motors on the topmost belt, which is kind of backwards from how I have it right now, but fortunately they aren't requesting anything because they have no drones in them yet, so I'll probably just fully switch this around. Explosives will have to be closest, and then steel sheets. But even then, can I even manage that? I don't even think I can manage that on a mixed belt. Like with a single inserter doing double duty, there's no way I'm going to be able to pull, you know, that many explosives and something else in. Though maybe I can mix like explosives and one of the lesser things, like the batteries, for example. Because then that's only 4 items a second, and a blue inserter can probably handle 4 items a second. We'll see what happens. What I should do, though, is make sure to pay attention to ordering. So I want explosives first. So let's move steel there, and then explosives go there. And I can mix explosives and batteries, okay? And then steel and any of the remainders can go, so that's fine. Well, let's just see what happens. So you're probably going to want 2 inserters. At least 2. Let's do the same here. And there. So you're going to come this way. You might actually go this way and then down, just with the way everything else is sorted out. Batteries can be the odd one out. So let's see. Sensors and steel should then be on the second belt. So again, let's make sensors the odd one out here. And then... yeah, I'm not really in love with this, but whatever. we'll do there. I'm trying to allow them to start as early as possible, but I guess I can't actually start any earlier than here. There we are. I'll rearrange that as needed, and since I've done inside on the left so far, I'll just continue that pattern, make the left one the inside, and there we go. Okay, so now that means you need to be up here somewhere. I suppose I could do that, and then make sure you line up there. And let's see how this goes. I do want blue inserters. I don't have them on my hotbar yet. Let's go ahead and get rid of yellows and put blues in there. Just upgrade everything by 1 tier. Okay, so you are the farthest. And then the middle reach. And that should do. That seems fine to me. Seems fine to me. Okay. Then just go ahead and take that and pop you there. Okay. And let's get a substation in here. Just replace some of these power poles with substation 2s. Seems the easiest way to handle that. Looks good to me. And then, of course, you will also need output. Each one of you is 4 output a second, which is quite a lot. I want to try and do it with 2 purples, just to see if that's possible. Go ahead and grab that and put you over here as well. And probably output to the left. There we go. Give me road. And yeah, that's already 16 a second. So let's get some purples to start with, and if I need to upgrade them, I will. So you're on top, so down and down, and from the bottom, we want to go up and up. There we go. And we'll just see how that goes. I guess I should have already done the drones a while ago. That's my mistake. Let's go ahead and get these requested in. Okay. Also, make sure all of these are full stack only. That's kind of important. Don't know why that's not the default, but let's go ahead and make sure that's checked everywhere. Everything looks good. Okay. So with all of those set, I'm kind of just waiting on the trucks to appear. How's power doing? Cyclical. It's doing whatever it wants, but for the moment at least, we are charging up, which is nice to see. I am very curious to see if this is able to keep up. One thing that I'm worried about is, and while I don't need nearly this many rockets per second, I could probably have done with a single machine. I'm just trying to future-proof a little bit here. But that's actually a pretty high demand on the steel sheet, and I doubt I'd actually be able to long-term supply that many steel sheets per second. So I think in little bursts, I should be okay. Like, you know. There we go. Okay, come on, trucks, you got this. Confusing. Why are you doing that? Why are all of you doing that? Okay, have fun. You do you. I think it's time for a sip of water. Okay, I was momentarily concerned when they didn't immediately leave to go supply up, but I guess I am waiting on fuel deliveries now. But that's fine. That's just one more thing that I need to have delivered. Let's go ahead and increase the number of trucks over here because I've had to wait on this depot before. Also, would be kind of cool if I could get another steam depot somewhere down this way. So I guess it doesn't really matter once things are set up. Okay, there we go. So most of them have already set off. Willing to bet the ones that didn't just don't have steam. Okay. Well, we got our first delivery of batteries at least. Oh, and it looks like we should get modules since we're only showing 6 missing. That is all of them, but I kind of thought we had the modules. I thought that bot coming that placed the Roboport was coming in with modules, but my assumptions were wrong. Okay, and we are getting everything. It's just a matter of actually waiting for them to get delivered. What's going on over here? Lots of landfill. Okay, reasonable. That's fine. We must have just placed another Roboport. Yep, I can actually see where it is. Oh, okay. We're just at the far end of the base, waiting for things to travel all the way up and all the way back. That's why I went ahead and gave the higher demand ones so many trucks, because I knew they were going to need them. Though once it gets going, they might actually even need more. Also not super hyped about the fact that the sensors one only sent one truck. We don't need very many of them, but that's not a very good sign. Yeah, we are low on sensors. That's because you're logistics limited. Maybe I don't want you to be logistics limited then? Yeah, you can just also fill up. That's fine. Once again, let's not do that. Sensor 2s are limited though, that's fine. Okay, did any of the trucks actually manage to get down here? We do have the steel, nice to see. Still waiting on everything else though. Okay, we got the one truck of sensors. Okay, now just missing explosives and methanol. So that is quite a long trip for explosives, and we need explosives in pretty high numbers. So I might go ahead and bump up the number of trucks on explosives. Methanol should be fine though. Yeah, just waiting on that methanol to come in, and if anything, I kind of like that it's one of the low priority items coming in last, because that allows me to see just what kind of throughput I'm dealing with once it actually does start consuming the high throughput items, to see if I'm anywhere in the ballpark of being accurate. And there we go, there's the methanol. Okay, so let's watch carefully as this first little bit comes in and kicks everything off. Oh, and of course power's gonna be dead. Everything's gonna be running slowly. Let's see. Yeah, okay. recovering slightly. Okay, it does look like we aren't going to keep up with the explosive demands, so let's go ahead and make sure those get upgraded. And it does look like we're outpacing our ability to feed you as well. So let's upgrade the steel. The other products look fine, but that could just be because we aren't picking them up because we don't have the explosives. Maybe everyone gets an upgrade, why not? Why not? There we go. In which case, maybe you also deserve an upgrade. Have fun. At any rate, I think I am producing more than enough rockets. That should be plenty. Let's go ahead and cap you somewhere around there. And if I need more rockets, I can just make more rockets. That's no big deal. So what else did I need for physics science? It should be right in here somewhere. There you are. So nanofab, combustion 3, just a bunch of weird stuff. Just a bunch of weird stuff. Maybe I do make a purpose-built area for physics rather than relying on bot-supplied materials. I just don't know, though. Like, I think I'm happy enough with the bot-supplied materials. Let me just look at some rates. So, you take 18 seconds to craft. This takes 900. I think we're solid there. 30 seconds. And the recipe gives 2. I didn't realize that before, actually. I didn't realize that. Okay, so that's not even as extreme as I was thinking. Nanofab, of course, is just all the tier 2 buildings. I mean, you know, it's whatever. Combustion is probably one of the cheaper of the ingredients. It's pretty much just a ceramic check. Drone launcher. Like, it does take a hanger, which is not awesome. Wish it didn't do that, but it's whatever. Underground belts, 3 box. Just 1, but okay. That's only 5 blue underground belts. Again, not awful. I can deal with that. Yeah, okay. I might go ahead and get rid of these turbines up here. I think at this point I would rather make sure I keep the drones topped up. I might keep like 2 of them. Or maybe I'll just get rid of this one here and put a one-way valve on. I think that's also perfectly acceptable. You do produce over 300 a second though, so a single one-way valve would not be able to handle that, but I can just do multiple one-way valves, and that's okay. So let's see, if I did put a tank there, that would line up with you, which I actually don't want. So maybe I just don't do another tank then. I would kind of like to have... I can do a small tank, can't I? Actually, I could do a large tank, potentially. You also line up, just coincidentally, with the other tank. Huh. Oh, yeah, and there's no wiggle room there. Okay, so small tank. Yeah, okay. I can just put you there. You're a 2x2. I could potentially even put 2 of you, though then that doesn't give me pipe room. So let's not be too silly with it. Let's just grab some one-ways, and you go there and there. And then we have pipes and pipes. There we go. And that works well enough for me. Yeah, just making sure I actually have those parts, otherwise when they break the turbine, I'm actually losing out on the ability to resupply this, which also is not exactly what I would like to do. Also not like we're in any danger yet of running out of steam in here. We have quite a buffer going. Oh yeah, and I even still have the standard turbines on the end here with an overflow, so that it doesn't even completely eliminate my ability to make power up here. Okay, there we go. Now I just actually need someone to come in here and build these, please. It would be nice. Oh, and now it does show the one tank is missing. Out of curiosity, what are you used in? You're used in things I don't make, so there's a good chance I just don't make small tank 2s. Maybe I should get on that. So, bot stuff. One of you in here. Small. Tank 2, there we go. And then you stack up to 100. I don't know how many of you I'm gonna need, but I guess 50 is fine. Let's see, okay, we do have the parts needed being delivered, so you should get built before long. Also, I just realized you don't have modules. Can't stand for that. Let's get you moduled up. Okay, and there we go. Once this completes, that'll be the tank taken care of. Now we just need someone to go and actually build it. So, I'll consider that a crisis averted. Not that there was much of a crisis to begin with. Let's see, so missiles are used in Scout Drone 1s, Missile 2s, the missile box, and that's kind of it. I'm pretty close to being able to make the drone. Missile 2s, how far away are you? Pretty good bit. Pretty good bit. So what I'm thinking is, while stockpiling missiles is all well and good and all, I'll probably make the drones directly beneath down here. And I'll probably also directly store boxed missiles as well. That way, when I go to make the physics research, the whole point of boxes is they're more space efficient, so you might as well take advantage of that. In fact, how do I make you? Okay, just regular old assembler, it looks like. There is a boxer, but I don't know if I can make you. Not yet. Yeah, you're a couple researches away. I might just wait on you. I'll use a regular assembler, that's fine. I can upgrade you if I feel so inclined later on. One more time, are you like tier restricted for whatever reason? Only small assemblers. Okay, glad I checked. So let's say I have you right there. And then a small assembler right here. And in you go. And then you make the boxed missiles. Let's search instead for missile. What? Maybe I don't have the recipe yet? I would assume that I would, but I guess not. Okay. Let me look at something. It's gonna be this one, isn't it? Oh, yep, I can see it in there. Okay, so packaging 5 gives me the missile recipe. So it's not that far off, it's literally my next research, but all the same, I don't have it yet. Which, you know, fair. I guess I can just stock up, missiles here. We are short on explosives. Let me go see why explosives aren't being made. Red wire. That's fair enough. Yeah, red wire's a little expensive. Be just thrown around all the time. Looks like we need polycrystalline, which needs silicon ingots. Which needs silica. Okay, what if I upgrade all of these inserters here? Just to help the train load and unload a little faster. This does mean I'll need to go to the mine and upgrade those inserters as well. So let's see if this does anything noticeable for us. There we go. Might also want to go ahead and get another Roboport in here. Maybe even rather than Roboport, I'll do the relays. Yeah, that can snake in between the miners there. There we go, and then one on the side, just to make sure I definitely do have complete build coverage of everything. That should absolutely cover everything without any issue. Still waiting on materials, but it does at least look like the, what are those called? The not steam engines. The things that look like steam engines. The Stirling engines. Well, okay, now I'm missing 17. I guess I shouldn't have poked it. Shouldn't have mentioned it. Oh yeah, now it's at the 22, okay. Maybe we placed a Roboport just then or something. We're also still missing 20 Roboports. I can at least help out with that, I think. What am I missing? Red belt. Just because I'm not requesting red belt anymore. In fact, I'm auto-trashing it. Okay. What if I request you on the handcrafting tab instead? Wait, where is belt? Okay, there you are. Alright, bots, do your worst. Get in here. I guess I should go stand a little closer to where things are made. Also, how is Ferronickel doing? Since I am here, why does this belt turn red? Hold on, where was that? Why do you turn red up here, but you're yellow down here? Like, I guess that's reasonable enough, it's just a little silly. Yeah, let's just go ahead and upgrade all of that. How are you doing? Are you limited in any way? No, you're running perfectly. Slightly output limited. Maybe you would benefit from a blue upgrade, just through like that area. I don't know why that would be the case. You're 2 in and 2 out. But I guess it can't hurt. Might as well. These guys are running well enough. Seems like we mostly get our use out of them, though the ones at the very back only run sometimes. This has a lot of spare capacity, though. Okay. Anyway, that has given the bots time to bring me some red belts at least, which should allow me to make a couple hangars. And with my inbuilt handcrafting productivity, which is actually pretty decent, did you see that bot zoom off? My actually pretty decent handcrafting productivity, I might be able to give them a hand. I don't know why the main assembler up here isn't capable of doing this, but why complain when you can just fix it? You're waiting on yellow chest. Weird, okay? And that could just be that I have no logistics bots and no construction bots. Like, fair enough, I guess. Where are those made? Oh, there you are. I guess, unlike most of the equipment, you don't have to be made in small assemblers. I just was assuming you did. Missing antennas. Always antennas. In fairness, you are running. You're even one of the few machines that I have put a speed module in. Let's see. Yeah, you're also already bumped up to a 50 times, so you should be getting supplied. That's not you, is it? Let's do like that. Just double it again. And then you already have a purple for your input, so you should be fine. You just aren't getting aluminum rods quickly enough. Maybe I just don't have enough aluminum rods, actually. Okay, that's another issue to look at. But one thing at a time, I just made all those hangars. Let's actually give them to the bots. So I will keep 5 for myself, because otherwise the bots will just bring them right back to me. But there you go. And then I also got those parts from productivity. And that does look to be it. I also have my tier 2 construction bots, so I can go ahead and get rid of the tier 1s. There we go. Okay, everything looks cool. Okay, so where does that leave me? I need the dynamos, I need the modules. Let me at least go look at the modules and see if there's anything I can do for them. Missing green wire. Well, you're missing red wire, and we are making red wire. So that is a problem that will get resolved, just maybe not as quickly as I would like. Could I possibly just make a little bit of red wire myself? Who cares? Let's move on to the next tier machines. So large, large, and large. Okay, so we have at least 3 new things to be made in large assemblers. We have new steel and iron recipes. New crucible recipe, interesting. Some new landfills for whatever reason. Go ahead and clear the concrete. What are you? Oxygen decompression. Sure. Why would I ever want that? Okay, I can now do hydrogen combustion with both gases compressed rather than just the hydrogen. Can also burn compressed methane. That's something, I guess. Oh, and I can boil wastewater now. Which is kind of interesting. There have been places where I might have made use of that before. The boxed recipes, I want to just go ahead and uncheck so I can get rid of the exclamation mark. Even though that is going to take me a minute, just bear with me. I just don't like having the little exclamation marks being like, hey, you have a new recipe. So I do want to just come through and get rid of that. Also, weird that you'd be in here, but okay. Graphite and steam gives carbon monoxide and hydrogen. I guess, sure. Oh boy, this one's gonna take a second, but we will get through it. Oh yeah, thrilling. I understand why it must be this way, I just also wish it would not. It would be cool if there was just like a clear all button or something. Just to get rid of all of these. Even if it was just for this one particular tab, or maybe even especially if it was just for this one particular tab. Would be kind of nice. So what are you? Water canister boxing. I bet that's the most used recipe ever. Just a little more. I think we're like 60% of the way through. Yeah, we're just about there. Two more lines, and come on. There we go. Okay, so that should be all of those. Oh my god. I didn't. I don't know why. I don't know why I didn't think the boxing recipes would come with unboxing recipes. Of course they would. Okay. Let's just do one more pass then, I guess. Let's go. I mean, I guess I'm still doing science in the background while this is progressing and we're getting power built out, so it's not like this is wasted time. If anything, maybe I'm just buffering materials while this is happening. I am still doing science, I assume. Maybe I should check on that once I get to the bottom of this next short layer. How are you doing? Okay, yeah, we're doing about 40 science a minute, which is under what I should be doing, so maybe I should go look at that in a second. But it is at least progressing. I've built everything to do about 1 science a second, so I should be doing 60 science a minute. Then once you add productivity on top of that, maybe the speed is knocking me down a smidge, but it shouldn't be to like 2/3. Okay, there we go. We're finally clean. All that's left is this one aluminum powder recipe, which is fine. There we go. Okay. So one thing at a time, let's go look at the labs, wherever they happen to be. So the labs are all running. They are doing just fine. Full of science. Speed is, if anything, plus 26%. So I guess I just need more labs. I mean, that's fine. Let's see if I can manage that many. Also, I might have a higher tier lab. That's something I should look for. Not researched yet. Okay. Well, that's fine. Once I can, they'll be faster and probably will have more module slots, so that's something to think about. Speaking of modules, do I make the tier 2 yield module? I do. Do I have any extras? No, literally not even one. Okay. Well, that's fine, I guess. Just waiting on green wire. Where is production down here? So that's still waiting on silica, so my sandstone upgrades don't seem to have made incredible progress, unfortunately. It does look like I'm mostly able to keep the belt saturated off of just these inserters, though that doesn't last very long once the train leaves. And it looks like we are kind of at the mine's capacity now, so we might actually be waiting on filling rather than unloading. Huh. So I'm sure there are other sources of sand I can get. Yeah. I might have to go around and change. Oh, hey, how you doing? I'm just looking into how to get a little more sand, because at the moment my sand doesn't seem to be quite be enough. I know I have a little more iron somewhere up in here. So what I'm thinking is I have this area up here. Don't know this game. Oh, I'm playing... Well, that's quite a rabbit hole. I'm playing Factorio, but it is very heavily modded Factorio. So that would be quite a way to get introduced to the game, I think. But all the same, you're welcome to try and follow along. I wish you well. If you want more details, I have all of the mods and such listed in a link in the description. Let me see. So, here's where I'm making gravel, and then here's where I grind it into mineral dust, but I believe this recipe can be changed. Let me just bring you over here. Yeah, no problem. Yes, I can get some extra sand out of crushing gravel. Oh, didn't mean to exit map view there. Where was I? There we go. Okay. So I could change this to get a little bit of sand out. And that doesn't seem like the worst thing in the world. I would have to do a little bit of filtering here and there. That's fine. I could, in fact, do some filtering right there. The bulk of the problem is then I would just have to send a whole bunch of sand down. I don't think that's really too much of an issue, though. I have a sand belt right here I could go ahead and start upgrading. Let's just go ahead and do that. I don't know how useful this is going to be, but if I can make more sand, that's definitely where I will want to start sending it down. Yeah, that won't be too bad. Let me go ahead and start laying down the belt. So if I want to be right here, is anything in the way on this line? A little bit. Better than the line to the left, at least. Yeah, okay. So I can bring you down to right here and merge in. That's no issue at all. This just comes up this way. I'm a little too far zoomed in at the moment. There we go. And let's see. Can I make that gap? I have perfect length. Oh, you love to see it. Oh, I love to see it. Okay. So connect there. And where am I? Okay, I'm pretty much done. Pretty much. Yeah, I could split the sand off right in here. do I need this second belt? What's the capacity if I do the other recipe? Is it any different for some strange reason? There we go. So it's 8 in, 9 out. At the moment I'm doing... Ooh, so that does reverse it. I'm doing 4 in and 3 1/3 out, so a little less out than in. Whereas the other way I get a little more out than in. So let's go ahead and upgrade this one central belt through here. And I may not even need the undergrounds on the side. Let's just see. If they're each 9 out, and there's... Wait, that can't be right. Well, it'd be input limited anyway, with the yellow belts. What if I just do it and see if it works? That seems fine. There we go. You can get an upgrade at least to there as well. So... This is unfortunately going to break things for a minute. But I don't see any way around that, so let's just go ahead and get it going. So let's filter out the sand. It's going to go to the bottom, and then I have this filter right here. Yeah, that works. That works just fine. In you go. And connect in. Perfect. Okay. So that'll at least send a little more sand down this, this little bypass down here. If sand ever backs up, I'm kind of boned, but, oh well, we'll deal with that when we get there. So let's change all these recipes. There we go. Change you as well. If I do wind up needing it, I guess I just have to put it back, but I really don't think I'm going to. Just waiting on the bots to get a little bit of construction done. There we go. Okay, so that'll be in just a second, but this is the proof of concept at least. Oh, and there's the last little bit. So we still have all the mineral dust coming out like normal, so that's going to come up, get siphoned off. Everything's a-okay. And then a little extra sand. So not a tremendous amount, but it is, you know, we were at least just avoiding this before. If anything, this is less mineral dust than I was producing before. At least I think it is, proportionally. I think it is. Are you slower? Hold on. 4 in. You're only 2 in. Okay, so you are slower. That's a little inconvenient. Do I have access to you yet? I should. If I do this, do I just have you? It'll probably take that a second to update whether I do or not. Okay. I mean, it does show that they are making the delivery. Yeah, I mean, okay. I guess they do just have it. Yeah, okay. They should just have it. There we go. So that brings it up to 3.7. Which, being that that's coming in off of a single yellow belt, we only have to worry about 15 items a second at most. So 4 times a little less than 4, that's going to be right at 15. That's real close. Hold on, that's 3 3/4. So that is exactly 15 actually. I mean, it's like 0.08 or something slow, but that's pretty much dead on. Couldn't really ask for much better than that. Okay, awesome. Don't know why they haven't gotten the rest of... Oh, there they go. Excuse me. Okay. I was just about to say I don't know why they don't have the rest of them in, but they are finally showing up now. Even if only little bits at a time. I am watching this to make sure that they're actually able to get all of this loaded. What I'm noticing is that if they are trying to load in 4 per second, a single purple insetter is definitely not enough. I could just upgrade you, but I think I would prefer to just give you another purple. Then I'll do the same for these guys up here. Might as well do the same up here. I guess I could have just copy and pasted you. Also, you do need more output probably, so let's go ahead and do that as well. I believe all of these are just clones of each other, so I should be able to just do that. There we go. And then the bottoms are a little different. So I might need to do those a little more carefully. Well, the same, it's not too bad. You are a bit of a problem, but I can just have you pick up from the bottom right. Yeah, that all just works out. That's all a-okay. So, do you ever stop? No, you're fully loaded. All of your output gets unloaded. We are a-okay. Seems good. Okay. Power is whatever. It's doing what power is doing for right now. This backlog would be really cool if we could start chewing through that. Do I have anything better I can do with stone yet? Doesn't really look like it. You know, do I make stone brick anywhere in the new base? Because I don't think I do. I think all of my stone is in here. Granted, that's a pretty large buffer of stone, but I don't think I actually make new stone anywhere. Which is, you know, not the coolest. So maybe somewhere in this stone overflow, like up this direction. Let's put a splitter, like, right in here. Priority output left. Have you come over this way. And then just throw an assembler in here somewhere. Probably just right there is fine. Let's see, that is a power pole 1 explicably, so even upgrading it wouldn't really do anything for me. I'll just bring another power pole this way. And of course, the point of this is to make bricks, since that's what I was just talking about. And then that is also going to make a little bit of gravel, but we happen to have gravel output right there. So, bricks, logistics limit so that you only work if we don't have a bajillion bricks. And then, of course, filter you to gravel. And output up. There we go. Why am I missing a yellow splitter of all things? How does that make any sense? You know, the undergrounds do take sand. Me being out of sand might have at some point killed yellow undergrounds. That wouldn't be very cool. Okay, well, that is definitely a problem. does look like I was relying on you, and you are out, though somehow you're still full. I don't really understand that. Maybe I also make them somewhere else, I don't know, but just in case, we'll go ahead and request sand up here. There we go. We're not out of yellow undergrounds. Though we weren't making any because, again, we didn't have the underground pipe, but now that's working. Oh, but since we weren't producing new ones, they weren't being sent up into the splitters. Okay, makes sense. Does make sense. Also never got modules in you. That was a surprise. Okay. Well, that does seem to be working now. That's good. And we have plenty of sand in logistic storage. Yep, okay. Oh, cool. In fact, just so it isn't confusing, let's go ahead and get rid of this belt up this way. There we go. Might as well start deconstructing all of this, since I have nothing better to do at the moment. Don't think that carries out. I guess I probably should have checked before I just started cutting stuff. Yeah, okay, we have this connection of plain water through the middle that is important, but none of the other stuff seems to be. So all of this can go, really. Yeah, it's not like any of that's ever getting used again anywhere. I was trying to be careful of power, because I think there might be some power connections through here that are important, but whatever, it's fine. If I kill power to something, like this, for example, I can just restore it. There we go. All of these through here are pretty pointless. So again, I'll just go ahead and cut all of this. There we go. Anything over this way can also go, like all these refractory bricks, for example. Those haven't been made here in quite a long while. I'm cutting power to this roboport, which isn't the wisest decision. Maybe I'll try and keep, like, a little power connection in here somehow. I don't even know where you get power from. All this up in here can actually go. None of this gets used anymore. Concrete, believe takes sand, yes, so you can't actually get used anymore, so all of you can go as well. Yeah, so actually that water connection I was talking about that I did wind up breaking anyway, doesn't need to be here regardless. This hydrogen connection can also go. So all of this goes. None of you are useful anymore. And this whole area is now without power, which is what I was trying to avoid, but it's going to be easier to just, you know, redo that. Also, I guess I was bringing in this graphite somewhere, but not anymore, I'm not. I wonder what all used you. Looks like cargo wagons. Only cargo wagons, maybe? Yeah, I don't see anything else taking that, so cargo wagons just need a delivery of graphite. So let's get a blue chest, like right here. Have you request some graphite. Sure, that's fine. And let's get a inserter in here. So pickup's fine, drop to the left. And let's see, storage, good. So I was making sure we did put some of you in storage. Definitely does seem like we do. And you're all abandoned, so how can I get power up into you? I suppose this is one way. And if I'm doing that, I might as well make sure you are grid roboports. There we go. Where was that? I've already lost it. What was the sand area? It was near the bot. There you are. Okay. So unfortunately that puts you right on the road. But I guess I can do here instead. And here. And then just go ahead and break those two roboport. And then this roboport can just go on top or something. Yeah, there's other weird non-aligned roboports up there, so it's fine. Maybe I don't even bother with you. You can just go away. We have construction range over all of this, so it's not exactly a big deal. And then I can just break all of this stuff through here, because none of it needs to be here anymore. I don't think that concrete can even be made anymore, but this is also a sand belt, I think. No idea. Yeah, that was sand. Okay, so let's go ahead and start chipping away at that. Not that any of this is necessarily vitally important right now, but it's, you know, it's just a little bit of cleaning up that's needed to be done for quite a while. There's an old mortar setup. I did mention mortar earlier. I'm not even sure if I make mortar in the new base. I might only make mortar in the starter base. So maybe that's something I should look for. Oh, okay. I do have a little mortar area over here. You're in flotation cell 1s without any modules, which is fascinating to see at this stage of the game. Go ahead and do that, and I might as well throw even just tier 1s in there. You know, free product is free product. Might as well take what you can get. On that note, I should probably have long ago upgraded some of these furnaces to get better productivity on my metals. So let's go ahead and do that. There we go. That is just the starter base, though. Yeah, maybe I should have actually done that down here instead. I'm also missing 59 yield modules, so any yield modules I add at this stage of the game are unlikely to get added for a little bit. Though that's due to a lack of silica, which is kind of what I was trying to solve a minute ago. There we go. Might as well add prod in here too, even though a common problem I've had is too much crushed iron. This basically just acts as more prod on your ore field, so there's no reason not to put prod in here. It does look like stones backing up, which isn't super cool, but I take that as a message that we are probably making more sandstone, so not the worst thing. Let's just go ahead and upgrade these inserters and see if they can keep up at that point. If not, I might have to get a little creative. You do take over 4 items a second, so that's fair. And you output the same number, so you're actually going to overfill a yellow belt. So let's do this. Send you up this way, since this is your primary path. This just comes out and gets loaded into this guy, which we probably won't need very often, but, you know, it's there if we do. It does get used for the first tier, the yellow research, I think. So not a total waste. Go ahead and upgrade that as well. Now, how do I get more input here? I move you. As it just so happens, I think I can. Yep, there we go. Okay, that'll at least help get the stone moving a little easier. Where is that stone coming from, though? It actually looks like it's mostly coming from the ores. So we've got nickel, and then iron joining it here, so maybe... Oh yeah, sandstone goes down, doesn't it? So those are just the ore outputs. I mean, fair enough, okay. Also, does look like we should be handling stone a little better now. Still missing lots of stuff, but that's fine. You don't have yield modules, oddly enough. So let's make sure you get some. I don't need some in the voiding crushers, hilarious as it is. That just seems unnecessary. Once again, none in the actual crushers, so let's make sure we go ahead and do that. Furnaces are updated, but not for steel, and also these do not have modules. There we go. I should upgrade you first, then try and put modules into you. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Silica also, shockingly, does not have modules. Though it does look like I don't need them at exactly this moment. I'm sure I will before too long. What are you? Medium furnaces. I think I can upgrade you. I have to do it a little strangely so I don't interfere with the pipes in the middle. Not that that would be, like, catastrophic or anything, I just don't want mismatched red and blue pipes. That just seems a little weird. And I'm just kind of throwing these yield modules everywhere at this point. Don't see any reason not to. Yes, it'll be a little while before they ever actually get used, but oh well. Or by used, I mean ever actually get put in. Oh, you definitely need yield. I might actually make you next tier of yield modules. And the same over here. Once again, I really should have upgraded you first and then tried to put modules into you. There we go. And then make sure to do it over here as well. Okay, how does gravel get into you? You're set as an overflow. This is kind of the opposite, isn't it? Oh, you take stone. Never mind. Okay, so you're stone crushing from the sandstone. Okay, oh cool. And then you are sent with priority up this way. You're cycled into landfill, then into concrete. Okay, that's good. That's perfectly acceptable. Then you come down, and you get crushed here into sand. And if you get picked up, if you don't get picked up by the sand crushers, then you continue down to the non-sand crushers, so if sand does back up somehow, we do have overflow. Okay, good. Exactly what I wanted, all cool. Yes, okay. So we do have plenty of sand coming in now at this point. How are the trains doing, by the way? Barely keeping up, but keeping up. Yeah, okay. So it does seem like the train upgrades weren't for nothing. It does mean, however, that I do kind of have to stay on top of these guys. Also, why did you not get built? Because I didn't put you in build coverage. That would probably have been an intelligent thing to do. I wonder if anyone noticed that. How long is your build area? Okay, you've got a pretty good build area. I can just pop you down somewhere in here. Like, right there. You're not connected to anything. Probably be a good idea to make sure you are logistics connected. So there we go. Yeah, just making sure they do have the ability to build that, which they certainly should. Okay. That'll at least keep the sandstone mine going for a good long time. And we do seem to be hitting silica demand finally. All of these furnaces really could be upgraded. I can't put modules in you. Oh, I can't... Oh no, it took them. It took them. Okay. I just couldn't see it because it's dark. Never mind. So you can be made in the nanofab. The advantage of the nanofab is you're a little faster and you have 3 module slots. I would kind of love to have 3 module slots on you. Not gonna lie. Would be kind of nice. I am waiting on plastic now, though. Which just seems to be an issue of inserter. Okay. How much plastic per second do I need? If all of these, all 20, are running, then that's 10 items a second. A little over 10 items a second, actually. So yeah, one little guy, not quite gonna be able to deal with that. Probably gonna need a few more drones if I'm gonna get 20 plastic a second. Maybe the big brain play here is multiple request depots. Let's see, let's move you up 2, and then you back 2. So 1, 2. In you go. In you go. No longer deconstruct you, you're fine. I want you to be upwards, though. There we go. Thank you. Okay, there we go. All that, just so I can now move you up here, move this power pole back 1. Maybe just go ahead and delete all that, actually. And now copy you into the space. That way I can have a whole separate depot for extraction purposes. And that should be good enough now. So each one of these should alternate, like so. Not that it really matters too terribly much, since you're being squished onto half of a red build anyway, but that's just for aesthetics. We should be capable of placing these. Just waiting on bots to make the whole journey down. And you can see all the construction bots jumbled right in there. They're the ones we're waiting on. At least they are mostly tier 2s. That's very nice to see now. Very cool, very cool. I don't know why iron ingots being brought in here. That is a little weird. Also, you should probably be at least somewhat mixed on which side you output to. Oh, that's going to be coming from nickel. Okay. Those make sense. I'm with it. I know what's happening. Okay, finally they got all that picked up. Now we're just waiting on the belt to be replaced to replace the connection. Any day now, bot. You got this. I believe in you. Okay, now all the mess is picked up underneath it, so they should be able to bring this out. And indeed, there they go. And I have to wait for this to get placed so that I can do the bot requests, just like I did for plastic a second ago. Well, this is also plastic, but you know, this plastic. Well, they got that reconnected at least. It is technically functioning now at the same capacity that it used to be. Just not exactly upgraded. Don't even have extra inserters yet. And there we go. Okay, so drone request. Oh, this is all set already. Okay. Fair enough. That should hopefully give a little extra to these guys up here. But still, 10 items a second. I hope 2 depots is going to be capable of supplying that, but it should. It certainly should. What might not be capable of keeping up with that is going to be actual plastic production. Let's see, each one makes about 2, and I do have 8, so that should be 16 production, so I should be fine. If anything, I might need to upgrade the inserters here, because that would have each of you doing like 5 items a second, and I don't think you're going to be able to do that. With those upgrades, we should be fine, though. Missiles no longer made over there, so let's just go ahead and pick that up. You are still waiting on red wire, which, I mean, understandable. I only just fixed silicon, and even then I was working on plastic, which the circuits need. Why do you have so many bots in stock? Why do you have... What? No, don't do that. Get out. You would do that. How strange. Well, hopefully, bot should be by to pick up these excess before too terribly long. I did mark them for pickup, so I hope the bots understand that I want them picked up. 12 active, 1 in stock. Okay, they did get picked up. Very good. That's probably just going to say 12 forever. Hopefully that doesn't just break things. Hopefully that doesn't just break things. That might have broke things. Okay, they're bringing trucks in. Hopefully when they bring them in, that'll refresh this number here. Okay, they're confused. Yeah, they're definitely confused. Okay, let's just reset you. You know what? Just go away. I'm going down there myself. That's broken, but whatever. It's fine. Let me even just make a request depot so I can place it myself once I get down there. Let's take the road so it doesn't take 30 years to walk all the way down. And then this is in the chip area, which I think I'm in the right area for. Let's see. Right in here. There we go. Boom. Replace. Put you in. Check you. All good. Quest 4. Full stacks. Okay, now you should be fine. I would be tempted to put you in there, but after last time, let's not be too hasty. I'll just put you in the provider guy up here. Boom. Nope. Doesn't wanna? Doesn't wanna. Fair enough. The bots will deal with you. Still missing Tier 2 logistics bots, but it does look like we have at least some Tier 2 construction bots. What can I do to help speed up the old replacement process? Also, is research running? Research is running, it's just a little slow. Let's see. Levitation field seems to be missing, though it is being brought in. We're missing large cargo pods. Let's go see why that might be. Missing large chest. Wasn't that made somewhere over here? You're missing small chest. Steel sheets. Interesting. Why would we be missing steel sheets? There's so many steel sheets. What are you on about? Okay, they are bringing steel sheets in. Let's just multiply you by a good bit. Might as well bump you as well. Have fun. There we go. Whatever I can do to help. Speaking of which, you're missing green modules, which are being made up here. They are being made, we're just not making them nearly fast enough, it seems. As long as they are being made, then I guess that's all I can really ask for. We were probably mostly waiting on green wires up until this point, and now that I have circuits up and running a little better, hopefully that's, you know, a little better. Okay, does look like maybe I do need more trucks, so let's go ahead and request 5 each. Because they did run out before the trucks could get here. You don't have power somehow. There you are. Plastic, plastic. Where was plastic made again? I do just want to make sure. Double, triple, quadruple, make sure that we're doing okay. That is a long path. That's going to be part of why they're having such a hard time. Does look like we are able to keep up with demand, though. Without really any issue. But yeah, if the path is that long, maybe I even need more trucks. Also, what's the plastic demand in here? Like 4 a second? Yeah, you're gonna need more than just one guy there. So let's do that. Increase your trucks also to like 5 a second. And then wherever circuits are, down this way. Let's give you like 8 and 8. And if you don't need all 8, then that's fine. But if you do need all 8, then I'm glad I gave you all 8. Okay, as long as you're both running... Oh, and of course you run out immediately. I was going to say, as long as you're both running, do we meet demand? Because the top is fully saturated, is the bottom. It does look like it would be. We just don't get to know. I mean, it's so close. It's got to be fine. As long as they're both outputting, that's got to be full uptime. Yeah, at this point we're limited by capacitors. So could I increase capacitors? Capacitors, actually I was just working on, are also plastic. And it is plastic that you're limited by. You also just don't have input. Input would probably be good. You'd probably like it more if you had input. Yeah, you can't run because you have no plastic. So once this plastic upgrade is in, I will essentially double the number of capacitors that I'm producing. Yeah, I think you can handle 2 items a second, like you are keeping this guy running. So the second one should enable the next 2 to run. So if that was the case, I would expect it to build up at the end of this belt here, and it doesn't really look like it wants to. Oh, there we go. Okay, it is building up a little bit. Very good. Okay. So as soon as this belt gets in, then you can turn on, and we're all a-okay. Alright. Oh, cool. So let's see, where are you? How many do you need? So 3 of you. That's just over 1 a second. It's a little under 1.2. That's going to be a little under 2.4. Let's say it's like 2.3. How many capacitors do I produce? About 3 a second. Which isn't great if just this process down here consumes, like, 2 1/4. We'll probably have to expand you at some point. I could just continue you across. You wouldn't be able to go into the supply depot, but that's fine. I don't really mind. What other things do you take? Like the aluminum sheets, for example. So, again, that's going to be a little less than 3 a second. Aluminum sheets. Just 1 machine makes 3 a second. Yeah, we are hard output limited here. Yeah, let's go ahead and upgrade the outputs here. Maybe also on you. Just might as well. You know, let's just upgrade all these guys. Have fun. Yeah, have fun. Okay, with that done, I will have to dodge around these chargers. Maybe what I'll do is I'll move you up that way. That way I can just underground here without any real issue. Where would you come out? I could start you as early as, like, right here. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Huh. Okay, so let's copy this and just, like, double this whole setup. That means earliest I could go is right there. There's a cliff in the way, but nothing else, so we're all cool. Does that give me room for the bottom belt? Let's see, bottom belt would be right here. That does look like I have room for the bottom belt. Okay, let's just go. Let's do it. So you go there. Let's just have them be even. Looks nicer. And I did somehow miss the last long inserter over here. Let's make sure I get you in to complete the pattern. I also missed this up here, so let's grab you and put you in there. Also don't need this this top. Oh, back we go. And just connect you in. Where do you get power from? That pole down there. That really reaches, huh? It sure does. Okay. Works for me. Go ahead and disconnect that just because it's a little wonky. Okay, and I think that should just work. See, making sure. You get plastic from below, you get 3 items on top, so that's 4 total, you output down there. Yeah, that does look to be everyone. Confirming inserter amounts. Okay. I will probably want to upgrade these guys, and maybe give you another couple trucks. What's that actually bring you up to? So that's a little over 8 per second. Okay. I don't know if even a blue inserter can do 4 items a second, but I guess we're gonna find out. Just gotta wait for it all to get built. Come on, guys, you can do it. I believe in you. Oh, here's the new trucks. And immediately they're out. Okay, we do have mass production now. And that's the end of my research queue, surprisingly. Vacuum chamber 2. I was just saying I kind of wanted an upgrade for you. It would be a little silly not to just go for you. Though that might not be the most straightforward path. I do need you for physics science also. Okay. Fair enough then. Let's see what else I got. Locomotion would be kind of nice, but I also don't really walk all that far myself anymore. High pressure chemistry. I could just directly make compressed hydrogen and oxygen. That's not bad, actually. Make compressed gases from compressed air. Like, I really can't see myself swapping to these, but if I had them from the beginning, I would have used them, is the problem. Like, objectively, I recognize they are better. They're just also a lot more annoying to work with. Let's go ahead and take it, though. Why not? And then a checkpoint I will probably breeze through very easily. Consume, well, that is quite a lot of benzene. 800,000 benzene is a good bit. But all the same, it shouldn't take me too long. Increase inserter size. Just for inserters 3 and 4, though. I mean, sure, I've started using some 3s, why not? Weird time to be getting something like this, but okay, sure. Better vehicles. Don't know why, once again, I would really ever want that, but sure, I need you for Exploration 1. Speaking of, might as well queue Exploration 1. And then I guess I'll take packaging. You're also necessary for physics, so might as well start working down that way. Okay, so this is starting to come together. They've just built it in kind of a backwards way, but nearly there. We just need this one belt, please. Thank you. Okay. So once everything's passed us by, there was quite a backlog there. I want to make sure that you can input and output just fine, that you don't wind up backing up or anything. It does look like you're a-okay. Perfect. If anything, once the modules go in you, it'll only slow you down a smidge, so if you can keep up now, you will be able to keep up later. Let's see if plastic can keep up, though. I just saw a plastic delivery arrive. We output pretty quickly. Looks like about 6 a second, though. And if we need 8 a second, I would suspect someone's gonna get starved. It is making it to the end of the belt, though, so... Okay, we did just run out. Let's go ahead and bump you up to 10. Maybe 12, whatever. You can be 12. Okay. So that's fine and all. Let's go to plastic. I might need to start increasing plastic production just a little bit. Yeah, we are making 16 a second, but I think we're consuming quite a lot. I don't actually remember how much we're consuming, I just remember it was quite a lot. What I should probably start doing, should have been common practice for quite a while now. Unfortunately I can't read output from you, just a baseline, so I have to do one of these things. Let's see, reads the total amount of selected items across all supply depots. So I don't know why you are an upgrade to this. You definitely seem like an upgrade to this one, but whatever. Let's get you in here. I'm also assuming you don't need power, since you aren't highlighting the power pole, but I do know the power pole will reach over there, in case you do. So I'll put you there to allow me to read, and then an antenna here. Connect you together. Output depot contents, yes, that should be what you do. And then let's set you to plastic. Volume off. And show alert. Plastic. Low plastic. And good. Okay. Funny enough, we're actually missing quite a lot of landfill, so this might take some time to get built. What I might do, funny enough, let's see if I can blueprint you. And the name has to change. So before I do that, what if I did that instead? Just change the name to just low with the icon. Maybe I'll even go ahead and add that in, just because sometimes the icons can be a little funny if you have more than one. I don't even know if this will properly blueprint, but only one way to find out. Oh, I didn't mean to leave map view. Let's see, you should be right in here somewhere. There you go. So, parameter. In circuit condition, 2x in U. Yeah, I don't think it's recognizing it in the name, because when it says 2x, that's probably here and here. But one way I can test is I can just add another one. And now, let's see. Okay, it does say 3x now. So maybe it does recognize that, and never mind. Maybe it doesn't count up here in that 2x. Maybe it is separate. So maybe 1 and 2. Fair enough. I've been outdone by Factorio once again. So you will be a parameter. And then you are also a parameter. Yeah, I don't think there's any good way to, like, default this or anything. What if I tried to do just, like, 500 or something? So just make sure this works the way I think it should. If I do you 500, something like salt, okay. And then low salt, 500, okay. Looks perfect. I realized I do actually need to set you. Let's do 1K. That would be one line up here, so that would be quite low. Definitely worth knowing about. In fact, I might go ahead in the blueprint that I totally kept, definitely. You can go away. Let's just call you alert. And then come into here and change this to 1000. That's just a more reasonable default. There we go. And then as I set up more and more supply depots, I at least have that ready to go now. Like for you, if I ran out of you, I would never know it. So that is a crucible. This one, funny enough, 500 is probably somewhat reasonable, just because you only stack to, I think, 50. So this one's gonna be concrete. And I'm not gonna do one of these for every single resource I have, it's just I happen to see these, so in they go. What do you stack to? Okay, so that's only 4 stacks actually. Maybe I want to expand that a little more. Let's see, 500, so that would be 10 stacks would be 5,000. Seems reasonable. Batteries. What do you stack to? 100? You know, maybe what I should do. Let's go in here and make this a formula. So parameter 0 stack size, so P0 underscore S. And then just times 10. That way I always just default to 10 stacks. And that's a reasonable amount for pretty much anything, I think. You're gonna need power. Yeah, you're gonna need power. Let's just bring that down. And in you go. I just want to put this on things that I would never notice I was running out of. And again, I'm not gonna go through too much effort. I just kind of wanted to do a few. Go ahead and bring you down. And I probably do want to put you on the aluminum products, just because aluminum has been such a problem for me. I have room to do. I don't even have room to put you on here. Oh! I spoke too soon. Somehow I do. What even are you? Okay, aluminum sheets. And then you get to go over here. So, aluminum plate. There we go. I never did change out the aluminum plate recipe to take advantage of caustic solution, and maybe I should. It's just like a little bit of productivity on aluminum plate in exchange for the actual production taking up a little more room, kind of like this area does down here. I could probably get you to fit in the same footprint without too much difficulty. Oh, also, you are out of power. Just barely out of power range. There you go. Go ahead and break that connection. Also, do you do anything? Technically, yes. You are technically needed, okay. Oh, I also don't produce these things anywhere, I don't think. The transport reader. Well, maybe I do, because it doesn't say that I'm missing them, and the bots are just bringing them, so maybe I do produce those. Never mind. Oh, you're not in my clipboard, you are an actual blueprint. This is a prime example of two things that I would never think to look for. Let's go motor and insulated wire. There we go. Why do you have a single aluminum ingot in you? That just shouldn't be possible. Alright, you just, you come out. You'll go somewhere, that's fine. Let's see. Capacitors. Can I get one in for capacitors? Yes, I can. Well, that's not good. Well, that's not good. Let's see if I can reload the world or not. Okay, most recent autosave. Okay, if it crashes again, Well, that does make me a little less confident about throwing the readers all around. Oh, there's you. Get that removed. Oh, and you needed power. I remember doing this. Broke the game, SMH. I sure did. I don't know how, and that doesn't inspire incredible confidence. I'm not super thrilled about that, but you know, we'll let it roll a little longer. Just see if anything happens. I can only assume that the crash was related to when I asked one of the bots to come in and pick up the stray ingot that was in here. Whenever the bot tried to pull that out, it must not have, the reader must not have enjoyed that very much for whatever reason. I don't really know why, but, you know, is what it is. Still waiting on that to get placed. There we go. So you should stop blinking at me any moment now. Pretty please. There you go. Okay. Well, I guess... I can only guess my assumption is correct. But we'll be a little more careful as we go. What even are you? Motor 1. And then you are insulated wire. So let's just try that again. Let's see. All the steel products and all I could worry about if I really wanted to. I'm not that concerned. Let's see. It does... Ooh, okay. It is gonna crash again. Okay, let me actually lock in for a second. Compute max capacity. Write reader, extra signal, update circuit reader. Update depots, handler, okay. Well, I'm gonna say maybe, just maybe, I shouldn't use this, this particular item. Maybe it's not a good idea. So let's just go ahead and get rid of this. I'll keep the ones that I already have in place, and just hope that they don't crash. And I guess if I do, I have to go hunt down the ones I did already place and get rid of them. Not exactly the desired outcome, but it's, you know, it's what I've got. Let's go ahead and delete this then, since I'm not going to be using you. Oh well. If I really wanted to, hear me out. If I really wanted to, I could do this. Let's grab an antenna. I'll still put you close by. What I'll do is I'll put you down. I have to actually wait for you to be placed. Okay. I don't see why that's necessary. But sure, I can wait, I guess. Oh, you have no circuit connection. That's all. Okay. Yeah, you might only work on circuit conditions. You might not be able to connect through the logistics, now that I think about it. You might only be... Yeah, it does say broadcast circuit network alerts. What I was thinking is I could just make you logistics connected instead. But I don't actually think that's going to work. I'm surprised no one's decided to build you yet. Why has no one decided to build you yet? Like, please? There you are. Oh yeah, look how zoomy he is. I love the tier 2 bot. It's so nice. Coincidentally, I did just get a like a bot speed upgrade also, but you know, besides the point, I do like the tier 2 bot. They do feel like a wonderful speed upgrade. Yes, I cannot connect you to logistics, so oh well. I am lacking motors for some reason. Okay, motors are being produced. I'm just consuming them too quickly. Unfortunately, you are right in the way of these wires here, so making more of you would be quite inconvenient. I could just raise you, but then that's a whole other can of worms. Big pain in the butt. I think that's the most reasonable approach though, so rather than worrying about it, let's just get it done. Yeah, let's just do it. So first, I'm going to break this belt here. That way you can go ahead and process whatever input you do have. Go ahead and output. There you go. Oh, cool. Research finished. So grab all of that. And just move you up as far as I can. Could I put you here? I definitely could. We'll have to replace the power poles, of course, but not exactly an issue. You just go one down. And I think I can live with that. So you go down there. And then you go up here. There we go. Okay, new connections for your chemicals can wait once I know where your pipes are even going to be. But I can go ahead and get them worked around somehow. This can move. You're going to be up here somewhere, so let's go ahead and get you worked in. So I think I'm going to bring this pipe in this way. There you go. And then just wherever you happen to fit in here. Something like that. Again, without the old stuff being picked up, it's really hard to tell where anything is going to wind up, but once the bots do get this all picked up, I can start planning out a little more. Okay, and I think the sludge goes right here. Let's move the nitric acid. Nitric acid can just come in and around this way without too much issue. There we go. So that's connected, then I just need you to connect, and you can come up this way. In you go. Very nice. Okay. That successfully moved out of the way. Now I can make more of these guys. Make sure it's all lined up correctly. It does look to be. And can I get 2 more? I can get 2 more. I just have to move you a little bit. Thank you, game. Okay. Maybe not exactly aesthetically pleasing, but it is functional. You get a pity upgrade since you have to pull off the corner. This needs connecting, and then of course, this needs to come over this way. There's not really a great way to do that, so you just get a split. And yes, I've put a red splitter on a yellow belt, but I don't happen to have yellow splitters on the hotbar, and I didn't feel like digging for one, so red splitter it is. Yep, okay. Should all work. Should come together just fine. Shouldn't even really have too much of an item throughput issue for, like, output up here. So with 8 of these, we might be pushing it. That is 2.4, which is probably right around the edge of your limit. What I might do, though, is just upgrade you. I have no reason not to, so should be fine. And then, with the extra motors coming in, we should start supplying motors to the system again. Once again, I'm surprised this is not built yet. I put this down, you know, decent amount of time ago. It's not like the construction bots are doing anything else. Make sure you're working correctly. Looks like you're able to dump your sludge just fine. That is still coming up and out. Your acid connection does seem to work. And everything is okay. Output's flowing out. We're making nickel oxide again. Everyone is cool. Okay. Not super happy that I'm not building up a buffer of motors. I would like to see more motors building up. Also, how many per second is this? So, about 2.4 motors per second, so this guy should be capable of handling that. So, once these last little belts are placed in, I will be able to get a more reasonable outlook. 1 belt. And there we go, okay. So let's allow you to kick on, finish your first 2 or 3 motors, and make sure this one inserter down here can keep up, and if not, then I'll have to expand them out. And that's been a lot of talking. I think it's time for a sip of water. Okay, kind of like I thought. Let's go ahead and do, well, exactly like I have next to you. There you go. Okay. I didn't even realize I was running low on motors, but I do seem to be doing better now. Why are there no rod? Why is there no aluminum? We're backed up on this stuff. Okay, you just go up to there. You split down this way and come in here. I need alumina. I have plenty of alumina. What do you mean? Okay, I am prioritizing output this way, though. So then alumina comes out here. It's provided to this guy. That's fine. Like, I'm producing a decent amount of alumina, it looks like. It's just not able to get down here. Interesting. I guess it is waiting until I have completely backed up on, whatever this byproduct is, aluminum carbide, before it clears the aluminum carbide. Is there any reason to do that? If anything, I kind of feel like the priority should be the other way around. So let's flip you around. Clear the byproduct first, and then we will produce more byproduct. That just seems to make sense to me. Also, you have input issues. So let's go ahead and get you more input. Hilariously, that tries to pick up from that chest right there, which is not what I want to do, so pick up, just go up that direction. You are a single tile outside of power reach, which is just really cool. Let's put you there. And I might even just disconnect this power pole from these other guys, just because it is so wonky in there. And then same over this way. There you go. Let's give you more insert, more insert, more insert, more insert. And you do output just slightly less than you input, so maybe one of these guys is cool. Or maybe you might as well go ahead and have 2 outputs as well. Why not? This needs to drop down so that I can get another guy right there. And there we go. Everyone should be a-okay. Once again, we just have to wait for bots to actually come down here and care. But that might take a second, but it should be an improvement once they decide to help. I do have a low plastic warning, which is something I was kind of worried about. That's just because they've placed you without placing the reader, which is real cool. I mean, I guess they'll get around to you eventually. I'm just, you know, shy a measly 3,000 landfill. Speaking of, how is landfill doing? Okay, you're mostly just waiting on sand. Sand comes in from gravel at this point mostly. And a lot of the gravel we get from stone. Just trying to make sure I can follow this whole process along. A lot of the gravel does also go up and get made into concrete, and we also do take the gravel and make you into landfill as well. I mean, okay, fair enough. So it's only once we've saturated the concrete and the landfill gravel demand that any of the gravel comes down and gets turned into more stone. Maybe I should be bringing gravel down here? Because it sure doesn't look like I'm like saturating my area, though maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe if anything I need to just be sending more stone down. Like there's stone going up right there. What if instead I tried to send stone down? Like how full is this stone belt? not super full, and I can always upgrade it now that I am making blue belts if I really needed to. Yeah, let's see what I can do. Let's see what I can do there. If I copy you, vertical flip, I'm trying to preserve this in case I decide at some point this was a horrible idea. Where do I want this stone coming down? Over that way, so I do have to double back, kind of no matter what. Okay, so let's put you there. And then do something like that. So that's going to give me a straight shot into here, into you. And then the sand, or stone, rather, the stone can come down this way. Let's see. Yeah, stone comes down this way. Right there. And then we split in. I'm going to wait just a moment. Oh, I guess it doesn't really make any difference. I was going to say I'm going to wait just a moment so that I interrupt this for the shortest amount of time possible, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Oh, it does kinda matter because of landfill. I can just go personally landfill that. I have... excuse me. I have plenty of landfill in my personal inventory. Fortunately, that is basically all the way at the bottom of the base, so... Oh, I do have the jetpack. That'll let me get down there quite a bit faster. A little too far. Let's see, where was it? It was somewhere right in here, wasn't it? There we go. Go for it, bots. I guess I don't have the red belts on me, but I was able to place the landfill, so the base bots can place the rest of everything else. So there we go. Go ahead and head on back. And then I'll have to take a look at plastic. Though again, that's just, never mind. Pulse alarm! That's going to be because it doesn't have the landfill to place the reader. And with no reader, the alarm's just like, hey, I got nothing. Okay, I do have enough labs now to handle my science. It's coming in at nice science per minute, which is a little more science than I actually produce, so we are probably eating through backlogs at this point. But I mean, that's where you want labs to sit. That way you can buffer science a little bit, you know, in quiet times, and then they'll chew through it while you actually have stuff to research. So let's see, I do have Exploration 1 ready to go. Verling, do you do anything for me? You do lead to lots of stuff. You do seem important, let's throw you on. Locomotion leads to a robot cargo research, very nice. Let's go ahead and throw that in. Okay, so I do have the rockets being made. That was like the one part of physics that was kind of weird. Hold on. There you are. So, I have you. I do have you researched now, so I can start producing Sterlings. I already produce substations. Lab 2s I don't have researched yet, but that's coming soon. Combustion 3s I should be producing already. I don't have the drone launcher, and I don't box these guys. I do have the research to box you now, and I can box you as well, so I might as well go ahead and get started. So let's see, I make missiles down this area. I had you set up. Did I already get boxing? No. Oh, I do have buffer chests. Finally, I have buffer chests. I think I'm, like, one of the only people who's super hyped to have buffer chests, but this is definitely a map where buffer chests are, like, able to shine very well. I just have to get rid of all these annoying little exclamation marks. There we go, and then the same over here. This is actually the one that I want, so worth remembering where that is. And let's see, how many more? Just a few more. All good? All good. Okay, then you at the very bottom. There you go. You're waiting on explosives. I do have a truck of explosives coming. Honestly, expected that to be full, so I'm a little surprised to see that it isn't. Still red wire and plastic now. What is this inserter? Why are you like this? Well, you're just wrong, first off. Why is this undergrounded? Makes no sense. Just put that back. And also, you should be reaching up to. Okay. I mean, cool. Good. Yeah, products finished at 0, so you've never worked, so I've been entirely running off of this guy. Also, since you do take red wire, you should definitely have modules in you. Honestly, why would I ever not... Like, why would I ever have a machine and not put modules in it? Just doesn't really make sense. Like, maybe the gas ones, the ones who work on purely chemicals, don't necessarily benefit that much, but, like, this that takes, you know, the sand, the red wire, all the acids and everything, glycerol's kind of expensive, should definitely have modules. Okay, missing 665 modules. Okay, that's a few more than I was expecting. We are at least making progress on the power area. Yeah, we've just about placed all of the roboports, so we should stop having the surprise jump in demand also, where it goes from, like, missing 3 dynamos to, like, 84. Yeah, just surprised that the modules are taking so long. I kind of thought we were doing a little better than that. Missing logic circuit. Yep, okay. I mean, it has parts coming. So logic circuits are pretty much empty. Waiting on aluminum wire. You are broken once again. I don't really know how that keeps happening. Ah, well, that would do it. That would certainly do it. Yep. Yep, that would do it. Let's just have you pick up from over there. And then, you know what, you can even drop over there just for fun. And then we'll break that bit of belt. And now I have to clean this whole stretch of belt and replace it. Hopefully they'll pick that up in a reasonable order, and I won't have to clean it again. Who knows? But yeah, I finally solved that mystery. That's been bugging me for a while. I don't know why I don't have aluminum wire, the whole separate ordeal. I was working on aluminum, I probably just broke something. Yes I did. Yep. Somehow I broke a piece of belt right there. I don't know how, but I sure did. Whoops. Well, fortunately, we have quite a few of the faster construction bots. Actually, look at them go. There's a whole swarm through there. So hopefully this will get placed before too terribly long. Doesn't really look like anyone wants to, though. But I trust that it will, so let's just say aluminum is fixed. Explosives, did you ever get fixed? No, literally still waiting on that belt. That's crazy. Okay, there you go. And now we get funny, super stretchy inserter. But you do run, and that's all that matters. Let's see, how much do you produce? So that's one explosive per second. Where are the rockets? So to keep even just one of you, because all of you is a little silly, but keep even just one of you, I need 3 explosives per second. Even if I don't want you running, like, full-time, necessarily, I still need more explosives than that. So let's go ahead and just copy the machines along at least. And that inserter is going to be right in the way. Okay. Oh, one thing at a time. There we go. We need that connection. Might as well go ahead and place that connection just in case I expand this again. Let's get you two in the middle here since you're easy. And then where can these other inserters go? I guess I could run the sand like that instead. Yeah, that works. And then 1, 2, 3 down. There we go. Even do the same for this guy, just to make them all consistent. Since I have a construction bot that accepts the job and this turns color, I'll go ahead and mark you for deconstruction. There we go. So someone's coming out to place that. Granted, we're pretty far away. It's probably like you. So I might just wait a minute. Allow them to come in and get some of this built. Oh, I also missed pipes down there. My bad. You guys are also going to want power, so let's bring that over. Oh, and output. Output would probably be cool. Let's do that. And there. And then you at least line up. Okay. Oh, cool. Oh, they're doing their best. My poor construction bots. Okay, let's go ahead and just mark you for deconstruction, then everyone's the same. The bots will get that figured out eventually. Make sure the belt's dragged over. Everyone has power. A-okay. And that'll give us, let's see, at least that gives us 2 explosives a second, which is a little better than what I had. Okay. Did I ever get the explosives boxing recipe? Yes, I did. Make sure we have logistics access there, just in case. And probably want to go ahead and set a decent limit on you. Something else that I want to do is... where's the bot area? Here we are. So I have quite a few machines that now need to be made in large assemblers, so let's go for it. What do you need? You don't need a large, so I won't necessarily, just because large is a little constrained. But you do, but you can't be made here. You have to go in the fluid area. Large furnace can go in here. So you stack to 20. Let's keep at least 60 of you. Just because when I do go to use you, I'm going to need quite a few, I'm sure. I know I had other things that go in a large assembler, and honestly, I cannot remember. Geothermals. Okay, that was one thing. So, let's see. I can make wind turbine tier 2s. I can make geothermal tier 2s. Oh, I have so many more boxing recipes again. Let's see. Train tier 2s. Okay. I can't really think of anything to take the last slot for now. Let's just leave you as a parameterized 3. There we go. How many does that keep? Let's keep at least 15 of you. What do you stack to? 5. Let's... I mean, 5's a stack. Let's keep 4. Whatever. And then you probably stacked to 10, so we'll keep 20 of you. That's fine. You stacked at 20. Let's keep 60 of you. Yeah, just making sure you don't take anything unreasonable, but you should be fine. I don't even make the components for you, but whatever, I wasn't really concerned about you anyway. I don't make thermal tank tier 2s, but you can be made in mediums. You also take boxed eutectic salt, or whatever that is. So that's gonna be a minute. You also take tier 2 heat pipes, which I also don't make. Walls and gates. Okay. Walls and gates, I guess, are something I'm gonna have to make. What is heat pipe tier 2? What is, I don't have the recipe for you, so never mind. I guess I'll get you soon. It's funny that I can make something that takes... Okay, I absolutely can. You're just made in a foundry, my bad. What's the recipe for a heat pipe tier 2? All solids, but you do take that weird salt, which takes nitric acid and soda ash, and you produce wastewater. Okay. Let me look at the salt and see just how much of that stuff we're going to need. Let's see, you're used exclusively in heat pipe tier 2s, and as something added to aluminum. Interesting. Not for a while, but I would definitely welcome a good aluminum recipe. I mean, okay, sure. Heat pipe tier 2. Let's see, what do you use then? Grid battery, thermals, heat exchanger. You're used in motor 3s? And processor 2s. Okay, so I am going to need, bizarrely, as strange as this is, I am going to need some amount of heat pipe 2 consistently. Which tells me I do actually want to set up an area that produces this. Weird as it might be. Okay. Yeah, this is all stuff I'd be bringing in with bots, but the salt is really what I want an area for, I guess. That's the one that's a little weirder. So nitric acid, soda ash, calcium carbonate. You also produce carbon dioxide. You can probably just get set up in the chemical area. I don't see why not. I might even have most of this. Yeah, there's the nitric acid. Don't think I'm going to have calcium carbonate. I have lime, funny enough. Actually, I'm not sure if that's lime or... Yeah, I think that's lime. Calcium carbonate is rougher looking. Anyway, so starting from around this level, leaving room for belts and another input. Let's try right there. Plenty of new recipes for things. I will go ahead and get rid of these. What are you? BPA can be made with compressed oxygen. Let's see, 40, 10, 6. 40, 10, 6, 25, 3. So it looks like it is in exactly the same ratio. It's half as much, but in a quarter the time, so it is faster. Okay. I don't care that much. And it's substantially more effort, so who cares? A little better on the graphite, it looks like. And then I can make you out of aluminum instead of iron, which is just objectively a downgrade in every way. Yep, definitely don't want to do that. Okay. So before I get too distracted, what was I even in here for? Compressed carbon. Don't want you. Okay, just compressed versions of all these recipes. Yeah, that's fine. I was in here for you something. That's the one. Okay, I do actually need 2 inputs, which means I might need to drop you down a little more. Or I could just bring the road over, like this, like would be sane. There we go. I still need to bring you down, but not for the same reasons. There we go, right there. So, soda ash. I want to make sure you're equal ratio. Close enough. And then calcium carbonate. I wonder if I even have calcium carbonate in the system, actually. I have no idea if I do or not. Go ahead and start landfilling some of this. Hopefully the bots will just randomly get this filled in. Finally got the Prometheum ship working. Oh, very nice. I guess enough throwing enough legendary guns at just about anything will probably get the job done, huh? Go ahead and pick this up. Maybe even some of that. There we go. In which case, can I actually move everything over? Not really. Everything else is built at this height, so I might as well stay at this height. Okay. Oh, that's fine. You need nitric acid and your output wastewater. So wastewater is right up here. Let's just bring that down, flip you around. In you go. And then I do also output carbon dioxide. I haven't been bringing the pipes down. Hopefully I haven't built anything in the way. I definitely did. Wastewater is right in the way. Huh. I put you over here instead? Definitely looks like I could. Let's move you. So, I'm not going to move you yet, because once again, the whole landfill situation, it's going to take some time to fill in and everything, but once I do, then I can get this out of the way, then I can bring all the rest of these pipes down. But for the time being, let's go ahead and march them as far as I can. There we go. And there we go. Okay. It doesn't try to destroy itself all the time. Usually a good quality in a ship. The same ship I used to beat the game. Oh, very nice. Yeah, usually a ship that doesn't want to just kamikaze itself into the nearest asteroid is somewhat of a bonus. I've managed to trap you. I'm so sorry. I have no idea what you were doing down there, but... oh, okay, you got yourself free. Never mind. You, I knew you had it in you. There we go. Okay, anyway, the wastewater will continue down. That'll get filled in. All cool. This is carbon dioxide. You're going to go this way. How has someone else gotten stuck in you? Let's just fill that in. They're having a time. It despawned. It just gave up. Okay, cool. Still had the 1.7 gigawatt reactor when I beat the game, but less gun. Yeah, I know you went through quite a bit of effort to upgrade all the guns, or at least most of them, to Legendary as well. Which, you know, definitely helps. The bots always pick the most interesting patterns to build things in. Carbon dioxide is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess I should actually run you this way first. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So right there. All cool. So that's going to give me the carbon dioxide connection. Where's the last time you had a pump on you? These guys are probably going to want pumps before they even... Let's just grab a copy of you. And yeah, we already have pipe extent issues now. So... maybe right here. This looks like a reasonable area, since I'm already past here, and I know I don't need anything from this area. I should be able to comfortably just pop all of this in. I don't really need to send hydrogen up. There we go. There we go. Okay, should be all cool. Carbon dioxide, however, does need the hydrogen treatment, so let's see what I can do with you. I was going to move you back 1 and then up 1, but that actually doesn't work. I will have to fully move you back 2 to get the necessary pipes in place. That should be fine. I actually need to move you back 1 more. Okay, connect in. Pump, pump. Reverse this one. Pop up. Overflow. Looks good. Pipe it in. Okay. Everything is all connected. That way I allow carbon dioxide down, but if it gets too full, it does pump it back out, which is exactly what I wanted. All a-okay. You do wind up just jammed in this pipe, though, which means I actually have to come in here and do that again. So let me just grab a little blueprint of you. And which one of you is carbon dioxide? That one right there, I think. So right here. Carbon dioxide, yes. Okay. So overflow, top up, yes. All good. And then one more. Right there, I believe. Carbon dioxide, yes. Carbon dioxide. Oh my god, I need another. Okay. Oh, and this one has stuff in the way. Okay, so this one I'll just have to redesign. Yeah, there's stuff all over in here, so let's just bring you back this way. I'm gonna just clear the excess pipe. And then attach, kind of like that. And that should give me carbon dioxide just fine. Then hopefully carbon dioxide gets used up here. Another byproduct. Okay, but at least you're a production, so then you do get sent up. And I don't have to continue chasing you anymore. That should just work. Oh yeah, you guys are gonna want power, aren't you? You should just connect here. I don't know why you're not connected, but there you go. Anyone else upset? No, you'll be covered. You'll be fine. Yeah, it should all be fine. Let's see. You're all covered. Okay, all cool. No drone and depot. That is indeed correct. Let's give you a couple drone. You definitely have fuel, you're just complaining. I don't know what your deal is, but I'll let you figure out your own problem. Let's see. Okay, we have finally filled up on sandstone. Very nice. Love to see it. Okay. Very cool. Yeah, they're not going to be able to fill this in, unfortunately, given the current landfill situation. Is there anything I can do about landfill? Like, landfill is running, right? You're missing sand. But I'm not bringing sand down. Let's prioritize sand into landfill. That is the only place sand goes over here, and I think that's a pretty fair place for sand we create from gravel to go. Especially if that's the only sand that's going to be coming down here. Just seems reasonable. Okay. Could I get sand down here? I do have this belt of sand right here. So what if I put you in, prioritize to the side, make sure you always get first dibs. This line seems reasonable. Okay. Let's start running this down. I am doing this with undergrounds to minimize the amount of landfill that I'm going to need. And then where do I actually want to come in? Okay, right over there. A little annoying the way this lines up, unfortunately. Let's get rid of that. We'll run you in this way. And we can... over here. Unfortunately, that does mean I have to underground some of this iron ore. But it is what it is. Or, I guess I could just continue out past it, this way, and then turn down. Yeah, because if I want to be heading in here, and then priority input from the side... There we go. And there we go. Looks perfect to me. So that way I should be able to get a little extra sand income to help out with the landfill. And then of course, what sand doesn't go into landfill does just circle back up and go all the way back up to where the sand is coming from, so I've just made another big loop. That's like the third, fourth loop I've made out of sand, I think. And yeah, it actually looks like when these are running, I don't have enough inserter room, so let's go ahead and do this. So you go up, you go down, we go. Everyone should be happy. Yes, you are. Yep, should be fine. And now that we do have a little more sand coming in, that should make a little more landfill as well. How much are we missing? Still 2.9 thousand. I was correct though, we definitely do need more input as well. So hopefully that gets built before too terribly long. Power's doing reasonably okay, it looks like. Don't mind the fact that this isn't full, that's just how Surge machines work. They introduce this artifact in the accumulator bar. I've noticed that before. Yeah, if we could only get more sand, we would be doing it okay. I might just personally run down there, even though that's going to take a minute. Well, I can also jetpack down there. That's going to make it a little faster. I keep forgetting I can do that. Let's not go too far. There we go. Alright, personal bots. Pop them in. Thank you. Okay. Oh, cool. Let's say that's all good. How about all the way down? Did I miss any? Okay, there was a little right there, and everyone else should be happy. Does look like it. Okay, let's head all the way back up. And of course, the bots should go take care of all that, so it shouldn't be much of an issue. You're missing literally everything. Do I not even make geothermal plant? I would think that I would, but maybe I just handcrafted them. Actually, I don't even think I make extractors now that I think about it. So, you know, fair enough. You can be what I make in the other large assembler then, I guess. Yeah, that makes it easy. I definitely don't make geothermals over there, so... There we go. How about extractors? Okay, that all seems easy enough. And maybe I do make extractors, because those are filling in. Let's see. Nope, I definitely don't. Okay. Fair enough. I can make them over here. So, extractor. And you go. And again, we'll keep like 20, sure. That seems reasonable. Let's see, is anything not coming in? Only things I don't actually make. Okay. Again, heat pipe 2, made in a foundry, but it takes that salt that I was working on a minute ago. This stuff over here that I'm kind of just waiting on the bots for. I guess it would only be reasonable to also go and manually landfill in that area. Let's see, that is a pretty decent speed boost, I guess, so let's just fly on down there. Oh, and we got... Oh, we researched the truck. The very tank-looking truck. There we go. Let's just do that. Oh, cool. Okay. With that in place, I can pick this up. And that allows me to get the hydrogen pipe down now as well. So... Oh, I don't actually have a pipe to place there. Well, I guess now that it's landfilled, it shouldn't matter too much. Yeah, okay. Should be cool. Let's go ahead and get the hydrogen pipe placed in. There we go. Just so I don't forget it. And then let's stand out of the way and get this build finished up. So connect you in. Let's get the acid connected in. What sort of... Okay, so just those. And at reasonably low throughputs. Let's do this. You do have to reach one extra. And every other one will be on the other side of the belt. I'll come back to that. I built you at the wrong height. Built you at the wrong height. Well, okay. I can just raise this. There we go. Oh, cool. And then just break that. That's fine. So, let's reset that. So that was soda ash. Did I cut that or not? No. Okay. So bring the drones in, full stack, and then the other one is calcium whatever. Calcium carbonate. We'll see how that does. And let's get that moving along. Offset. Just so they can share a belt, and then we will need to get power in here shortly. Not completely confident how I want to do that yet. Let's see, that works well enough. Well enough, and horrible. Oh well. I can just do that. Any other inputs? No. Your outputs should be taken care of. then let's go for supplies. Right there. Good enough for me. Oh yeah, and as always, I should make sure to put modules in you. If I can put modules in something, why would I not? And you need a real connection. There we go. I would need a red underground and a yellow underground. Okay, that's why I can't make you. Not that I was too worried about not being able to, I just wanted to see why. Let's see, so that's all going good. Okay. You don't have nitric, that's what I'm working on. That's what I'm working on. Okay. Wow, I really don't have a good way to get you down. You have to be at this height, which really means all of that pipe just has to be regular pipe, I guess. And then pipe in. There we go. I mean, it's fine, I guess. I've made worse designs, probably. Probably, maybe. Yeah, that'll sort itself out, I think. You need to be logistics enabled. And then... let's see, I think I will go set up a buffer area at the front of the base. Just to keep some of that stuff in stock. Once again, let's go a little faster, I think. Cut through the science area, and then that should get us right home. There we go. So another buffer depot. Just set you up right there. Your whatever this salt is. Let's see, EUT, not EUC. Eutectic. Eutectic? Eutectic? Sure. And now that I do actually have buffer chests, well, it still yells at me, but you know what? I'm gonna just assume that it works now. Probably don't need very many. Oh, and I don't need this soda ash on me. I wonder if anything requests soda ash. They're used in aluminum and glass. Cement. I'm sure something requests soda ash. Calcite recovery. Soda ash sludge gives calcium carbonate and bauxite. Yeah. That's fine. Not super concerned. Thanks, bots. You're the best. Speaking of, how is the upgrade progression going? Well, we are actively making robot crane tier 2s, so that's always a good sign. You are missing cargo pods, you're missing yield module 1s. You're missing small cargo pods, that's a difference. It used to be large chests, so at least I've done something that's made a difference, I think. Small cargo, probably gonna be ferronickel wire if I had to guess. Just feels like something I would be low on. Let's see if I can find it. Or it could just be that I have a single assembler up here that it isn't being fed because I have no iron sheets on the original base's belt. Now, I don't know why. I should. I've broken your hydrogen connection, I bet. Yes, I did. And you have no power, but that's fine. In fact, just, get out. What's in here? Silica. No idea if anything requests silica, but I guess I'll find out. Okay, where is hydrogen? Hydrogen's up here. What was this line meant to be? No idea, but it was feeding something out. Probably like a wastewater or something. If I had to make a guess. But it's completely disconnected now, as is this water connection. Standard water. Goes nowhere. You were for the graphite bill that was over here, that's right. So you can actually go, you're fine. All of this can go. Whatever you were can go. And again, not even like doing this really helps anything necessarily. I'm just kind of cleaning up as I go. Deconstructing the old starter base one little bit at a time. Yes, it was a wastewater pipe. There we go. Okay, hydrogen. Anyway, that one guy needed hydrogen. Oh, these guys have been dead for forever. Go ahead and pick that up. There we are. Right. So we have hydrogen in here. I just have to find the iron once more. Go ahead and pick you up. All of that can go. Have to be a little careful because some of these belts are still in use, and some of them aren't. Okay. One more time. Iron, not running, no graphite. Graphite's made down here. You're supposed to have hydrogen in this pipe right here. But you just go off into nowhere now. All cool. Okay. So I have a hydrogen pipe over there. Yeah, I don't have hydrogen anywhere near here. Okay. Well, let's just start upgrading some of these pipes then. It'll make it a little easier to start running the hydrogen around. Okay, so that's all. Here to there. Upgrade all of you. And all of you. And I believe that should give me full tier 2 over this stretch of pipe here. One more. There we go. Pipe extends 144. Yes. Okay. That way I can just start running pipe out kind of in the middle of nowhere and not have to worry about it too much. And then just connect in over this way. And we'll see if I have to add a pump to that. I don't know if I will or not, but, you know, if I do, it's hardly the end of the world. I do have full build coverage over the area, just making sure. And I'm not missing pipe or anything. Yep, the bots are just taking their time. Okay. Okay, so I do have hydrogen in here. Pipe extents 97. Okay. 34. We might just barely run into some pipe extent issues. Yeah, just barely, I think. Which is a shame, we have a pump literally right there. But, what can you do? I think what I will do is I will just throw a small pump right in here somewhere. We have this power connection. Also do it, like, right there, but none of these are actually within power, which is really cool. Let's see, we only consume hydrogen this way, so I could also just put a pump right there. We still don't have these pipes placed? Not like all of my construction bots are busy or anything, they're just choosing not to come up here. What are you guys doing? Like, seriously? Okay, there's one, there's two. Okay, we do still have to wait for you to get placed. Which I wouldn't ordinarily think would take too long. Okay, we need one guy. There you go. And boom! Oh, nope. Okay, you were just there to pick up. You were not there to place. That's kind of surprising. Well, anyway. Pipe extents are a-okay. Not a problem. Once that gets placed, that'll come in here, and you'll start running again. Okay, there you are. You just have to go all the way over there to charge. And boom, okay. Hydrogen reinstated. That should kick iron off again over here. Very good, okay. Yep, okay, it's got a long path to get back to where it belongs, but that should at least kick everything back off again. Get the small chest running once more. Okay, so I was kind of messing around a little bit. Let's see where we are now. So we're making our way through the research, making our way towards the physics. Let's go ahead and queue you because you're pretty cool. What do you need? You need 8 large beacons and 12 small beacon twos. Why? What? I mean, okay, I guess. Produce 10 iron ingot box. Place 20 sterling engine twos. Okay, that one I should be able to do pretty easily, I think. Just since I have so many sterlings going. What I do want to do, though, is look at some numbers real quick. Let's see. So, min operating temperature 100, that's fine. Optimal range from 200 and up. Okay. 90% efficiency, that is an increase over the Stirling Engine 1, which is 80%, so pretty decent increase also. So let's see. Converts heat 90% efficiency to produce up to 2.5 megawatts of electricity. So what I'm hearing is that'll consume roughly around 2.7-ish. A little over 2.7, I think. So let's see what Solar Collector 2s produce. Generates 300. 4 bonus, peaking at 400. Yeah. So 300 on average. But then you have to add the neighbor bonus, 10% per panel. That's on average going to be 4. So with a 40% bonus, that's going to be 420 kilowatt per panel. And let's see, 420, huh? So times 5, that would give me 2,100. And then I'd need another 600 on top of that. Okay, so hold on. 10 gives me 2,100. And then I'd need a little more on top of that. Just like another 2 panels or something. So about 12 panels. How many did I do for you? Only 10. That's inconvenient. How did this work out? 150 to 800. But I did do 2 Stirling engines though, didn't I? Yeah, okay. That's where I was thinking. Okay. So no matter how I slice it, this is not a design that can be just straight upgraded, unfortunately. This yeah, that's pretty annoying. I also am not even producing the Stirling Engine 2s yet, which I probably should be. I've intended to set them up like 3 times now, I think. Okay, so 2.7, 300, but with bonus. That brings you up to 420. Let's say just 400 for the sake of argument. Allow for a little bit of overhead for knights, and because the edges won't necessarily have that much, so let's say 400. So 6 times that would give me 2,400, and then let's say just 1 more than that, so bring it up to 7. So 7 panels per Stirling Engine 2. Problem is I had 2 Stirling engines in here, so that would be 14 panels for 2, but that isn't gonna work. And I don't really know how else I could do it. I guess with the heat batteries, if you're not running at full power, you won't be drawing full heat out of the network. So having a little extra generative capacity isn't a horrible idea. Yeah, let's do I even have enough tier 1s? I don't even have enough tier 1s, let alone the ability to start producing tier 2s. Oh, and I need so many more tier 1s than it even shows because I don't have the landfill to place the hangars to get the building range. So I'm actually dramatically short on even tier 1. Okay, how many do I need for For the thing, 20. How much is a single stamp? 12. Okay. So I just really only need to upgrade 2 sections. So what I'll do is I'll upgrade 2 sections back to back, since they do technically connect to each other. And I'll go ahead and mark everything on the line as upgrade to be upgraded as well. So as I make the new thermal tanks, as I make the new heat pipe and everything else, then all of that will get upgraded. Okay, I do have you in here as well, so I can turn on logistics now. And yeah, let's get to it. That was one of my main blockers here, and now that I do have you, I can make heat pipe 2. So let's just grab a foundry and try and put you somewhere somewhat reasonable. Since you don't need a fluid connection, I might start working my way to the right over here. And yeah, all of those things I should be able to pretty comfortably just request in. And do I ever ship heat pipe out? Well, yes, actually. I'll be shipping you out to both processors and to motors. I might even need more production. Yeah, if I want, like, for example, if I, for some reason, want 1 motor 3 a second, that's going to require 1 heat pipe 2 a second. If I want a processor 2 per second, that's also going to require a heat pipe a second. So, yeah, this one machine only produces 2/3 of one per second. So it's entirely possible I might have multiple machines of you before too long. But yeah, for now, let's just go ahead and put you in a supply depot. And once this gets placed, I do have to hit the Enable Logistics tag on it. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Please? Well, I guess it's a good time for a sip of water. Okay, and they still didn't build it. What you doing? There we go. Okay, so allow, cool, good. Everything should be available to be delivered. Insulation. And heat pipe. I guess heat pipe makes sense that it's not available. Insulation definitely should be, though. I'm pretty sure I make insulation. I guess I should double check. I could have swear I made insulation, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I just thought about making insulation. Entirely possible. You are low on nitric acid. Guess I need more trucks in here. Let's bump that up. Okay. Insulation. Oh, you require gypsum. Yeah, I haven't made gypsum yet. Okay, so I don't have the science for you. I could make you from sodium sulfate and calcium chloride. That'll give me a little bit of brine back. That seems like the most reasonable one, I think. Lime, sludge, and hydrochloric acid also gives me something... Oh, and you give me phosphorite. Okay, I'm listening, I'm listening. Okay, so let's try for that first. I might have to set up another recipe as well, but this one does give phosphorite, and that's very valuable to me right now, so... Lime, you take sludge as an input, and then hydrochloric acid. Alright, we'll come back to insulation in a moment. So, funny enough, I actually make lime right here, and my phosphorite input is right below it. And my, what is this called? Calcium chloride is made right up here also. So, how do I make the thing that you wanted? Okay, hold on. Let's do this backwards. So... Oh, you... Okay, that was a different recipe then. Is there any other way to get you? Because I thought I had something else in there. No? Okay, so this is going to be the primary one then that I want to focus on. So lime, sludge, and hydrochloric acid. Yep, okay. Lime, sludge, and hydrochloric acid. I'm gonna go looking for a sludge pipe. I'm sure I make sludge somewhere in here. There's wastewater. I might even be able to turn wastewater into sludge, potentially. I just feel like there's also gotta be wastewater. Or, sludge, rather. I know there's some at the top up here, that's just a long way to run it. There we are. So, I know there's sludge here. You run... Yeah, I knew there had to be sludge down here. Okay. So I've got sludge all the way down this way. Just thinking. So if I could run a pipe down and over this way, preferably into like this area kind of over here, then I could bring the lime over. I might even just ship the lime in into like this area. That way I don't have to run a long spaghetti belt. So bring sludge in. The hydrochloric's already over here. Yeah, that just seems fine. Hydrogen chloride. Hydrochloric acid. Why am I requesting? Oh, that was, okay, that's from the area that produces hydrochloric as a byproduct, and this is meant to cycle it back in. So since you aren't currently requesting anything, and you could be, does that mean that I just don't have any over here? What was it that produced you? I really can't remember. Was it up here? Yeah, there you are. You're on channel 1. That's probably the problem. Oh no, that's the default one. This is the overflow. Okay, so I guess that's fine. Yeah, okay. We're good then. We're solid. Alright. So I understand. That's all good. We just don't want to connect into that hydrochloric pipe. We want to connect into the main hydrochloric pipe. And that's a-okay. Let's just go ahead and start getting it set up over here. So we want to request lime. And while that's getting built, I'll run the sludge pipe. Just have to find it again. There you are. Okay. So this is a top-up pump, which is important because I never want to fill these pipes with sludge. But now I also want you to be on an overflow line. Just trying to figure out how exactly I can do that. I think the answer is probably right in here. I could also underground this pipe, but that gets a little weird, but you know what? Why not? Just do that. We can move that underground. So, which one needs to be first? Overflow or top up? Definitely the top up. And then overflow. Okay. And then this pipe can continue on down. So if I bring you this way and then down, so right down this way, I kind of want to go left as soon as I can, just because this is kind of a crowded area. Could I go left here? Yes, I could. Also, how are your pipe extents? Where'd you go? There you are. Pipe extents. Okay, I do need a pump. I do definitely need a pump. Let's go ahead and just shove you right there. That way I don't have to worry about it and I can just start running pipe. Okay, cool. If possible, I want to be on the other side of the mines, but I doubt that's gonna happen. Still, it's a goal worth pursuing. Actually, that's not too bad at all. There we go. Let's go just a little further. Actually, maybe even one further. Because otherwise we're in the way of the water purifying area. And let's see how that does. That's actually pretty perfect. That's like really good. Okay, and then one more time just as a refresher. So 200 sludge, 13 lime, and hydrochloric acid made in a flotation cell. Okay. So 200 sludge, that is quite a lot of sludge. I don't think I'm making that much sludge, but that is also dependent on how much stuff I'm voiding up here. So let's see. So leave a little bit of room for belt shenanigans. Maybe like there-ish. Okay, and let's set the recipe in. I could also... Interesting, I could also turn sludge and hydrochloric into sand back when that was an issue. Certainly not something I want to do. My hydrochloric and sulfuric acids are a little too precious for that. But, you know, interesting thought experiment, I guess. Low batteries. That is something I want to look at, but maybe not right this instant. Okay, let's go ahead and move all of this pipe back one. Sorry, bots. Just what has to be done. Okay, in you go. Connect in, connect in. That's gonna spit out wastewater. And I think I can turn wastewater into more sludge. Yes. Yes, I can. The 200 into 25, 150 into 20. Let me see. So that's a 4 to 5. This is a 3 to 4. So you're a better ratio for sludge maximization. Oh yeah, and I don't even have this one. Anyway, I would have this recipe, and this recipe is much worse. So definitely the waste filtration. Let's see, you can handle 400 wastewater if I use a tier 2. And you only produce 15 a second. Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna be alright. I'll just throw this guy on the other side over here. So let's connect on the outsides here. And then run it down. I guess... hold on, if I output this way... Okay, that works better. Let's do that instead. Wastewater filtration. And honestly, even you get mods. Never thought I'd be moduling sludge production, but here we are. I might also take this wastewater now. Let's see. Wastewater, yeah, wastewater goes up there and gets voided by quite a lot of outfalls. Let me see what I can do. Okay, I can't go that far. Can put you there. I can put you there. So that's 2 extra. The reason being, that way I can remove you and remove you. And then come up here and grab a pump. I was going to do a small pump, but honestly I can do just a regular pump here. Make sure you have power. And now you're going to be an overflow. Obviously, my intention being... Hold on, what is this? This is saline water. Okay. I will need to send my saline water up in here as well. But the wastewater I will just tap into from up here, and then you can provide additional wastewater to make additional sludge. Which, once again, hilarious that I'm maximizing for sludge production, but, you know, that's where we are. Can I... There we go, that works. That works just fine. Oh, I did miss a connection there. Let's get that connected in. Okay. Oh, and I missed the connection down here somehow. Then saline water. Where is the saline? Looks like saline never... Oh, that's seawater. So saline water. I do have a one-way pipe right here, feeding into the electrolyzers. Your top-up, not really sure why, but what if I reduce the amount here to like 20, and then I just send all of my saline water, since I'm not going to be running very much, into the electrolyzers as well. I would assume that should be fine. Getting a little messy in here, but what can you do? What are you? You are brine, not saline. Okay. Okay, so you can run at this level. I can make this work. I can make this work. There we go. It's a little tricky, it's a little messy, but I will get there in the end. Okay, and then sludge. Honestly, you should probably be too tall here. There. Then I don't think that changed anything. I think that's exactly how I had it. Never mind. Just trying to figure out how I can get this in a more reasonable way. But nothing's really coming to mind. So, there you are. Have fun. I guess I can at least do that. Make you a little more reasonable. Let's put a power pole there, that's fun. Okay, sure. So you have a little bit of wastewater. So saline connects back around and out. All cool. Okay, and sludge comes into here. Okay. Still need the hydrochloric connection. Let's see. I really want to grab after this pump. I guess I could grab after this pump. Yeah, again, it's not exactly pretty in here, but I'm just trying to get it done. There we go. And there we go. Okay, connect the corners, all connected. You had to make quite a journey to get down here. Also, that's no good. Your pipe extents are too tight. Let's just redo that. Okay. What if instead I just throw a pump up this way? Does mean I have to run power over. Oh well. I'll even have to run you up a bit. But I'll just run up and out. That's fine. And there we are. Okay, and that should be a little bit better. Hopefully the pipe extents don't yell at me, but that's not a very long pipeline. We should be more than okay. Go ahead and start running power this direction. Can I do better than that? Nope, okay. The reason being, I'm sure the item input and output is not going to be very pleased with me in that case. How are you? Okay. You just need to move. That's okay. There you are. Break this. Bring you in one. And then you come out a square. You also don't need to be broken. You need to be extended. There we go. Okay. Actually, maybe even one more. And then I will go ahead and underground, and maybe just bring you, like, way up. That way you're not in the way of anything, and I can move a little more freely. And yeah, just get rid of all that. This one power pole needs to move. Hopefully that doesn't break absolutely everything. Okay. Now you can go there. You go there. What is your input? A little more than one item a second. So let's go ahead and just start with blue. And I think you just each get your own inserter. That's fine. That's your only item input, so I think you'll manage. And then you can have 2 item output. And look at that, a perfect reach. You love to see it. So then, item output, what exactly do you output again? Crushed phosphorite and gypsum. Okay. So, the phosphorite we'll have to split off and send down. Good night, man. Have a good one. Hope the ship stops blowing up on you as much. I think you got that one mostly sorted out. Let's get a belt down this way just as a target, but I'm gonna have to run you kind of down this way. Do I have just ore coming in? No, I bring it in on trucks. Okay. That's fine. This is literally the worst level for doing this. So let's bring you over to this level. I guess I could leave you here until somewhere around in here. Then turn and underground. Okay. Getting somewhere, getting somewhere. Oh, went a little too far. There we go. Okay. One more. And there you go. Beautiful. Okay. That is connected. And it would even just innately have priority over the stuff being shipped in, which is nice. That is how I would want it to be. So, okay, filter. Throw you there. Let's go for some phosphorite. That is what you produce, yes. Crushed phosphorite, yes. Okay. I'm gonna be on the other side. There we go. Bring you way out of the way. And then just drop down here. And in you go. Don't I also... Yeah, look at that. I guess you just go here instead. Good enough. Anyway, the whole point of doing all of this is now I can put this here. So still need power. That hasn't really been resolved yet. Might just throw a substation in here and call it good enough. Oh yeah, look at that range. Like it was made for it. Yeah, just right there. Good enough. Okay, I've got the line. Once that comes in, this will start running. We'll get the gypsum, the crushed phosphorite, and the wastewater. The wastewater will come down. Should be cycled into saline and sludge. Saline is not connected to anything, and that's why it's not working. Alright guys, you got this. I believe in you. Okay, that is going to take them a little while to get in. Let me make sure I did this belt correctly in the meantime. We are still waiting on landfill, of course. It has gone down by 1,000, but honestly, for as long as we've been going, 1,000 is not very much. Looks like we are gravel constrained rather than sand, but I do have the extra sand in here now. Though that does mean that I don't have to cycle my gravel into sand, which is always nice also. You are still supplied with sand. Good. Just double checking. Okay. I mean, yeah, we're just gravel constrained of all things. Maybe I could even ship gravel in down here. Maybe that wouldn't be the most ridiculous idea. I have an inlet right here. Actually, I could even have an inlet for concrete. In the whatever bizarre scenario that I need more. Yeah, maybe that's not an awful idea. Just bring that in a little bit. Let's make you gravel. Of course, I am going to have to further set this up once it actually gets built, but just gonna go ahead and do what I can for now. So let's see, output to the right, output to the left, and then you come down this way, work your way around, you get undergrounded, and in you go. And of course, I want the left side to have input priority, but this way, if I ever don't have enough gravel, I can fill it up. And of course, all this gravel is just coming from the top side anyway, so I'd kind of rather be grinding gravel down on the bottom, since the bottom one gives me a little bit of sand anyway. Though I think I might have changed the top one to give me sand just tonight. That actually sounds kind of vaguely familiar. I might have done that. Oh boy, it takes so long for the bots to get down here to do anything. I'll go check on the batteries. Let's see. Missing aluminum sheets. Yeah, just missing aluminum sheets. Why is aluminum dead? Where is aluminum? Okay, so aluminum is running. I mean, aluminum looks to be running well. The bots are taking aluminum sheets to go craft. Makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, okay. I mean, this is just a time of extreme demand for the aluminum sheets, I guess. What I might do is go ahead and turn logistics bots off here, since I do already have the chests in here. And that way I can at least make some batteries. And the bots should be able to pick up from this chest over here, is the way I had it set up before. So you'll notice this inserter disables when this is below 200. And that way the bots can still come in and pick up aluminum sheets over here. What is this? Reserve this many items in this depot. Only access above this is offered to the road network. Leave empty for no reserve. Okay, so that's kind of the opposite of what I want, but it is useful to know that that is possible. Okay, back to this area. So I am producing gypsum. Look at that. Let's go. You somehow don't have bot coverage. Incredible, really. Is that... Okay, that is correct. That's where you are meant to be. Oh, good. Okay, so that'll get placed. That'll give me bot coverage of this area. Then I will have gypsum available. It does look like sludge is full. which is actually not a good thing because this guy down here outputs sludge as a byproduct. So wherever that pump is that pumps out this way, right here, you likewise need to be a top-up. 80% is fine, just don't go over 80%. There we go, okay. Also, while I'm over here, I do want to start producing calcium chloride from the calcium chloride solution. That just seems like probably a good idea. I know I'm going to need it for something eventually. That is kind of the opposite of what I would ever want to do, but okay. Rutile, calcium chloride, and calcium makes presumably a better titanium recipe. You actually don't seem very useful, I gotta be real. Lithium chloride is about the only thing I'm seeing that you're useful for. It does look like I also get a just plain calcium from you. Wonder if there's any other ways to do that. No, this is the only way to get plain calcium, okay. And looks like it's the only way to get lithium chloride as well. Neither of those do I have researched, though. But I might as well start stockpiling. I'm just voiding this fluid anyway, so might as well. So let's grab a distillery. It's gonna produce steam, but it would be cool if I could use that steam somehow. I guess I have turbines over here, so... Yeah, okay, what if I put the distillery over this way? And then I'll have the output, the item output, put in a depot on this road over here, and then I can pipe the steam over into the turbine. That just seems reasonable. Let's get rid of these real quick. There we go. Okay, so there's the recipe I actually want. You consume 66 a second. How much do I produce if I'm running full time? Okay, so about double that. So 2 machines is cool with me. Interestingly, you only output steam from your middle connection. How weird. Okay. You can actually just output your item out the back. Much 4 seconds. That's going to be blue inserter territory. Let's also move you one. That way I can fit undergrounds in here if need be. And let's see, okay. Let's offset you. Have a belt come up this way, then go in. Supply depot. Right there. And there we go. So you're above, so go down. And you're below, so go up. Looking good. Okay. Now I just need power for these guys. And for these guys. So those steam pipes I was talking about. Okay, you're over here. So you come down this way. Fill you. Good. And then you go off and get vented. Okay. What do all of the guys in the middle connect to then? Hold on, I'm so lost. Where am I? There we go. Okay, so you're here. You connect to that steam, but not this steam. Okay, you do overflow into here. So overflow at 60%. Okay. But but you have an exhaust down here. That doesn't make a whole bunch of sense. Oh, I use you to make water. Hilarious. I forgot that I did that. I forgot that I did that. Okay, I'm not just venting you. You are a closed exhaust turbine, which turns steam into water. Okay. Very funny. Okay, oh cool. I can connect into this line. No problem then. Extend. Why do I feel blind? 93. Okay. So, a little tight. Might go ahead and just throw a pump down this way, just to be polite. And then, in you go. Okay, and that's going to give me calcium chloride all set up. Ready to go. Are you kidding me? Are you serious? This is not in bot coverage. Okay. Sure. Good. Where do you want to be? Right inside of that electrolyzer. That's kind of what I figured. So let's just grab a relay in here. And you can go right there. Well, I do have gypsum at least. Producing 1.6 a second as long as you're running full uptime. Which it does seem like you are. What can I do with gypsum? I can turn you into lime and sulfur dioxide. I could use you in a cement recipe. Mostly you're used in insulation, it looks like. Okay. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm far happier to have the little trickle income of phosphorite than I am the gypsum. Even though it looks like the gypsum is going to be a useful product. The phosphorite, even just as like a supplemental income, very useful. I'm hoping it doesn't back up, actually. Why are you stuck? Okay. Okay. I'm just full on phosphorus. Fair enough. Fair enough, okay. I wasn't expecting that, to tell you the truth. I thought something was broken. Interesting. I'm kind of worried about that backing up now, seeing how quickly that's actually backing up onto the belts. So what I'm thinking is... how do I buffer a lot of this? Like, how do I do this reasonably? Also, this is incorrect. This is ore. This is already crushed. So break this. This is wrong. Then I'll just replace the belts for the ore. Yeah, so you're wrong. How do I get you in here? I can just feed you in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think we're right there. Yes. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's fine. So, you go there. Let's get a connecting belt right there. Make sure you're all facing the right way. Yes. Or maybe that's silly. What if instead I just undergrounded right there? Much more sensible, much more sane. Okay. A little tighter, but I think it's also a little neater. Yeah, that's fine. Other gypsum recipes, because I might have to look into that. I can make you with lime and sulfuric acid. I can make you with lime and hydrochloric acid also, though that's the one I'm already doing. That's giving me phosphorite. Sodium sulfate and calcium chloride makes gypsum, actually. Yeah, that would probably be a good backup to go for. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how I would know to turn that one on, and what I'm thinking is, what if I put a buffer, like, right in here? Like a pretty good buffer, and if I fill that with phosphorite, then I know to turn on the other recipe, like a backup recipe, basically. So let's do a series of large chests, and do it like somewhere down in here so that it's easy enough to read, and I have access to the other guys. Yeah, maybe like right around in here. Let's just randomly break a little bit of belt. Except maybe that one. I usually don't like outputting directly onto underground belts if I can help it. Just something like this. So you output a little to the right. And that way we get both sides of the belt. Should be fine. I guess to match, I can have two inserters up here. Not that it's really gonna matter, but, you know, just, again, for largely aesthetic reasons. There we go. And there we go. Just connect you in. And then I need... what was that machine? Let me go see. So, you are in a flotation cell. Okay, fair enough. Let's just grab a flotation cell. I'll probably put you in line with the input of this guy. Oh, that's a little weird. Do I really want to do that? Like, this is probably going to be the primary gypsum. I make the item over here. What else do I combine it with? I've already forgotten. Calcium chloride solution and sodium sulfate. Okay, so not the calcium chloride item, but calcium chloride itself. And then sodium sulfate is way further south. Down here. So I'd have to send this up. Though this is sodium sulfate right here, so not the biggest task. Then I could just do it like right in here. I think that's fine. Yeah, let's grab some flotations. If I wasn't blind, at least. There we go. And I need to leave a little bit of room. Not that much. But maybe starting like right here. Let's just see how that does. Yeah, let's go with this recipe right there. That's not gonna work. Okay, so that looks good, but you do need to move one further out. That way I can get pipe connections in like this, and still have a belt down the middle. That's for output for the gypsum. We do need an item output, the sodium sulfate, so let's make sure I get that in, but only after I put the fluid input in. See how that lines up. Oh yeah, that works just fine. That's perfect. Okay. Go ahead and get this in here. All cool. It is 2 input a second, but purple should be able to handle that. That shouldn't be an issue. Get a splitter on there, and let's see, where can I get you up? I'll just pretend I already have a connection, and I'm running it up this way. Where do you come in? You can come in right this way. So what if I split you, and then underground here? Is that the best I can do? Yeah, that's the best I can do. Fair enough. Okay, so that continues that way, that's all cool. Okay, so this will produce gypsum once I give it the calcium chloride, which I never connected, by the way. Very cool. This is already a brine pipe right here, so that can just connect up and out. Very cool. You will go this way. Just poked somewhere. I'll deal with you in a minute. I do need to get the gas in here, so... Is that you? Calcium chloride, yes it is. Pipe extents, 22 out of 64, okay. So let's make sure I want to send you that way. So always do, if possible. That's right on the road. So let's come back in this direction. And then I'll have to underground this here. And there we go. Okay, so that's at least a connection in. Now you come down and let's underground here as well. Perfect. Okay, very nice. So that's the steam connection. So let's get calcium chloride down this way. That works just fine. All we need now is power. See, if I put you there, do you reach across? Yes, you do. Okay, very cool. And there we go. So that should be all the power that I need. Brine pipe is a little tight, but still fine. Calcium, even though there's a pump literally right there, might wind up being a little tight, but I also think it'll be workable. I'm also wondering, am I actually happy with this, or do I want to make sure that the calcium chloride can come in here and make gypsum first before I make this? Because I don't need this yet. Let's see. You could take 48 a second. And that's like 1.5 of these, so I'm probably fine. I'd say I'm fine. No drone in depot. That is true. Let's do something like that, and see if I can't help make landfill just a little bit faster. We are actually done with landfill. Oh well. Maybe then I can knock you back to just a couple trucks. And maybe also for you, this guy, enable, disable. So let's read landfill into you. And once you get placed, then I will set a condition on you to enable and disable this depot, depending on how much landfill we have. I just need it to actually get placed first. No drone and depot. I am working on it. Low battery is still concerning. Still aluminum sheet. Even after I changed it up so it should have plenty of aluminum sheets coming in, it's kind of hard to believe that it's still short on aluminum sheets, but I guess that's just how it's gonna be. Alright, you guys go and bring in a little more gravel in here. But as soon as this arrives, I'm going to set it up to disable this. I just need it to arrive. Oh, my hero. Yay! Okay. So, the depot is enabled when this condition is met. Okay. So, landfill. Landfill, there you are. So, if you are less than, let's say, 1,200. Maybe like 2,000. Then I want to bring in gravel. Otherwise, we're perfectly happy to allow you to just sit there forever. Yeah, this should be perfectly fine. Okay. With all of that set up, was there anything else over on the left over here that I needed to do? We are now producing calcium chloride. And we do have gypsum. Okay. I never did connect in the gypsum, but that was intentional. I did want to come over here and only turn on this process if this is full to some extent. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to get the signal over. I have that large power pole up there, I guess. Yeah, so connect all the way up to you, over to you, and down into here. So, enable, disable when phosphorite crushed phosphorite, yes. So, enable, disable when U is more than 100. Something like that. There we go. Interesting, yeah. Okay, so that should get used first. The ore will then only get used when it's actually needed. And only if this backs up on phosphorite do I switch over to using the other gypsum recipe. See, you do take hydrochloric and lime. Hopefully this isn't too much of a strain on the lime part. What is the ratio here? So you take calcium chloride. You turn 16 into 1-ish. So that's about 1 calcium carbonate to 1 gypsum, roughly. You do 13 to 8, so you are more expensive on the lime front. But I'll take that for the phosphorite. Just something worth noting. Always gotta know what the trade-offs are. If the crust... Oh my god, I cannot speak. If the crushed phosphorite feels like too good of a deal to be true, sometimes it is. But in this case, it's just a little more lime per gypsum, and you get that as a free byproduct. That's pretty nice to me. Big upgrade underway right now. Science is completely dead somehow. Just as I was calling it out. So, no green, why not? There should be. No salt. Why is there no sodium hydroxide? But anyway, robot cargo capacity, especially the first research, major boost in what the bots are capable of. That should help cut down some of the swarm dramatically. Since the trucks aren't going out, that means there is no sodium to pick up. And that's not super cool. Where do I put sodium in a truck, though? That's question. Because I've got plenty over here. Okay, I have sodium hydroxide here. That just looks to be input limited, if I had to say. Can I rework you somehow? Without too much hassle, it looks like. Yeah, there we go. That's not too bad. I'm gonna wait until it's all light blue. You can see this is still dark blue, but there we go. Because the bots take an eternity to come and play stuff, I don't want to break pipes until they're already on the way, because otherwise I'm just disabling machines forever. But I'm just kind of buying time, waiting for the bots to get here. And that's probably good enough. Now let's go ahead and break these connections. So I can do that as well. Okay. That way it just allows me to put more inserters up here. And that'll allow me to load salt a little faster, because production is definitely good enough. We just need more capacity. And yeah, like I was saying, the bots are going to take an eternity and a half to actually get out here. But once they get that placed, I should, hopefully, have plenty of sodium hydroxide for green science. I wonder if anything else is eating this. I know the salts are, but I think they get their supply from somewhere else. Glycerol takes salt, but I don't think I'm actively producing much of that. Well, I am making a lot of explosives for rockets. If I'm still filling buffers, that's possible. And if this stuff gets their sodium hydroxide by truck, I guess. No, you take actual salt. Okay, that is different. How are the missiles, or whatever they're called? Let's see if I can find them. It is still explosive limited, but we did fill the chest. Yep, it's even backed up into the assembler. Oh yeah, there's a couple on the belt, even. Very cool. Okay. So green is back online. Very cool. You're still mostly waiting on sodium hydroxide. Both of your trucks are out. What if I go ahead and give you a couple more trucks? Just hope that resolves whatever issue you seem to be having. Unfortunately, the round trip time on that is so long, it's really hard to tell if that even does anything, but we'll find out. Yeah, I can't imagine not having enough. This takes hardly any. This is like barely more than 1 per second, so I'm honestly surprised this isn't enough by itself. I saw a truck carrying aluminum, which made me remember that aluminum was dying earlier, so I guess I should go look at that. Yep, we're still using the aluminum just as quickly as we can make it. Yeah, I just need more production. I can just barely maybe squeak out a little more. It will mean losing this beacon in the middle, but well, it's giving, let's see, 3%. Yeah, it's half of whatever you are, so it's giving a 7% speed boost. So just having a whole nother machine or two running would definitely be better than having a beacon. Speaking of beacons, do you have this beacon checkpoint? 8 large beacons and 12 small beacons. Unironically, I probably already have the 8 larges. I have this chemical area over here that had large beacons as part of the blueprint. Wonder how many I have. 7. Of course, it's 7 large beacons. Well, okay. Cool. Aluminum right here. Okay. So let's see what I can do. So first things first, let's get rid of you. Don't really need it anymore now that I have logistics connected on this guy anyway. But let's get rid of that belt. And let's see, it's gonna get a little interesting to be able to feed into here, but we'll see what happens. You're already max length also. There's not a lot of good opportunities to get around you, so I might also have to figure out some other way for you to get around here. I might even just have to request, as silly as it sounds, put a requester for aluminum down here somehow. Actually, even that silly solution isn't as straightforward and easy as it might sound. Like, I could put a requester here, and even then I only get 2 tiles to output from, but I guess that's fine. You only go into these guys, and each one of you is less than 1 a second. See, there is 8 of you, though. Yeah, even two blue inserters is likely gonna struggle to do that, but you know, that's what we've got. So let's see what we can do. So you're gonna pick up from diagonal down, and let's say you get the output on the inside. And of course, I'm leaving all this here until I am ready to fully switch over. Okay, so you're in place now. This still has to go. I might actually, I was saying I was going to keep this in place. I might already have to get rid of this stuff up here, though. Just because I have to run the fluid pipe in. So let's see, what else can I do? This is already straining my aluminum ingot income, by the way. I don't really know why, but it sure seems to be. This is all coming in pretty nicely, too. Like, I could have more of this stuff over here, I guess. Okay. Let's see if this isn't a wonderful place for a large beacon. That kind of works. Yeah, that's not too bad. That at least gives me my, my 8 large beacons that I had to place. And then maybe 1 or 2 of the small beacon 2s over this way. Let's see, I can put you there, and then there. And then let's very carefully copy you on this side. Okay. And then more speed over here. Very cool. Maybe go ahead and upgrade all of you guys to the beacon 2s as well. Get more speed into you. You guys are fine. You have plenty of spare capacity, it looks like. And maybe go ahead and start upgrading some of the belts in here. I don't even know what the capacity is at this point. I just feel like it's overdue, so I might as well. At least up to that point. Don't think you're important enough to upgrade, though. Maybe upgrade this stuff through here. Just seems important. And all of this can get an upgrade. And you are some of the most congested belts of the whole system, so it's probably a good idea to give you an upgrade. Even if only up to the split there. We are out of crushed bauxite. That is used by science, so it's actually important that we do have extra crushed bauxite coming out. The fact that we don't is, you know, not good. Dude, what is your speed? Plus 15%. You don't have the modules in yet. Plus 5. Okay, so plus 5 with 6% productivity. Let's see. This beacon can also hit some of these machines over on the side, which is nice. But yeah, we are absolutely making as much aluminum as we possibly can, which means there is none left over headed over into science, and that's not super cool. Trying to work out how I could add just a little more, but like we are mashed right up into these belts. I did not leave myself any room. And I could just move the whole thing back a couple spaces. That's going to require the bots to pick up so much junk, but I think that's just kind of where we are right now. Yeah. Best I got. Let's just pick you up. Make sure I'm at the right height. Don't want to mess that up. There we go, so you can go there. Okay, there were so many construction bots just right nearby for some reason that time. I don't really know why. Usually it takes absolutely forever for the construction bots to show up, but they were on their game that time. Okay, fair enough. Let's move you back over here. That gets to stay. And let's see, so 1, 2, 3 machines. And then this split only gets 2 machines, it looks like. Let's see. Yeah, you only got 2 machines and a little bit of spillover, so what if I went ahead and copied this over to here? Should mostly work. So it does look like I was trying to get 2 inputs into every machine. I'm going to make sure I was able to keep up with that on both sides. And then 2 outputs for everyone. Yes, that could go away. You are not going to have power, which is not all that awesome. What if I get rid of the power poles in here and just grab some substations? That just makes everything so much easier. Okay, tier 2 it is. It will work. Just a matter of how much are you gonna fight me about it. Good enough. Okay, so once that's in, that'll get the aluminum going a little better. I just hope it goes better enough. Might as well just upgrade all of that. Not like it really matters, it's just why have a little yellow, a little red, and so on. Might as well just upgrade it if I'm going to be upgrading. Speaking of, let's upgrade these charge pads. Might as well. And there we go. So that should be enough to keep everyone going. You're the oddball here because you have this one random inserter because your second spot is full. But even still, you look like you're going just fine. You're all able to output, except these guys. They can't output. Which does mean we need to upgrade, but that's kind of the best news possible, honestly. Let's mark all of those for upgrade. Maybe even go ahead and upgrade all of that there. Just because, why not? And let's see. Oh yeah, there's our upgraders coming in. The tier 2 bots really are just game changers. Okay, so we've got the first bits of blue in. Here come the last bits. Let's see if that resolves anything. Does look like everyone's able to output now. You weren't able to input for some reason. Oh, and there's the bot research. Very nice. That can all get picked up. Okay, so we don't have enough ore, but that's kind of the idea. We are able to fully ingest 2 lanes of ore. That is all I'm capable of right now. So this is beginning to choke and back up. That's wonderful. This is going... Okay, wonderful. So we do have it going into science once again. Very nice. Okay, that is what I wanted to see. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. And that should also mean that we now have greatly expanded my ability to make aluminum again. Aluminum should be coming in faster again. I can only upgrade aluminum so many times before eventually it's gotta be good, right? You would think. These guys are all running. Okay, you definitely need better input at this point. Let's get all of these inserters upgraded. Probably will wind up needing to upgrade the outputting inserters as well, but let's go one step at a time. Okay. Mass production, another thing. Another thing with big boxes everywhere. Okay. Tier 2 coprocessors. I mean, interesting, but probably not something I'm springing for immediately. And diesel. Okay. Interesting. Not real sure why I would want to do that. I have several recipes where that's been my initial reaction of why would I want to do this, but you know, I'm sure I'll figure it out eventually. Checkpoint 1, place a truck. Fair enough, okay. That's all the science I can do right now, huh? Okay. Aluminum hydroxide's getting used for something. How are the mines over here doing? Okay, they're actually looking a little skinny. Yeah, there's still 1.7 million, but like they are starting to show. They aren't going to be around forever. Where's my next biggest bauxite? There's 320 over here. Okay, right there, 7.5 million. That'll do. That'll do. And then 12 million over there. Okay. Yeah, we're not too starved for bauxite. I guess while I'm up here, how's nickel doing? So this nickel ore is down to 370k. That's actually not very much. Not very much at all. There's another 160 right down there. Once that's through, do I have any, like, big ones? Any good ones? There's a 2 mil over there, but that's kind of the best I've got. Huh. Yeah, okay. Looks like I'll be expanding the train lines before too terribly long. Yeah, 2 mil is kind of the best I got. Okay. And iron is still going pretty strong. So if I needed it, there's another 2 mil over there, 3 mil, 2 mil. Those are a lot more inconvenient to get to, of course. They're on, like, the exact opposite side of the factory from where I'd want them, but... Oh, there's a nearly 7 mil. Okay, just wanted to check. Power's coming along, maybe not super fast, but it's doing something. It's doing something, okay. I do need to make, in this little area down here somewhere... Oh yeah, you were special cased so hard. What is the tier 2 one like again? You need compressed argon. Compressor 2, I doubt I even make compressor 2s. You must be made in a large assembler. I guess I can just go check if I make compressor 2s, but I really doubt it. And I do not. You might notice I'm not shocked. So, compressor 2s. I'm blind. Where are compressors? There you are. So, compressor 2s. Sure. I don't really feel like looking around to see what else I can make in you right now, so let's just set you as 1, 2, and 3. There we go. Let's go ahead and bump that up a little bit. Yeah, that seems reasonable. And you're gonna take compressed argon. Okay. Funny enough, I make compressed argon for the lamps right here. So if I just move you a smidge... like I already bring argon in right here. So let's pick this up. Pick you up. You can be a long reach. Very good. Let's get that chest back in, and then put all those back in. How much is in you? 500. You were probably limited to 500, so let's just re-enable that real quick. Lamp 2. Less than 500. There we go. Okay, anyway, the whole purpose of that being, now I can move this in here, but not that close. Heck, could I just do it over here? Like, I don't really see why not, honestly. It's all a little weird, a little ugly. It'll be fine. You have to be made in a large, so let's just... Actually, that's not what I want to do. You can go on the bottom. You're going to be Whirling Engine 2, and then you have to be, because I already requested the items, I guess. Whatever that thing was, I don't remember. It looked like an artillery cannon. Where would you be? There you are. In you go. You stack to 1. Okay, probably want more than 1. Let's keep, like, 8. Stirling engine. Let's keep, like, 60. When I need to expand, I need to expand. Thermal tank 2 I don't make yet. Let's get compressed argon in here. So, compressor. Yeah, I don't really have a good spot for you anymore. Where did this pipe come up? So, you go somewhere up in there. I should probably start getting some scout drones made, but that means more robot frames. I really need to up my production of robot frames, I think. Yeah, there's no good way to get you in here. Yeah, what if I do that? You're still 1 off. Okay, what if I do this then? Now, up you go. Place you. And then, let's say I had a connection there. That is a perfect fit, I have to say. Then just bring you over. Over and down. And in. There we go. Okay. And just connect in all the corners. Very nice. Are you connected? You do look connected. Let's make sure you are doing argon. Let's get you power up here. Right there. Works. Okay, you're producing argon. Lamps are being made. You are filling with compressed argon. Very good. All I need is thermal tank 2. Which needs boxed salt. The eutectic salt, whatever it is. Okay. I can deal with that. Okay. Can't really expand much this way because of these pipes. They're right in the way. I might be able to lower them. We start getting in the way of other pipes as well. And even then, that's like a single stamp. Not that good. I could maybe start making another bot mall area, like up in here, possibly, since I've cleared out most of this area. Maybe reroute this hydrogen to be a smidge more efficient. Just get it out of the main throughway here. Then all of this can go. Oh, don't forget to connect the corner. And there we go. Okay. So that should be all good. All taken care of. Oh, cool. This belt would be nice if it didn't have to be here. I also see a small amount of phosphor in a chest up there, which I guess can go. See, we don't have full bot coverage of this area, but I think I can fix that easily enough. Okay, so let's see. So you are there. If I bring you down, is that actually where you want to be? It does look to be. Okay, very good. And then just continue stepping over this way. Okay. How about you? You do look to be correct. Okay. I'll leave that roboport there until we get some of this other stuff constructed. Come on, you guys can do it. Okay, there we go. And now this roboport can go. And, let's see, same for that one down there. Okay, all cool, all cool. Oh yeah, let's just, it's not as big of a space as it feels like it should be, because there's belts in the middle and various stuff like that. A lot messier than I would like it to be. But this is what I've got to work with, I guess. So let's just start popping a new mall square down. Let's start below the road here. But I do want to be kind of tight. So let's start right there. So scout drone, I believe, is what I wanted. Maybe it's not what I wanted. Okay, now I'm confused. Are you used for anything? Used in truck 2? No. Okay, so you're not used. Well, you're used in... No, that's how I make one. Okay, never mind, never mind. You're cool. So I don't really need to make you. Do I need to make you? Used in a truck? Used in car 3? Used in Spidertron. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm not bringing fluid up to you just immediately, but good to know. Good to know. So many boxed recipes. Let's go ahead and once again just start getting rid of those. Okay. Okay, oh cool. So you good. Okay, these are large assemblers. I needed to do something in a large assembler. But I don't remember what, so I'll do it later. Maybe I'll come up here and start work on the smalls. There are a couple more smalls that I wanted to do. For example, Robot frames. Robot frames are often a limiting factor here. So another couple robot frames, since they seem like they're going to become important, and then another couple modules. Probably a green, because most everything seems to take green. Let's see. Yeah, most everything takes these 1-dot green modules. And oftentimes a haste. So let's just make both of those. It's a little ways away from some of the rest of the stuff, but well, it is what it is. And it's supplemental. So we have no logic circuits. We have no antennas. Maybe I'll go ahead, make another small right next to you, and do more antennas as well. So, antenna. And we should have a red and green wire made, like, in bulk, so I shouldn't need to focus on making too much of that anymore. Scout drone, there you are. I knew you existed. I don't know what I actually need you for, but it's nice to have you. See. Like, what do I want to make? Well, if I can't think of anything immediately, let's just move on, and if I need it, I'll come back later and add it in. So now, I know I needed to box some hectic or whatever salt. So let's start a little square down this way. And it still says it doesn't exist. You must be boxed in a small assembler. Okay. Oh, I can probably make boxers. Yes, I can. Okay. Well, there's something I can make. Let me make sure I don't have any empties before I start a new square. No? Okay. Yeah, let's... Nope. Let's start there. So, boxer. Clear these out. Thank you, game. Oh, cool. Okay. I don't know of anything else interesting that I've recently unlocked, so once again, I'll probably just leave the rest as parameters, and come back and fill them in as needed. Might as well find somewhere you can get power. That works for now. It's a nice temporary solution. As we expand out, we'll get better power connections, I'm sure. Let's set you to something a little more reasonable. You as well. No idea how many of you I'm gonna need, but let's say at least 25. You, let's keep way more of, and let's keep way more of you. Oh, and your ingredient could probably be tweaked as well. What all do you need? Yeah, you're not too expensive. I was worried maybe I'd gone a little overboard, but no, that's not too bad. It is going to keep 20 robot frames in here, but oh well, who cares? We'll be fine. $50 boxers. I don't know how many boxes I'm going to be using in the near term. Let's reduce that to 25. So you are pretty tiny. I might make a little line for box products, like right down this way then. I'm trying to think, like, is there a more reasonable way to do this? And I really don't know if there is. Yeah, for the things that I want to do in the bot mall, I just need to box them in some central-ish area. So I think right down here is about as good as I'm gonna get. So let's say I start a line like right here. We'll request on top and provide on bottom. And there we go. Just something like that. So starting from the left, well, I guess I have to set the recipe in here, don't I? Oh, it just autofills. Okay. So let's request you. And I guess I have to set a limit over here. Probably around 50 is reasonable. I don't really know, but we'll find out. I don't know of anything else at the moment that I would want to be boxed, but I have the ability to expand it out because I do see the writing on the wall, and I'm sure there are going to be several other items that the bots are going to need boxed up. So I just went ahead and set up a little area for it. Speaking of which, I've already forgotten what exactly it is I needed this for. Thermal tank 2. Okay. So, thermal. Get you in here. 20 sounds fine to me. All looks good. Yep, seems reasonable. I do buffer that blue salt down at the bottom of the base, right? Yeah, I do. I definitely have some down there. Are the bots just not gonna pick up from it? Just by any chance, are you not gonna take from there? Because if not, that would be a real bummer. And I would have to put you in a chest. Oh, it is... I don't have request from buffers checked. That is true. Didn't even think about that. So, just now. A little nicer. If only a little. Let's see. Yep, they were coming all the way out here to pick some up. Oh well. Lesson learned. I missing other things? I never made insulation. I never made heat pipe 2. Crucibles I should have. Insulation needed gypsum. That's why I never made you. Now that sounds familiar. I guess I should find a spot for gypsum. Or, not gypsum. I already make gypsum. Insulation. I don't really want to settle into this area right here just because this is right next to the processing area, and if ever something in here needs to expand, I want it to have the ability to. And like I did with, titanium. So maybe I'll come down here below missiles. That seems reasonable enough. Maybe just put a road right there. It's kind of right at the level of the roboports anyway, so it's not like I could build up there. Okay, so insulation. I assume you're made in a regular assembler. Yes, you are. Let's go ahead and make you in large assemblers, just for the added speed bonus. So let's see. You guys stick out about that far. I need room for an inserter and a belt. And how many inputs does insulation take? So 4 item inputs, so I need room for 2 belts, which is exactly what I have. I guess in theory that should work. If I do that. Just clean up the brick a little bit. Okay. You do take a pretty good number of items, but the gypsum and let's say the glass wire seems to be the primary here. Let's say glass fiber. Thank you, game, for auto-saving right there. Glass fiber. And gypsum. And then plastic. And then I don't quite remember the other one. What are you? Textile. I know I make you somewhere, but who knows where. Okay, so let's go ahead and just use blue inserters here. We'll save ourselves a little bit of time. That continues that way. You don't really need to be here. Yeah, that continues that way. And so purple inserter right there and right there. Because honestly, you should be moved over one. Or I guess if I wanted to fit them in a little tighter, you actually move over one that way. And then the middle can be the tall one. There we go. Actually make sure you are blue inserters. Okay, where does that leave me? So, you have your 4 input, you just need an output. Okay, that is actually done. I didn't expect it to just be done. There we go. Let's see, we have substation 2s in here. Let's just keep that going for the moment. And that's just kind of nice. Then you output this way. Right there. Seems fine to me. Okay, you do need trucks, of course, so gypsum. Let's start with about 5 for most of these. And just see where things go from there. Oh, and full stacks. Always got to make sure you have full stacks checked. just again, gotta wait for this to get placed so that I can make sure it's checked for logistics connection. There we go. And then we're just waiting on the trucks to show up down here. I guess while I'm waiting, I'll go do the same thing that I've done for the last several main resource type resources. And up here, I'll throw a buffer chest, request insulation, and output into a red chest. Good enough. There we go. Okay. Oh, also, do I have any of you? I don't make missile launchers. You take guns. I can do that. Okay. So, up here, I actually have 2 empties already. So, gun right there. We'll just keep like 20 of those. Don't know how many I'm ever really going to need. And then you get to be missile launcher. That is a blue belt. And we'll keep like 50 of you. Again, I don't really know how many of those I'm ever really going to need, but might as well have some. Didn't think so. The master exploit to break all cheats. What even are you? Oh, you're my original... Oh no, you're my active mineral dust voiding. Okay. Yeah, the what's left of the starter base has melted away pretty considerably. What am I still missing? 1,000 heat panels. Probably mostly waiting on heat pipe. Let's see if I can find heat pipe. Let's see. Heat pipe is waiting on aluminum sheets. Let's request aluminum sheets in here. Yeah, as much as I... You know, as much as I like the belt-fed aspect of some of this early stuff, it does make it a little bit finicky when it just decides to stop behaving. So there's some heat pipe at least. And we need to upgrade the output, because you make like 2 items a second. You guys got this, come on. Someone wants to come and upgrade that. I know you do. Okay, well, it'll happen eventually. Whatever. So... I have my boxes now. So I have the eutectic salt boxes. That should be loaded into you. Yes, they are. Insulation shouldn't be too far behind. And then heat pipe 2 is made in a foundry. Of course you are. You just get to go over here, I guess. You're about the same size. Yeah, you're the same size as a normal assembler. So what if I just throw you over there? I might even just do something like this. The tape at the bottom's a real problem, though. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. So you go here, then red goes here. Input inserter, output inserter. Yeah, okay, that's kind of what I thought. You go in, you go there. Move power pole to right there. And then green into input. Output to blue chest. Blue chest, I can just copy in. Actually, you can copy in as well. Hopefully you're not anything weird. You're 15, but I'm honestly okay with that. Let's see. Heat pipe. Not hecht. Heat pipe. There we go. And all of those things should be available. You need to set a logistics thing on you first. Stack 100. Let's keep like 200. Let's see. How are you doing? You're still going strong. Okay. Does look like I got past the beacon checkpoint, so that's cool. I do still have to make a truck, have to place 20 Starling Engine 2s, and consume 8 scout drones. Okay. Let's focus on the scout drones first, because that just sounds fun. Okay, I've made 25. So let's grab a drone launcher. Let's see, I don't really, maybe I'll do this in person. Let me run down this way and grab one, and maybe if I'm actually holding one, I'll get a range or some indication of what I'm doing. There we go. So let's see. That does nothing for me. Okay. Fair enough. In that case, I'll just run up towards where the scout drones are, just for ease of access. So targeting remote. Ooh, interesting. Okay, scout remote. Fun. Ooh, that is a big range. Okay. Let's see, how much do you reveal? Drum roll. Okay. Okay, it's decent, sure. Good. The scout drones themselves are relatively cheap. Yeah, okay. It's not like wildly impressive, but it's actually it's pretty cool. I like the ability to remotely scout like this. And it does certainly beat flying around with the jetpack. Let's go ahead and get you restocked. There you are. Just mark a couple little places around. Okay, there's the checkpoint finished. I mean, no reason not to just dot a couple around. If I have them all ready to go, I might as well get my use out of them. There you are. I do love the artillery cannon. Like, what an amazing day it was for Factorio history when the artillery cannon was added. It's just so nice. Also just noticed, yeah, I'm pretty sure when it fires the, it actually fires the drone. It's really hard to tell And especially on stream, I have no idea if you'd be able to notice or not, but it actually fires the drone. That's kind of nice. That's a cool detail. Okay, it's like that's it. It has one drone left in it. So let's send one more shot out somewhere. Maybe like right there. See if this is still all ocean or not. And there we go. I mean, that was a good time. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty fun. That was pretty cool. I do like the scout drones. I wonder, once this impacts, if they were useful at all, however. That one didn't do anything. That one just died. We had a dud. Okay, cool. Why not? Well, so I did look for resources earlier. Why are you, like, nuclear green? Anyway, I looked for resources earlier. Let's see if that revealed anything of any use. So, nickel. Well, there's a 2 mil patch over there. That's certainly better than the 800k patch, I guess. Not really any further either, so that's nice to have. Bauxite. Oh yeah, there's a 7 mil patch up there. Well, I mean, I'm kind of spoiled for choice on bauxite patches, but I think that did reveal a couple. Ooh, do I have any volcanic areas? Volcanic gas, yes! Oh, and there's one up here too! Okay, I've been looking for volcanic gas for quite a while, so actually having more volcanic gas is very, very nice. Might actually go ahead and throw another couple drones in you. Oh, I already got rid of you. Let me see. It was in here, I believe. Let's just get that reconstructed real quick. Throw a couple drones in you and further reveal those 2 areas. So right here. And then the other one was over here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Oh, that's wonderful. Okay. Yeah, and that is, like I said a second ago, way nicer than having to fly around with the jetpack. It didn't reveal the map. Like, I'm not insane, right? Okay, good, whatever. It did its job. That's good enough. That's good enough. So we have volcanic gas over that way, and we have more volcanic gas over that way. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So those geothermal tier 2s that I had cooking over here, did they ever actually get made? Let's see, where are you? Geothermal 2s, okay. Products finished 0. You've never gotten a thermal tank. I know the walls, I never made the walls, but did I ever make heat pipe 2? I kind of feel like I did. And I definitely made thermal tank 2, so why is that not done? Oh yeah, heat pipe 2, right over here. Well, first of all, you don't have inserters, somehow. Deal with that in a second, I guess. You're also not reading ingredients. There we go. So you need insulation, you need heat pipe, that's not going to show up for a while. Okay, I'll look at insulation and the inserter shortage in just a second. Also, you need heat pipe 2 and insulation. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So let's see. Insulation. First of all, you need modules. Oh, you don't have inserters. Yeah, I guess that'll do it. Haven't had this issue in a while. Kind of thought this era was behind me. Now it's yellow inserters, though. Hold on, where do I make yellow inserters? Do I only make yellow inserters, like, up here or something? Legitimately, I have no idea. I don't even see where I make yellow inserters. Oh, you? You have no iron gears. That's gotta be it. Yep, that's gotta be it. Okay, well, that doesn't really answer the question. I still don't know why I don't have iron gears. Why is there no iron ingot? What? Huh? Hold on. There's a belt of iron ore coming up here. There we go. Graphite. I definitely fixed you earlier. Water. Water is gonna be broken, aren't you? Yep. Yep. Okay. That's fine. I have a water pipe right here. Extents. Doing okay. Could be better. Maybe right here I'll just throw a pump. This is water return, so the pump needs to be facing that way. Also, go ahead and move you just a smidge. I want you to be like here. That way I can throw a pipe on that side, and then run you down. And then over that way. Just to keep you out of the area I want to expand the bot stuff into. And water's right here. There we go. And there we go. Okay. Not too bad, not too bad. You will, of course, need power. There you go. Okay, and that will return water into the whole big water system there. And that will allow you to begin working again. Okay, there we go. So we have iron coming in again. There we go. It is going to take a minute for all of that to work its way around, but that shouldn't be any great big deal. Okay, we're down to missing only 100 and something heat pipe, though we are still missing 1,000 heat panels, which translates to over 4,000 heat pipe themselves, so it is going to be a minute. So you can only be made of medium assemblers, good to know. Just trying to see if there is anything I can do to help out just a little bit. I might just make another one of these somewhere. I don't even really know where. I could just put it like here. Let's see. You do need 2 pipe assemblers working next to you to keep you running. Interesting. There's water right over here. I mean, there's water in lots of places. Let's not be too silly. Okay, so let's think about this. If I were to grab you, just like so, and then move you over here somewhere, but this is only return water. So you're not going to be able to run very well off of that. And you do take a fair amount of water. You take almost 100 water a second. But I could just move further up into this area. This is the area that's feeding you water to begin with. And that does just kind of work. Let's see, I probably want to sidestep this way for you, and there's even plastic. There's even plastic right here. That works pretty well. So you go in, let's get you plastic. You have a blue chest, and then you output into a red chest. There you go. And, of course... Oh, look at that. Power right there just works for everyone. Okay. So grab you, pop you up there, then just red chest, red chest. There we go. Just waiting on bot deliveries, but they are on the way, even if only a little bit. Just waiting on that aluminum sheet. If they can just bring the aluminum sheets in, it'll just start. I have some on my inventory, but I'm showing great restraint and not just immediately throwing that in there. But my restraint can only last for so long. It says they're delivering 30, and I'm growing more doubtful every moment that's actually the case. No? Okay, whatever. In you go, have fun. That way you'll at least start creating some heat pipe. Not like that interferes with the bot bringing in new aluminum sheets anyway, so it just gives them a little jumping off point. I'm missing a yellow inserter. That is hilarious. I don't even know where. It's got to be in the bot mall somewhere, I guess. Let's see. Inserters. I just did this a moment ago. Where are you made? There you are. Yeah, still missing iron gears. Let me just help out a little bit. And come up this way, and make sure iron is actually beginning to come back. Saw iron plate, so I can only assume. Yes. Okay, so iron ingots are on the return. They're making their way in. That's making steel products. We have gears being made. We are all good. All good and all cool. Okay. Oh, thank you, bots. Don't even know what you're bringing me, but I appreciate it. Okay, so with that working, more or less, what is this? And landfill. And road. Okay, so road does need tan landfill specifically, which does need sand. So I guess I do need to start requesting sand. So let's bring sand in. There we go. Otherwise, I'd run out of road, and that would be unfortunate. We'll go ahead and cap it, though. I don't need that much road. Okay, so where does that get me? I still need thermal tanks. That needs heat pipe 2, which needs inserters, which needs an inserter 1. Just, okay, good, sure. How's this doing? You have hit your limit, actually. That's just frankly bizarre. Okay, we're at our limit of construction bots as well. What if I go ahead and raise that, just because, and probably do the same for logistics. So, large cargo needs small cargo, which needs small chest, which is iron restricted. It is running again though, so that's not too big of a deal, I don't think. Yeah, as the iron starts coming in, that should be less and less of an issue. There's some iron sheets coming in right down there. Might be kind of nice to have like a more dedicated area for it though, so maybe I will go ahead, grab them all square, and just do a little more production of that. So let's say small cargo. Maybe also just the things leading into it, like small chest 2. I was kind of contemplating doing this just because I know some things take you as an ingredient, and it's kind of thematically appropriate, but not really feeling it. I don't make buffer chests. Let's make buffer chests. Okay, so that should all just start getting built by itself, though again, I'm missing yellow inserters. That's never not going to be funny to me. It's so hard to find anything in this mess. Okay, yellow inserters. You just need more iron gears. Have fun. Some of those should get placed, some of them will be turned into purples. Either way, I don't really care too terribly much. I just want it to go ahead and get started. I don't want it to be waiting an eternity for iron to hit some sort of equilibrium and start flowing again. I just want it to be ready. Speaking of which, up here at the iron product, I'm sure you can probably use an upgrade. Go ahead and get all of these upgraded. There we go. You should be a good bit faster now, including you. There you go. Yeah, our filters were nearly out as well, it seems. Or were out, rather. Okay, so that did jumpstart iron products a bit. We are back online. Did we get those placed? Okay, we did get the yellow inserters placed. We're still waiting on the purples, but you know, we're doing it one thing at a time, I guess. Go ahead and get you in here. We still don't have insulation, but that's probably just because I don't have the inserters. Yep, they just haven't been placed. Okay. What if I turn off personals and just give my own purples to the bot? They should just grab them, make off with them, and then construction bots can go do with them as they please. I will wait to turn logistics back on until the purple inserters no longer show as missing. Which should be any moment now. Down to 3. Come on, you got this. Seriously? Just not gonna do anything, huh? Okay, maybe they took them and made blues with them or something. No, that's full. Still missing 3. Okay, well, what if I did this? Okay. Well, you take purples. Okay. I guess there are some things that consume purple inserters other than just construction. I guess that's fair. What if I just give you the rest of mine? Surely someone will have to take at least 3 of them and go finish the insulation build. Yellow inserters are also full. There's 100 of them in there. We're waiting on aluminum rods for you. Okay, why is aluminum dead again? Because caustic's dead. That's a new one. Hasn't been caustic in a long time. Chlorine. Always my best friend. Okay. So hydrogen chloride is full. So hydrochloric acid is not coming in here, however. Okay, we are making you. Okay, but we're like just about finished. We're just filling up the pipes, basically. Okay, so why are you not coming in? Hydrochloric acid. Overflow. Right, okay. $20K, huh? Don't I have an overflow on hydrochloric acid to come into here? On 80%. No, that's chlorine. Okay, that's fine. How about you? You are 80%. Okay, so hydrochloric doesn't go this way. But I think I have you set too low, because 80% would still be 24. Maybe I make hydrochloric as like a byproduct somewhere. Okay, I do bring you in from there, but I don't think that's what I'm worried about. What makes hydrochloric down this way? You take hydrochloric, but I know something produces hydrochloric. You produce hydrochloric. Okay, sodium sulfate. Still I think this production... Or maybe the problem is that I just need to void it a little faster. Yeah, that's a tough one. Like, how do I make sure chlorine doesn't back up in the case where I'm making hydrochloric acid from multiple sources? Well, first, this is just too tight. Let's make it 25. Yeah, that's step 1 at least. I know I have to do at least that much because that's the only way I'm going to get rid of this chlorine. But I do feel like I need a little something else. Because otherwise, like, these are useful products in their own right, and I will always be voiding them now. Which, you know, doesn't exactly feel right. Just trying to figure out how I want to handle that. Because that is kind of tough. Because multiple things make hydrochloric acid, but I need to be producing hydrochloric acid here in order to keep the chlorine from backing up. But if I back up hydrochloric acid in here, then the other things can't produce, and if I don't void hydrochloric acid, then that will happen. am happy to see the caustic building up buffers, though. Yeah, okay, so caustic's all full over there. We're just, pumping it out this way, but it is also filling up whatever lays this way also. This is the voiding, I just realized. This is not what I want to be filling with caustic right now, when caustic is low. Yeah. Anyway, short-term stopgap measure. What if I just avoid all the chlorine in there? Oh yeah, that filled up real quick. Must have been huge buffers of chlorine in all these machines. Let's just go ahead and do that one more time. Just because I do really need the caustic to be coming in. If it's not coming in, things get pretty bad pretty quickly. Let's go see, is aluminum doing better now? It does look to be. Does look to be. Okay. Sludge is building up, but that's fine. We have the overflow over here, so that is kind of the intended behavior. This is staying stocked up for science. That's what you want to see. And then all the other stuff flows out. Does seem to be working good. Okay. Okay, oh cool. So aluminum should be running again. We're just waiting on the aluminum rod to actually show up. Nope, okay, never mind, I lied. It is not in logistics. Where is all the aluminum? Why is it just gone? Okay, it looks like it's mostly being made into aluminum wire. It might all be being made into aluminum wire. Like, hardly any is actually making it over there. So I might need to just continue expanding this a little bit. Yeah, let's just make one more, I guess. There we go. These are small beacons, so I could also rework these into beacon 2s. Not that that actually reaches anything. What if I did a large beacon? Then that doesn't fit. Actually, I can get you, like, right here. And that covers the entirety of aluminum, actually. Yeah, that just has no downsides. Okay. I can't leave the smalls in with the large. The large has to go if I put it there. But there is no reason not to. So, in you go. And then we'll just pick up the smalls. Oh yeah, that helped tremendously. We have so much more aluminum rod now. Yeah, you both get upgraded. And honestly, let's just... Oh, why are you up here? Why is there a gap? Sure. Good. Have fun. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Aluminum plate doesn't get made anymore. Probably not intentional. This entire area was in the middle of a rebuild, and I just kind of up and left. So let's go ahead and fix all of you. Let's see. Yeah, you need aluminum sheets. So let's request aluminum sheets. 2 is probably enough. Let's see. So you need to underground this way. And then there. And I did just put the really big beacon. And unfortunately, I kind of would like to have one more machine there. I could just go on the other side. Could also be a good opportunity to go ahead and upgrade you to the caustic recipe, so let's just go ahead and do that. There you are. Let's see, how does that work out? You don't really need this power pole anymore, I don't think, though that does supply the power to the substation. So maybe it was somewhat important. Yeah, you can just go there, that's fine. Everything up there should be fine. Okay. Okay. Grab this. Underground you. And then get you in here. There we go. Then we just need wastewater to mount. How can I do that? Okay. You just have to flip. Yeah, that's just how it has to be. So then you have to go there, which means this has to go there. And then you go there. But that's fine. That does just work. Okay. You no longer have input. That is somewhat of a problem. Just a smidge. How much input you need? Like 3 a second? We'll see how you do. So pick up here, drop there. If you need more, we can always give you more. This has to move over here. Let's rearrange you this way. That just works better, and that solves all my problems. There we go. The reason it wasn't working correctly is because I wasn't setting it up correctly, and, you know, that tends to have an effect. If you don't set it up correctly, it's not going to work correctly. Okay, so that should all be running now. You should be good. Yes, you are. Let's see. You can output exactly the same way as this guy. That's no issue, I don't think. And then this last aluminum plate guy over here, you just output actual aluminum plate. And of course, you don't have power. I'm just upgrading the substation, who cares? Okay, so you go there and just run in, and there you go. And then that part can go away. Should be all good. Okay. So I do still have to get the wastewater out and the caustic in. There's connections for those right over here. Can I do anything interesting here? Yes, because this beacon cannot stay anymore. This Roboport can be lowered one. And there's Caustic. Roboport goes that way, I guess. Everything's still good? Yeah, no gaps or anything? Okay. Just because that allows me to run the wastewater out and go this way. Of course, right where I need you to be, there's already something in the way, and you're already max length in both directions. So, let's just bring you down this way. There we go. Good enough. Okay, that should give me everything that I need there. Wastewater extent's getting a little tight. That might yell at me, and then I'll have to figure out some way to fix it, but I'll wait and see if it actually yells at me before I do anything too drastic. All the same, that does have all the new machines working now. We don't need very much aluminum plate, so a single machine should be more than enough to keep up with demand. Aluminum sheets are finally building up. That's very nice to see. How about the rods? Okay, rods are finally building up. Very nice. Okay. So it does look like everything is finally starting to build up again. Wonderful. Okay, very nice, very nice. I just noticed all the yield modules have been put in place, so those are all finished. You're waiting on aluminum sheet? Okay. Enough. Now that I have buffer chests, hold on. I can start buffering all of the materials that I need. Just the typical materials that are needed up in this area. Let's go ahead and grab a charge pad. Like that, and then we'll just throw some buffer chests right in the middle here. Probably don't need that many. We'll see if I need that many. Let's do all the iron products, try and keep things organized. Iron plate, iron rod, iron sheet, iron gear. There we go. And then we'll do steel in the one next to it. So, steel plate, steel rod, and, you know, you get the idea. I don't think steel wire itself is used in anything. Only the gun and reinforced concrete. So, not that worried about it. I'll request steel cable, because why not? And then steel gear and steel beam. How about below it? Below can be ferronickel. Magnet too, why not? And then the aluminum products. Let's just go down the line. Okay, so there's aluminum. And let's see, what can I do next? These products are probably a good idea, though I don't think those are done in the bot mall anywhere. I will take glass. Maybe hard glass? Hard glass used for anything? Yes you are. Not many things, but some things. Glass fiber, is that used for anything? No. Fiberglass I'm sure is, but that's already buffered down below, so I'm not that worried about it. Hard glass might also be buffered down below. Uh, regular glass. Okay, I don't actually see hard glass, so I guess that's fine. We don't have power for the chargers, and being that that's kind of their purpose, maybe you want to get on that. Let's see. Yeah, I'll continue adding stuff as I think about them. For the time being, I think that's probably fine. Maybe just sand. I know some stuff needs sand, so might as well keep a little sand on hand. The problem is that I don't believe my requesters request from buffer chests. Really should have been doing that from the beginning. Let's just go ahead. If there was a way I could just highlight all of these and flip the switch, I certainly would, but... well, I'll just say I made some mistakes when first setting up this blueprint, and this is probably the least painful time that I've had to do a full sweep over this whole bot mall. Oh, the circuit components would be good to keep in buffer chests. I'll have to remember that when I get down there. How about you guys? Did I forget you? Okay, then down to row 2. There we go, and just keep on keeping on. Nearly done with row 2, I believe. I think there's 3 more. So 1, 2, and 3 blocks. No, okay, this is the one that pokes out a little further. There we go. Okay, and then 1 more, it looks like. Okay, I think it's 3 more after this. So 1, 2, 3, and like a half. Okay, there we go. That's that all taken care of. Now how about these? Just gotta make sure to check them all. Those are providers, not requesters. Okay, so that's all taken care of. Now these guys down here. Since they're bigger, they're a little hard to tell exactly how they're together. And I'm trying not to miss any, but I think I did that okay. Then we just have the new group up here, so since it's pretty small, that'll go pretty fast. Yeah, hardly even worth thinking about. And then these, you on the end, and was there one down here? Not really, but I can go ahead and do request from buffer, I guess. I should probably do that for all of you down here. Yep, there we go. And let's see if I can't go ahead and upgrade the blueprint. So if I put you down, just leave you parameterized. Open the requester chest, make sure request from buffers is checked. And then update the blueprint. There we go. Parameters should still be set. Yes, they are. And save. go ahead and set your name too. So you are Small Mall. You are Normal Mall. Bugs me that the M wasn't capitalized. There we go. And then we got Big Mall. Go ahead and just make you all fit together. There you go. Okay, so there's Small Mall taken care of. While I'm doing the adjustments here, I'm also gonna go ahead and add modules to the blueprint. Just might as well. Trash and buffer. Yes, very good. And then you update pool. Renderized, yes. And good. And now the last one. So add the modules. Change the setting. And save. There we go. Oh, cool. Okay, so did it begin working yet? If I come into the middle here somewhere. Oh yeah, it's working. Okay. So that should keep all of our, like, most basic resources right in here as I think of more basic resources. For example, the circuit components. Then I can go ahead and start leaving them in here. There you are. So let's make sure to leave plenty of these. We'll go ahead and put antennas in this same group. And I might as well go ahead and request wires. There we go. And since I do still craft some of these circuits, I think, up here, I will go ahead and request some wafers as well. There we go. That should help out the bot mall pretty immensely. That way they don't have to go nearly as far to get all of that finished. Oh, and Sterling Engine 2 finished. Very nice. Yeah, they've been slowly chipping away at the upgrades over here, I guess. Have I made any of you? Products finished. 37. Okay, yes, so you are working. I guess that makes sense. I believe Sterling Engine 2 actually takes heat tanks. Yes, you do. Okay. Let's see. Science still chugging along. What else can I focus on for the time being? Do I have any new materials or anything I could maybe look into setting up? So my guide for that so far has been physics science. Why are you not coming in? Okay. Physics research. Sorry, my bad. I also have no idea how you're made. I just assume at some point the game's gonna just tell me. Like, that's just bizarre, right? Yeah, I have no idea how that's gonna work, but again, I'm assuming we will find out when we get there. But to get back to what I was saying, my guide so far for what materials I should be making has been physics research. Nope, I definitely want you. There we go. So that's why I was making Stirling Engine 2s, I already make Substation 2s. Labs I don't have the research for yet. I already make Nanofabs, pretty sure I make Combustion Chamber 3s, though maybe not. I have you. I guess I should probably start boxing underground belts. Yeah, let's just go manually run over and get that set up, even though I could just as easily do that from map view actually, now that I think about it. So let's grab you. Maybe not that many. And let's set you to be underground belt 3s. 50? 50 seems reasonable. If I wind up needing more than 50, I can always adjust it. Let's see, I wonder how many go in a box. Is it 20? Yeah, okay. That goes pretty fast, so that's pretty much never going to be a throughput issue. So let's go ahead and just upgrade all of those to blue. Just might as well. Also, I guess I can go ahead and turn personals back on. It's been a minute. I can get rid of yellows and start requesting blue inserters now. There we go. Maybe we'll cap it at 50. Okay, anyway, it's not taking very long at all to start racking up some of the blue underground boxes. I do hope that it continues to be that way once research actually starts, but it really doesn't take very many of them, so it should be fine. Let's see. Where is science, speaking of? There you are. What I was kind of considering is maybe expanding science out a little bit. One thing I could do is add the next tier of yield modules, though I want to do that to the labs first. Let's see. I think I can do that with an upgrade planner. I think that just works. Yeah, okay, that is quite a few. Game's probably going to be a little mad at me. It can do 8 of them. I was trying to do 60, it can do all but 52. So you see, it's really quite close. Green Science doesn't have modules at all, so I guess that's one way to improve it. I might go ahead and see if I can get some large beacons in here as well. Yeah, let's put you in there. And I can even cover you. And I can cover green. I can even cover some of the labs if I wanted. Yeah, I could just do that. That does make the range overlap. Never mind. So I can put you here. I would just have to come down this far. Funny enough, you have power thanks to that pylon. And you have power up there. Okay. Can I just move you a little bit? Yeah, that works just fine for me. Go ahead and disconnect those guys. Let's get modules in you before I forget. You're good, you're good. Okay. So once these are upgraded, I will go through and start upgrading more of the science. to the next tier of productivity, but for the time being, this looks like it'll take long enough, you know? We still need 41 of the next tier, so it'll be a second. How much speed does this give you? It says plus 5%, but that's after the speed reduction from these guys, so I'll certainly take it. That seems good enough for me. Yeah, you're producing about 0.3, so 6, 9, so about 1.5 a second up here. So I would guess they're probably all one about 1.5 a second. Like, you're 1.4, so 0.14. But there's 8 of you, so that's actually only just over 0.1, or 1.0. Only just barely over 1.0. And that is assuming full uptime also, like if the salt continues being an issue. For the barrels, ammonia is not coming in quickly enough anymore. Let's go ahead and bump that up. Hopefully I have enough ammonia to keep that going. Didn't expect that to be an issue. Yeah, ammonia barrels ran out. Maybe I'll bump you a little more. Let's see. There they are. They're bringing in the trucks. Okay. Hopefully that should be good enough for them. Let's see. Are these guys running full uptime? No, you are no longer running full uptime. I can just upgrade. Let's see, do you... I did see you go red. But it looks to be pretty rare. I don't really know what would cause that. At the same time, you're using yellow inserters. I think I can spare the upgrade to purples. Actually have a full buffer of blue science, which makes it difficult to tell if I even can continue to sustain this, because the first machine, maybe even first two, don't run full time. No crushed bauxite. There is crushed bauxite in here. It's just not making it down to you. What if I just upgrade you? And probably upgrade these guys as well. Might be unnecessary. But you know, it's fine. Okay, it looks like we might be out of crushed bauxite, which is not super cool. Yep, we are out of crushed bauxite. It is all being made into aluminum, which, I mean, hey, I love aluminum. We need loads of aluminum, but I do kind of need a little more crushed bauxite. So I might have to take this priority off. Might even priority, right? Just to make sure that science definitely has enough. Yeah, because that's holding up yellow pretty bad. That's pretty harsh. We'll come back to that one and see if that happen to fix things, though. Science is actually mostly kitted out in the new modules. Oh, they're not even listed as missing anymore, so I guess construction bots are coming out to replace them already. Okay, very cool, very nice. I would have ordinarily gone to upgrade green next, being that that's our highest tier research, but all things being equal, it looks like I actually need to upgrade the modules in yellow science, because you seem to be the most expensive. Or at least the one that I have the most trouble making for right now. Missing 22. Well, I only asked you for 10, so I'm not really sure how you're missing 20, but okay, you have fun. Yeah, it showed nothing a second ago, and now it says 20, but okay, sure, I guess. Also, those aren't getting upgraded. It does show 13 purple inserters missing. I have no yellow inserters again. Iron gears. Okay, you just need to request iron gears in here. Actually, I should just do that. There we go. Just keep a good little stockpile at the ready. No iron gears at all. Okay. That does seem to be the case. You're not allow logistics for some reason, but why do I have no iron gears anymore? I wonder what's eating up all the iron gears right now. Okay. I mean, fair enough. I can just add another. Go ahead and break you, and then remake you over here just so you match a little better. Let's grab you. That way I know you match. There you go. Okay. And then we just have to feed you into there. I think that's fine. You are gonna need power though. So let's move you over that way. And since we are so close to the base, that should get done relatively quickly. It is still only one new assembler though, so what I was thinking is I can get another large beacon. Let's just move that one inserter there, so you can be on the right side, and you pick up and drop that way. Should be cool. Okay. So you go up there, and then kind of hard to tell what is what when you start moving these around, because you get the Roboport coverage squares. I guess I can do small beacons for you. You only need a pretty small area. Yeah, that should be fine. You do give an efficiency of 1, though. So that is just straight 1 speed module to everything in range, whereas this only gives 80%. Reduced by 1 large beacon. Okay. So you are close enough to be reduced, then. Probably just because your fields themselves overlap. Well, that still brings you up to over 1 a second. I mean, I guess that's fine. Yeah, perfectly cancels out the speed reduction from the old module, so I guess I'm okay with that. Okay. Purple inserters, what's going on? Come on, man. Waiting on yellows. You don't have modules, weirdly enough. Should have done that, like, 100 hours ago. Okay, hydrocarbon combustion has finished. So that gives me diesel. Oh, here's the labs I was just looking at a second ago. Then organic chemistry. Okay, that's just the same stuff I've had before, just compressed now. Benzene reforming is new. And then a new plastic recipe. Okay. That's fine. Where is the chemistry, though? Okay, so what's actually holding me back? Okay, I need to make the truck. Then there's 2 researches, 3 researches. I need to produce 10 iron ingot boxes for some reason. And then I need to place 10 laboratory tubes. That one will just happen. The other ones will be an effort. Okay, so basically just clear both of them. Got it. So 10 iron ingot boxes and produce a truck. I know to produce a truck I'm going to need air, but that's what this is for. So let's get you placed in. I believe the truck takes a car 2. And it might only be produced in a large assembler. If so, I'll have to roll something away up here. Let's see. So truck takes a car 2. I am just that good. All this seems doable. I don't know why you take just pistols, but sure. Okay. 3 textile. 2 lamps. Locomotive 2. I don't make locomotive 2s. Okay. 4 batteries. 2 guns. And a single regular car. Let's go figure out locomotive 2s. I'm pretty sure I have them down this area. I just never actually bothered finishing them. Cargo wagon, generator, refueler. Okay, I can do those. Cargo wagon, let me verify. You can be made in a medium. Okay. You need lubricant, which is why I didn't bother with you before. All the other stuff seems more or less reasonable. So, let's see. I have lubricant in here, don't I? I don't. Okay. Okay. I mean, I make lubricant right here. Oh, I have lubricant right there. Look at it. Okay. So, you go there. Cargo wagon 2. Here's lubricant, though it does have to move because chlorine, of all things, is needed for sensor 2s. I mean, hey, you won't hear me complaining. I'm happy for any excuse to be able to get rid of chlorine. There we go. And then bring you in. Make sure to connect the corners. And just request in all the parts. You don't need to go into a supply depot, I think. Good old red chest is more than enough for you. So let's actually do that. And then we'll logistics limit you to, like, I don't know, 12 or something. Sensors would be a good thing to keep in the buffer chest, though I do make sensors literally right here. Sensors are literally right there, so maybe it wouldn't make any difference. Maybe that doesn't make any sense. The purple inserters are killing me. Okay, so that's gonna start making cargo wagon 2s. Then I need generator 2s and refuelers. For generator 2s, I'm sure I'm gonna need generator 1s, but I might already make those. Let's say refueler, generator 2. What are these other ones? Lower priority than batteries, may be useful as a supplement to solar. Backup generator reprioritized. Oh, that just produces a regular generator too. Okay, so it's convertible. You can go back and forth. Okay, that's nice. Interesting. Okay, anyway, generator 2. Anything else in here? Not immediately. Not immediately. 2 and 3. There we go. Once that gets placed, I'm going to see if it is able to request generator 1s, which I'm sure it can. I'm sure something. Locomotives, I'm less confident now, because I think that might be a custom solution I did for locomotives. Let's see. Okay, generator, right there. Yeah, it doesn't look like you actually go into a chest, so let's fix that. Never mind. That's silly. I'll just make another one up here. I've had so many trouble from the little belt-fed stuff. Why would I try and go even deeper into that? That just doesn't make any sense. Let's keep like, not 300, let's keep like 30 of you. What is your stack size? 20. Okay, we can keep 40. That's just 2 stacks. That's okay. And then, let me see if I make combustion engine 3s. I'm not entirely sure that I do. Or, not combustion engines, but combustion chamber. Combustion chamber 3. Yes, I do. Okay. I thought I did, but I wasn't entirely sure. I have no more underground blue belt. That's an issue. Especially being that I don't know where I make them. That does always make it a little more challenging. What if I just do this? No underground red belt. No red belt. No yellow belt. No yellow belt? Oh, no iron gears. Okay. Yep. Makes sense. That's fine. Yep, okay. Let's find yellow belt. And just give you a blue chest. There you are. And there we go. That should help keep yellow belts in stock. Well, okay. I have to go up and manually place the purple, but, you know, that's fine. There we go. And in you go. So that should immediately start requesting, though, again, iron gears, for whatever reason, just aren't my friend. Is there any reason you... Okay, so you do go into a red. That's good. You go. That's good. Okay. Just making sure those are all set up properly. Since they're so old, I just have to check. Okay. Iron. Iron, iron. There you are. So you're still missing stuff. I guess I will also go down and personally take care of you, because for whatever reason, I just can't seem to keep parts in stock right now. There. You can just be red belt if the yellow belt's going to be a problem. Okay, so that should be making more gears, even if only a smidge. And even if iron plate can't keep up, well, that's because I have a single yellow inserter, it looks like. Nope, that's loading. These two that are unloading. Okay, what if I upgraded you? Oh, also, I just straight up don't need you anymore. Just, like, go away. There we go. The whole reason they were there is to put iron into the bot system. Now I can just logistics connect these guys, and that does the same thing. Go ahead and upgrade this one poor little yellow. I have a feeling you're gonna need it. Makes no sense to put blues up here and not blues down here. There we go. Yep, you're running just fine. Okay, so big beacon. Why are you marked as an upgrade? Yeah, let's get rid of that. That's fine. You're still pretty slow. That's not a whole lot of iron plate coming in. You need 1 a second. Each one of these machines produces 2 a second. Okay, so what I'm producing should perfectly fill these machines. The only reason this is backing up is because this one inserter isn't able to keep up. Yeah, now that we're keeping the belts a little cleaner, you should notice this start to, deteriorate is the word coming to mind. Start to run out, start to run towards the front. Something like that. Okay, so that's able to keep up now. You're doing okay. I might as well upgrade you, why not? How are you doing? You also might as well get an upgrade. Have fun. Okay. Well, I'm at least making more iron gears than I was. So let's take that and run up this way and see if that actually does anything. I see purple is running. Okay. Well, it's at least doing stuff. I'm also missing red pipe. Am I out of plastic somehow? No, the plastic's fine. Am I just putting all of my pipe into heat pipe somehow? Huh. Water's running out. I guess I can go investigate that. Let's see, where does this water even come from? It does kind of just look like it's empty. Okay, I believe most of the water up this way comes from power. Like if I follow all of these connections back, this should lead into the water that's created by the power system. So maybe I just need more water up here. Oh, I have water here. You're marked as overflow. Is that reasonable? Okay, I do have water input in here, so maybe this is like a different little system, and I got lost somewhere. Wouldn't be the first time. Here's water output. Yep, there we go. Okay, so that's where the water should be coming in. So let's go see how you're doing. Okay, keep topped up to 20%. Okay, that does seem to be what you're doing. Very good. Water is staying below. Okay. Fresh water. Why am I not able to produce enough fresh water? That doesn't make any sense. Each one of you takes 400. Each one of you makes 100. Yeah, I just only have half the number of wells that I need. What? How did that happen? How did that happen? Weird, okay. I guess I might as well try and buffer a little bit. Let's get one of the big tanks. Power pole's in the way, but otherwise... Oh, I can just do this. That doesn't connect on top, doesn't connect on side. Okay, very good. That way I can at least buffer fresh water and run you for a little while. Also, 80% overflow starts to void, so I do want to make sure I stay under that, but then I only output over there 60%. Maybe you should be 50%. Yeah, 5,000, and you shut off at 6,000. Okay. Yeah, I think I just had screwed something up in here, and I wasn't outputting water that way anymore. And there we go. Now I can buffer fresh water while these guys aren't running as much. Though I did literally just turn on the thing that allows them to output again, so maybe that won't happen very often, but when it does, it'll allow it to build up a pretty good buffer. How are these guys doing? It does look like you're doing pretty okay. Must be doing pretty okay, because the overflow is turned on. So the turbines were running. I just finished a research. Gotta be honest with you, did not see what it was. Just wasn't even paying attention. I was looking at the turbines. So I'm gonna come over here where I always stand and check research and just see what I've got left. Okay, I've got to make the car still. Got to make 10 iron ingot boxes. Let's focus on the truck. Let's just get that done first. So I need locomotive 2 and I need a regular car. I have just a regular car somewhere. Yeah, up here. Just go ahead and grab that, bots. And let's see. Purple inserter still, of course, naturally. So it is running now. Maybe what I should do, since this has been such a persistent problem, is what if I come over here? I make this one a yellow inserter. and I start another square that's another purple assembler. Just because, why not? Anything else I would want extras of then? I already have extras of a few things. Oh, lab 2s, I guess, would be something good to have. All the box recipes, let's go ahead and just get rid of those. Any more? Yes, there are. Okay, so that's that. What are you? Diesel canister. Okay. Not making you right this moment. You know what? Gears. Sure, why not? Anything else? I think I already did more antennas somewhere, so I won't bother with that. Yeah, the last one can just stay a parameter. That's fine. Also, somehow, I set your condition, but not your recipe. So let's actually get you. There you go. Okay. And that'll give me... Oh, I need to make walls. Walls and gates. Okay. Regular assemblers. Regular assemblers. Okay. I guess I know... Well, I actually need more than one spot, funny enough. So, wall. And we'll just keep like 100 of you, sure. But then I need another square so that I can make gates. Trying to think. I mean, I literally just did this, so no, I guess not. We'll just leave you as parameters. So 2, nope, you are 1. There we go. So those should at least get made now. Assuming I have all the components, which I should. And then we'll keep a few more. Keep like 20 labs. Okay, car. Stay focused. So all I need is locomotive 2. Which just takes locomotive 1. Okay. I swear I've built trains from bots before, so I don't know why that would show as not in the system. Yeah, I definitely have. I just don't have glass. I guess I was only bringing in glass on belt. Since I haven't had glass on the belt in forever up here, I just haven't been making trains in forever up here. Request from buffers. There we go. And there we go. Okay. So unfortunately, it's gonna have to fill up this whole section here. So it's probably gonna be a minute. Maybe I'll just go try and snag one by myself. Gonna be up towards the top up here. Let's see. I was hoping I could just snag one. There we go. Okay, so... This was for locomotive 2, that's what it is. I keep losing my, my train of thought. Let's go through this in locomotive 2. And there we go. Okay, we're off. I just noticed you have no modules. Most of these things don't actually, so let me just go ahead and update all that. These things also don't have modules, I bet. Yeah, look at that. including the heat pipe. That's definitely one you want modules in. That one's pretty important. Okay, anyway, that should have made Locomotive 2, which should have immediately been pulled up here. Or at least it would have if I'd actually remembered to request it. And there we go, we're making car 2. Boom, okay. I wonder if you're any different. I'm going to immediately turn you into a truck, but I might as well give you the dignity of being driven around so I can crash into something. You do seem a good bit faster. Okay. I mean, respectable. Sure. Construction bot should be out to repair those, because I do make repair packs. Yes, there we go. Okay. So, change recipe, let's make a truck. So I need compressed air. I need 2 car 2s? Okay. I guess that's fine. Where are the cars? There you are. So another 3 of you, another 2 of you, another 1 of you. I think it's 3 of you. 4 batteries, okay. 2 guns, and 1 regular car. Alright then. Let's go look at the Locomotive 2, to try and force that to run again. Just missing a locomotive, same as before. So let's see if I can't just force it again. Now you're missing generator. Let's just add generator to the list. Have fun. Yeah, we're missing furnaces because we're missing stone bricks. Why are we missing stone bricks? Couldn't tell you. I was hand feeding it. I was hand feeding the small furnace assembler that was feeding this setup. I mean, I guess I can replace it with a blue chest at this point. Yeah, stone brick. That's crazy. 500's maybe a little excessive. How's like 50? Waiting on steel for you. Okay. Yeah, all the steel is being turned into steel gears right now. Okay, you just also get a request. So steel plate is what you're missing right now, so that's all I will request for you, but I have a feeling we'll probably wind up requesting more things for you in the future. But there you go. Then that makes locomotives, which get thrown down this way, which I will go ahead and steal and make locomotive 2s out of. If I can make my way down to the bottom of the base, of course. And locomotive 2, there you go. I do also need a car, so when this produces... Yeah, we are just waiting on cars in here. Let's go ahead and reverse you momentarily. just so I can snag a car. And where even was my little area that I had set up in? There you are. Thank you, personal bots. And there's our second car. Okay. So I did notice last time you need compressed air, not just air. So let's go ahead and get a compressor. And then where is you? There you are. Okay, so you, once again, truck. Set your recipe to compressed air. Very good. And what do you need? 8 rubber. 3 missile launchers. 2 cars. 25 steel plate. 12 steel beams. There we are. And then compressed air. So as soon as that gets placed, that should be everything. Why are we missing a compressor? How is that possible? Why would I be missing compressors? Where even are compressors? Missing medium tank 2. Medium tank 2, huh? Okay, let's zoom out. So, medium... Where was that? Oh, didn't mean to type. What are you? Medium tank 3, okay. Medium tank 2, missing pipe. Okay. I guess that's fine. Let's have you also output into a chest. And same over here, just because why wouldn't you? There we go. Okay. Very good, very good. I had so much more pipe crafting capacity, I just wasn't making use of it because it wasn't going into a red chest. But now it is, so hopefully that should improve things. I can just make my own compressor, I guess. There we go. Okay, all I needed. In fact, compressor, get out of here. Just clean up a little bit. Okay. There we go. And place the truck. Let's place it somewhere where I can at least actually drive it for a moment. So you go over here, checkpoint complete. Wow. Yeah, that's a speedy tank, alright? Just delete the rocks. And the pylons, probably. Let's not test that one. But yeah, there we go. You do still have... Okay. I was gonna say you have your regular guns. You do not have your regular guns. Interesting. Okay. Fair enough. I, once again, doubt I will ever really be using it. So, it gets to go live in storage now. But, you know, good to know that I have access to it, I guess. Might even be useful for leaving out to go search for those volcanic vents and set up areas over there, though even then I need to run roboports anyway, just so the bots can actually construct it and upgrade it over time. Do you lead to anything? It doesn't look like you really lead to anything, so let's just leave you there. I know you're needed for physics. You still need the checkpoint, and you need the other checkpoint. Okay, so iron boxes next. So I assume I just take iron ingots and box them. Let's go iron ingot to be a little more specific. Okay, so I could start using this recipe. It would just be quite a massive pain in the butt to switch everything over to the boxed recipes. I can't say that I'm not tempted. It would just be such an inconvenience. it would be so annoying. Okay, you see, the funny thing is this produces 10 iron ingot boxes. A single recipe of this would actually clear the checkpoint for me. I could also just box iron ingots. Like, either way works, I guess. This is also a completely different iron recipe using iron oxide and calcium carbonate and all. Not really sure I'm totally feeling it. Yeah, I would have to box iron oxide to use that recipe. And I just don't know if I'm feeling that. Also, I'm a little confused, I guess. Because I'm turning iron oxide, calcium carbonate, and graphite into lime and tin iron. So let me just look at numbers here for a sec. 8 iron oxide, which is 40, 8 boxes, which is really 40 iron oxide. Produces 10 boxes of you, which is 50 iron ingots. So, okay, so 50 iron ingots for 40 iron oxide. Okay. But how do I produce iron oxide without producing... Or how do I get iron oxide without spending the iron is what I'm looking for. And I don't know. Like I said, I don't really care that much. I think I'm just gonna go throw a couple iron ingots into a boxer and call it a day. So let's just... Honestly, I'll just throw it on the end over here. This is just gonna be temporary anyway. So, iron ingots. Sure. I might just go ahead and disable you for a second, just so I don't wind up with, like, 100 boxes of boxed iron or something that I have to deal with. If I get distracted somehow. They have to come from pretty far away, but I do assume I do have... Oh, I'm not gonna have iron ingots. Okay, fair enough. Let's just go ahead and clear you, put you back. Can I have the bots bring me a boxer, please? I think I make them, like, right in here somewhere, but I don't remember where exactly. Okay, you took too long. I'm gonna take that one, and my personal bots will just put it back. Yep, there we go. There's literally iron right here. What am I doing? That's so much easier. I was gonna go off somewhere and try and find, like, my iron production area or something, when I can just do this instead. That's way easier. Probably not enough. Let's grab just a little more. Okay, that's way more than 10. Unless, again, it means 10 products. Kind of like, it doesn't mean 10 underground belts, it means 10 pairs of underground belts. I mean, I did it. Congratulations. Each recipe does 4. And I have over 40. Guess it doesn't care. Maybe it really will make me do this one in the large furnace? That's just incredibly inconvenient if so. Okay though. I mean, what can you do about it? Let's just put this on the belt over there. Grab you. Can I just unbox you in my hand? Yes, I can. Okay, wonderful. I'm gonna just go through this into steel, I think. I have to do something with it. There we go. That should be all of it. Does look to be. Okay. Personals back on. I mean, okay. So let's say if I do have to do that, then let's grab a large furnace somewhere. I mean, I really hate just cheesing the checkpoints, but I literally have so much iron coming in that it's a problem. On occasion, I'm avoiding my crushed iron. So, you know, what can I really do about that, right? I'd also really like to balance the belts in here. Balance the draw somehow? Because a lot of this is very uneven through here. And it leads to voiding when I don't need to be voiding. Oh well, whatever. Anyway, so what I was saying is I'm literally voiding iron just on the regular. So I certainly don't need a recipe that is more efficient on iron. Like, it's actively detrimental. I can't do that even on the off chance that that would work. So yeah, I guess I just have to make a little temporary setup that will do this exactly once. Which is not what I would hope to be doing right now, but, you know, that's the best way to progress, so here we are. So, big old furnace. let's just pop you over here. I think I'll do a copy of this up here. And then it was 3 things, I believe. So let's just do 3 requests. Set your recipe to oxide iron ingots. Yep, there you are. So I need iron oxide, calcium carbonate, and graphite. I doubt I'm gonna just have iron oxide, but I will check. And then let me double check to be sure, because this would be real annoying if I was wrong. Calcium carbonate. And graphite. Not gravel. Graphite. And let's reduce the number just a smidge. Okay, as I thought, do not have iron oxide. I do produce iron oxide. I can just go grab some real quick. I believe I needed exactly 40, is what I said before, so let's just go grab some. And once I've done this, I should finally be able to make the last step of progress towards physics science. So this is kind of a long-awaited achievement. Where do you even output to? This felt here. Okay. Just allow logistics. Yeah, there we go. That way the bots can just go grab it and handle it like all the other stuff. So where'd I leave my gigantic furnace? There you are. They're still bringing all this stuff in, huh? Still haven't arrived yet. That's surprising. Kind of expected you to be here by now. Okay. First little bits are showing up at least. You got this, I believe in you. Come on, bots. So let's see, I've already got plenty of you in there, so let's go ahead and cancel that. Okay, and I have a recipe going, so cancel that and cancel that. There we go. In fact, I can go ahead and just deconstruct those. There were... hold on. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I didn't leave the boxes in there. Let's go back to unboxing. And unbox the graphite. Go ahead and take the extras out of there. Unbox you as well. And there we go. Okay, that did do the achievement. Did do the why am I blanking so hard? Checkpoint! Did do the checkpoint. There we go. Now I can progress to here. All of these were just unlocked, I guess. Why can't I research you? Oh, you're already in the queue. Never mind. Okay. You're also already in the queue, so are you. Okay. Then all I have to do is the lab checkpoint, and then I can research physics. Very good. Okay, finally, finally. We're finally getting somewhere. Clean up just a smidge. And there we go. I think that's good. Okay. So, labs. let's see if I have labs to get this going. If I do this, that will upgrade you. Yes, it does. Okay. Let's do this way. So it does say I'm missing 21. I have 30. I'm literally gonna have 9 out of 10. So while the bots go and get that all ready for me, let's pick you up and replace you since you had a recipe set for some reason. I want to go find the crafters doing the labs, which is actually up this way, and just see if there's anything I can do to encourage it to continue. Reinforced concrete. Gotta be honest, I know I make reinforced concrete somewhere, but I have no idea where. Ah, that's what you are. Yeah, okay, you make not even 0.8 per second. But I mean, I don't exactly need much, and I have 1,000. So that can't really be the issue. Maybe I just need to bump up how many it keeps. Go ahead and do that for both of you, I guess. You could probably be upgraded. You could be upgraded. You could be upgraded. There you go. We'll just upgrade lots of things. Should be fine. Okay. You are missing mortar, but you got loaded. Okay. There's a wall. Making a gate. We need actual walls for the lab, though. So hopefully some will get put into here. Finished another research. There we go. Okay, so there's the last missing lab. And with it, we can now research the physics science. Let's go! It's been a long time coming. Go ahead and start chucking a few more things on there. What do you? Place 50 large miners? I've definitely got that one. Well, 50 is quite a lot, but I would assume I've done at least 50. What's over here? Okay, so you're running fine. You're doing your whole iron thing. You're doing good. Oh boy, I am, this is not my usual streaming day, and I'm definitely starting to feel it. To tell you the truth, I've been feeling it for a little while, so this might not be one of those 11-hour streaming days. I might not be going another hour from now, to tell you the truth. I do really want to get the physics done, though. So that's what I'm working towards. That is my goal for today. Also, what do you give me? You just make a drone wagon for the train, for some reason. Like, I guess that's kind of cool, but I don't know, that also seems not super useful. I can make you out of steel cable and pumps? Oh, a pump 3. Okay. I was like, that's a ridiculously... What a better upgrade, you know, what a better recipe. That's so good, but a pump 3, okay. I'm still curious what a pump 3 consists of. Motor 3, those are kind of expensive. Power switch pipe 4. What? What? That's a bit of a step up from pipe 3. Okay, sure. That can be pipe 4, I guess. Good. We'll get there when we get there, I guess. Yeah. So we have to research Breaking 5. That is one of the required researches to get through. You can tell I'm not even really making proper words anymore, so it's not like I was exaggerating a minute ago. Let's see. Is there anything I can improve while I'm down this way? I don't really think so. What are some of the new stuff? I can make co-processors. I probably will look into that in just a second. Let's clear out the recipes in here. Just because they're bothering me. Every time we do one of these box researches, it gives so many of these things to go through. I almost wish it would just give you all of them in one go, and then you can go and mark all of them, and then just not have to worry about it again. Water electrolysis directly into compressed gases is kind of cool. Yep, everything pretty much fully compressed. Oh, except the benzene, but that is a way to recycle benzene, if I were so inclined. Diesel is interesting. I don't really know why you want diesel. Like, what do I do with diesel? It can be made into a diesel canister. It can eventually be made into coal. I can feed you directly into a combustion chamber to make steam. It seems pretty okay. I don't know, though. Like, that much hydrogen and oxygen and that much propane? I feel like I could make a lot more steam just burning those than resorting to diesel. Maybe I'm mistaken. It just feels like that's not a good trade. It just doesn't feel like a good trade. Maybe it's really only used for making coal? I'm not sure. I'd have to math that out, I guess. The diesel canister, new plastic recipe. Compressed methane becomes graphite and compressed hydrogen. Interesting. Yeah, okay. I definitely feel like I was in here looking for something and I've already forgotten. Oh, that's gonna bother me. What was it? Was it something to do with you? I don't think it was. Oh no. It'll either come back to me or it won't. So, let's see. Do I make carbon fiber? I believe I do. And then this new material is just carbon fiber and epoxy at a 2-to-1 ratio, so not too bad. What are you used in? Everything. Pretty much everything. And a good amount of you, too, from the looks of it, though that is tin pipe for 3 carbon composite, though it's a bunch of the other pipes as well. How about graphene? You're made of graphite, monocrystalline silicon, nitric acid, and compressed argon. I mean, sure, like it's fine. Not exactly a mind-bending one, that would be easy enough to set up. I was just trying to see if there were any materials coming up that I needed to kind of prepare myself for or get ready for. I guess I can look at what the next science pack is going to be made in. Also, you are all necessary. Yes, you are. Okay. Just had to check. Large assembler exclusively. Okay. So you take missiles underground, drone launchers, combustion chambers, nanofabs, laboratory, Sterling, substation. Okay. So you take 900 seconds, but this is a speed 4, so we divide that by 4, and then you make 125, so let me break out a calculator real quick. So calculator, 900 divided by 4 is 225. So the actual number of seconds the recipe would take in a large assembler 2 is 225. Then we divide that by 125. So it takes 1.8 seconds per pack. Okay, let me flip that around actually. So what if I do 125 divided by 225? Okay, so that's not right. Hold on. What did I just do? That wasn't right at all. So it takes 900 divided by 4 seconds per recipe. That recipe produces 125 packs. So if I want 1 pack per second, then I would need 1.8 machines. Okay, that's what I was going for. So 2 machines with modules and maybe beacons, just to bring them up to speed with everyone else. Might as well go ahead and start getting the area set up, even though it's gonna be a while. In fact, is there any way I could speed it up? I guess I could go ahead and place you. You're going to bring in the physics pack once you get set up. Does look like finally my lab speed is faster than my science production speed, which means I can pivot back to expanding production rather than consumption. So that comes with its own issues. I've been kind of running low on materials left and right, so I'm not too thrilled about that. So it does look like we're mostly holding solid. Screen is running, so everything is a-okay up there. All good. Okay. Kind of forgot that I'd thrown a large beacon out this way also, so these are actually like turbo speed right now, especially these upgraded ones. Oh, and you got a third module slot, so I can add more productivity to you. And we even have the modules, what do you know? They will just get placed. Okay, I noticed that we are still lacking 1 heat tank 2, and I find that very curious, so I'm gonna go investigate that issue. I'm not really sure why we were able to make so many before, and then suddenly we just aren't anymore. Let's see. You're right over here. So you need heat pipe 2. You need heat pipe 1. Interesting, okay. So here's heat pipe. You're missing chelating agent. Okay. I'm pretty sure I make a good amount of that up here. You're missing silica. But what about the other places where I make you? Okay, that's just delivery. So, is this the only place where I make you? I could have sworn I made you somewhere else as well. Okay, I guess this is the only one. Okay, you're just missing silica. I guess I just don't put silica into the system, and I just had so much in storage that I've been slowly siphoning some off. So let's see, silica, allow bot. There we go. And let's see. Let's go ahead and request quite a bit more than 15 in that case. Make sure you get to keep running. We'll bump you as well. And they are on the way, so as soon as they arrive, we will start producing again. Okay, all good. That's one mystery solved, I guess. I just ran out of silica that was randomly in storage. Didn't realize that was going to be a problem. Let's see, bot frame 2s are active, but that's because I'm down on logistics. Guess I've been using some logistics recently. Would be interesting to know just how many in the active network were tier 2s versus tier 1s, but you can kind of see in just the general swarm that it does look to be maybe like a 30-70 split between tier 1s and tier 2s. Does make me wonder just how many tier 1 construction bots are still out though. Does look like we're pretty consistent at taking the tier 1s out, at the very least. Let's see, what are you predicted to take? Let me give you just a second so that you can adjust a little more properly. Also, what an interesting sine wave. I don't know why it's bouncing up and down so much. It should be pretty consistent. At any rate, looks like it's holding steady at right around 15 minutes, which is not exactly what I was hoping to see. But even this level of production is stressing this poor base about as far as it can go. I definitely need a little more production before I can go any further. Speaking of production, I still have to figure out how I'm going to get new ore into the smelting area up here once these patches are dry. I guess I might as well go ahead and start laying some train track around. So let's say you come up into here, but this area is all completely full. Kind of same in here. Yeah, look at the patches running left and right. So even though there's 1.3 million left in here, I don't know how long that's going to last. Well, let's see. You come in here. So let's put a station for you, like right here. I actually have these tracks kind of marking where I wanted that to be from quite a long time ago. Let's see, calcite travels down this way, but that's fine. That can start traveling down from pretty much wherever. So calcite can go really wherever it wants. I don't even know where that's going, honestly. Ooh, nickel is looking really slim right now. Forget what it was at earlier, but now it's down to 226k, so that's not going to last very long at all. Go ahead and mark these empty belts now for deconstruction, and I guess I have to think about this a little more urgently than I was wanting to. So nickel comes out right there. So I guess I'll start by making a couple little train blueprints. I'm not going to go full grid aligned this time, I don't think, or I guess I could. I guess I could. In which case, let me be a little more careful. So 1, 2. I'll just add 1 to it. So that's 12. That's 23. And then that would be 32 right there. So that should be 32 rail segments. I'll copy that and move it down below. And I do like to keep at least 2 rails width in the middle, just to run like roboports and power and stuff through it. And then let's copy that, put you up above. And then this one I'll turn into the turn. So let's try and be right in the middle, best as I can. So that's right where the rock is, funny enough. Like, there's the middle right there. So I want to straddle that middle. There we go. Okay. So you can come up and go that way. And you should be able to come down and go this way. So this is not quite correct. Well, actually, I think that is correct. Yeah, because if you're coming along this way, you want to be able to go this way. That's what it is. And then you want to be able to come down this way into here. 1 too high. And rail planner, please. I did it. Oh, somehow I did it. Okay, let's copy you into there. Cool. And then there's the T intersection. Very nice, very cool. Would be nice if you were the same height. That's pretty tall. That would be pretty annoying to work with, I think. But I guess that's what I'm dealing with. So, where would you even want to be? Okay, you go really far. Let me zoom out a little more. So you want to go 1 tile past the orange zone. Okay. The reason I need to be careful there, because I do need to extend below it in order to get it to work properly. And then just take off the parts that I don't want. Which was right there, I think. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, that'll be a little weird to work with. And that's not square. What am I... Maybe that is square? Maybe that is square. Hold on. Okay, it is 64 by 64. That is correct. I don't know why it's trying to put the center over there. There we go. So 64 by 64 right there. Looks cool to me. If I wanted to do absolute coordinates, then they would just have to be, you know, something in here. I'd figure that out later. But yeah, so I guess that's okay. I'm really not a fan of it, to tell you the truth. That's not my favorite rail blueprint that I've ever made, so maybe I just won't go grid-aligned. I did that once before in the Bobs and Angels, and I was kind of thinking about maybe it would be fun to do it again. But let's just go with good old classic rails, I think. Do want to leave room for signals. So out and out, in and in, and then wherever they fit on the interior. Just kind of wherever you can. Just to help break up the blocks. So this one comes up this way and out that way. You want to be up here, that's cool. Let's see. You want to come this way. There we go. Okay, it's hard to tell without the actual rails there where everything really belongs. But yeah, the whole idea is you just want small little chopped up sections to keep the congestion within the intersection as minimal as possible while a train is traveling through, even though I don't plan on having very many trains, so it shouldn't really matter. There we go. And let's say that's good enough. If I wind up having trouble with something, then I can always just come back and mess with it again later. Also, how do pylons fit in you? Pretty well. I'd say perfectly, in fact. Not really sure why you're so much happier to connect left than right. Should be pretty even. Let's go ahead and do that just to have a pylon out this direction as well. Though, maybe I won't. Maybe that's silly. I just have to make sure that my straight rail does have a pylon on it. So let's see what I can do. I do want to make sure I disconnect these, just so they don't get confusing at some point. Let's go ahead and just get rid of those. So if I were to try and evenly space it, it would probably be a little more like that. No, because that just puts you way off the edge. So in that case, hell's that? So 12. Way more. Okay, you're 20. So that's a difference of 8, so you've got to come backwards by 4. Right there should be good. Too many, okay. Oh, I forgot it's top and bottom, so it's doubled. That's the discrepancy there. Okay. So 18 and 16. Okay. What if I move you 1? Good enough? I grab you, horizontal flip. Yeah. So you just need to come in 1 square that way. I would assume. Yeah, there we go. Now I can horizontally flip you without any issue. That's what I was hoping for. Okay. All cool. Now. Hanger. Can I move you up? And then get a hanger in underneath. No. Okay. So you can stay there, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just put hangers on the inside like that. Let's get regular rail signals. And you can just be right around where each pylon is. I think that works out. And if not, I guess I'll find out. Let's go ahead and copy you. Let's just call you straight. I'll make a rail book in a second. What I'm mostly interested in right now is if I bring you down right there. I didn't realize I'd made you at exactly the same distance here, though I guess that should make sense. If I was trying to make it symmetrical, I should have just followed the guide I already had. That would have made a lot of sense. But, okay, if I put you there, I do not get a pylon connection. Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. So I do need an extra pylon down here. And now if I go to try and connect, I definitely get a connection, yes. Okay. Okay. Oh, cool. Let's get rid of that, because unfortunately, I just dropped you into my inventory rather than into the blueprints here. And I guess I should go ahead and make that blueprint book I was talking about. So, in you go. Edit you. You're going to be rail book. And you're just going to have rails on the front. There you go. So you are the rail book. I have no idea where I was just building at. There you go. Okay. So let's say I take the rail book and put you right there. Then yeah, just one, so 2 squares away from the pylon up there is my logistics range, which is important for placing hangers in here. So I need to be at least this level in order to connect, which isn't really going to work. So what I think I will do, corners like this, we'll just get relays. Let's see, that is halfway. The other halfway. And then down. And that'll at least connect to everything without any issue. At least I assume it will. If I grab you, flip you around this way. Oh yeah, that'll connect without any problem. In fact, your logistics range actually overlaps the relay there. So we are definitely golden. So go ahead and blueprint you. That's going to be the key intersection. There we go. Once again, into the rail book. Go ahead and delete the straight, don't need that anymore. All of that can go. Now I'm going to remake the T intersection into a station turnoff. All that really means is I'm going to get rid of this middle part here and slightly remake the turn-ins so that they face into a single rail. So unfortunately, my center is even, which means I don't have a perfect center that I can just turn into. And I do usually like having a perfect center. That is usually nice. What I might do instead is follow in the example of the T intersection, and instead have one side be a stacker and then one side be a return rail. So let's say you're coming in on the left here. So that's going to be the side with the stacker. So there we go. You could also be coming in from this direction. There we go. So it is important to know the earliest that those two meet. So the earliest I can start doing anything is that tile right there. So let's say, how do I want to do this? I could also just have it so that I only come into the station from one direction. That's not insane. And it would certainly clean things up a bit. I'm also, like, out here thinking about stackers and everything. I doubt I'm going to have that many trains that I have to worry about. So this is also, like, just me over-engineering a problem, trying to see if I can come up with an interesting solution, and then going, it's probably fine. Okay, so what if I do something like this? Now that's taking up a tremendous amount of space for no real gain. What I do kind of like is an idea I had a second ago. Let's bring you in this way. And then flatten out that way. Just kind of something out this way, yeah. But then you cross anyway. Okay, I was thinking maybe I could, it doesn't matter. I was thinking maybe I could have a waiting station over this way and a waiting station over this way. That way the trains could try to take a optimal path depending on what way they're coming in from, but then they wind up crossing regardless. So let me just back up a smidge. So right here, this is kind of our center. Yeah, maybe I don't go for that. Okay, here's what I could do, I guess. If I have a station like this, you connect in here, then I can make kind of a roundabout, I guess. Like not a full-on roundabout, but just kind of take the idea one. Maybe grab you and move you over just a smidge so that you line up a little better. Can I turn into you? Let's see if there's anywhere where that just lines up. It's hard to tell without them being real rail, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and break all that. And maybe I'll stop messing around and just make something that's big but gets the job done, I guess. So what I was trying to avoid was a directional station, but I guess I can just make 2 copies of this, and that's not a big deal. Let's see, if this is the incoming, then I really do need a stacker if it's going to be the way that I'm building it right now. So I can build something like this. There we go. And that gives me three stackers, and I think that's probably plenty. That's probably plenty. There's also no reason that this has to be a one-to-one train. Like, 1 head, 2 wagons, 1 head. I could make this a one-directional train instead of a bi-directional train, just to shake things up a little bit. That could be kind of fun. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that. That could be fun. Actually, I guess that doesn't really change much. I still need the stacker here. Come on, you can do it. Okay, so unfortunately I have no idea how big this needs to be. Yeah, without the rails actually being there, that makes it much harder. So what I might do is go ahead and now move you into construction range. Just have to find a nice empty area for you. Something maybe like here. Something that's mostly in construction range. Maybe I'll even go ahead and build out a little more just to make you in construction range. So I'll wait for the bots to come out and get all this built. We're pretty close to the base, so it won't take very long, as you can see. Though they are still choosing to build in interesting ways. I'd like if they would build the Riboport first. That'd be kind of cool. Well, they put down one of the antenna things. What are you? A relay. So hopefully that'll help out a little bit. Well, they're doing their best. Okay. Anyway, I'm starting to get some actual rail down, and with actual rail, I can start figuring out how large things are, which is the whole point. So this is almost long enough. I need just like a rail segment more, I think. Because what I really need is a signal there, and a signal there. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that, well, that does show beyond that signal, so I still am not certain if that's enough or not. Once these signals in the back get placed, I'll be able to tell if that's good or not. Okay, they did finally get that place down at least. Okay, there's the last stragglers coming in. So, okay, at least to there, otherwise it does not fit. That's kind of what I was thinking. That was a good instinct there, but I did want to verify. All the others should be fine. Ooh, you actually need a little more room. Okay, I mean, fair enough. You have the most room of anyone, so you're definitely fine. You only need to go to here. In fact, maybe I'll go ahead and mark those, just so I know exactly how big everything needs to be. And then maybe they'll help inform the design somehow. I don't know. Come on, little guy, you got this. Oh, you're coming up here to place this rail signal anyway. You're not even the rail I was waiting for. Yeah, we still have a couple Tier 1 construction bots, and when they're involved in the project, they do definitely slow things down. Okay, so that gives me 4. That doesn't. Okay, so right there. There we go. And there we go. Okay, so that can then lead into the station, just a little stacker kind of deal right there. And then maybe we just have like a little return version of this. So let me grab the T again. Let's get a straight in the middle. And then T on the end. Also, this isn't really making much sense. Like I am trying to make a new design, something to have a little fun and all, but at the same time I'm looking at this and going, I don't know if this is it. I don't know if this is it. Okay, best compromise I can do is I'll keep the silly stacker, this thing in the middle here. The station can come out that way, be however big it needs to be, but then we will still return this way. Which does mean we will have a return rail coming this way. One more. Up and in. There we go. So you will return that way. So rail there and chain there. Let's go there as well. There. Okay, that's going along that way, yeah. Then you're coming along this way. Break up, good. So you also want to come up this way. And go to the left. There we go, okay. So you're cool. You're cool. And then that just comes all the way down here. Then merges right there. And then rail signal there, and rail signal there, and there. Should all be good. I kind of feel like I missed one, but we'll have to wait until they all get in place to tell for sure. Anyway, there's the return rail. Yeah, this is feeling quite big and bulky for what I was hoping. This is not quite what I was hoping to achieve. Okay, let's go ahead and move that back just a smidge. And then, can we get you to connect right there? Yes, we can. Let's see if that just breaks everything or not. There we go. So you come up along this way and out you go. Very nice. Okay. So that gives me the station. These need to be chains, not regulars. But entering into them need to be regulars. Yes, okay. That part's... okay, that part's good. Those need to be chains, so you only proceed if you can proceed. We got another thing with a bajillion box recipes, okay. So, train stop. Looks like that should work. Yes, it does highlight the bottom rail correctly, so that should work. So, in you go. And then your name would just be some sort of parameter. And then either loading or unloading. Let's start with the unloading station. Well, it didn't take. There we go. Okay. Enable train limit, there's 3 stackers, so that would be 4 trains. Again, I doubt I'm going to have that many trains, but might as well be prepared. Yeah, this is way too bulky. I have no idea what I'm doing. I can't be real. I will admit, been playing around as I've been waiting for the physics to research. Maybe what I should do is kind of take inspiration, if not this exactly, and then just put you like here instead. Yeah, that seems a little more reasonable. Let me remove some of this. Get that out of there, just whatever that is. Make you a straight rail, and then see where you would connect on that straight rail. Which is easier said than done. I think it's right there, though. So make sure that's all in. Grab all of you. And then flip you around and see where you would fit in here. Ignoring the fact that is immediately into one of you, so you don't really work there at all. But maybe I can do this backwards. I can put you somewhere up here. And then get a T intersection flipped around and connected into you. And I think that works well enough. Yeah, do that. Back this up. And then just get you connected into there. But can I just not do that? Like, what if I bring you in this way? Okay, hold on. I just can't connect into you? Just at all. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Okay. Can I do better than that? Okay, well, if that's how it's gonna be, then it can just go there, I guess. I think that's more or less acceptable. It's not the best thing I've ever made, but oh well. It works. It exists. Good enough. You are upset. You are upset. Why would you be upset? Let's see, so you continue. You're good. You're good. You shouldn't be upset. I don't think it makes any sense for you to be upset. Just gotta tell you the truth. Okay, so what if I just move you there? Let's move you back a smidge, I guess. Like if I break that, where does it allow me to go? Okay, that may have just not been a valid location for you, which might also be your issue. Yeah, I think that's just was not a valid location for you anymore. I guess I changed the curves. So you're good, you're good. Merge in, cool. All those are good. You coming in is good. I have 2 chains on you. That's not reasonable. I can put you there, though. Yep, that all seems good. Okay. Okay. You are on the wrong side. You need to be on that side. Wonder if that's a problem with the T intersection as well, or if I just messed that up somewhere along the way. Anyway, it looks like you aren't going to work out. You need to be moved forward just a little bit. That's why it's always easier once you actually have the real rails in place than trying to predict where the real rails can go. And there we go. So let's go ahead and just blueprint you. I have no idea if I'm even going to wind up using this or not, but we will find out. I guess I should go ahead and run a pylon down the middle here. And then have another relay on the other side. Seems reasonable enough. How is construction range? No. Not good enough. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna need power for the inserters and stuff over this way anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Let's do a temporary one over here so that I can get this last little bit built in. And then once I actually have the station put down, then I can see the guidelines for the inserters and all. I'll be able to build out the station, finish it up, and then we'll move on to the last little bit of the rails, and probably call it a night, because physics will be just about done by that point. I do hope to be able to make my first physics science pack tonight, but we will see how it goes. Okay. Don't really know where you're going. Okay, you still had something. Never mind. And boom. Okay, so now they can come and build that. That's fine. How did power do? Did power ever get finished? Oh yeah, we have no more blinking things at us. Nothing more yelling at us. I think what that means is I can continue upgrading for a little while. Let's upgrade this stretch through here. Don't really want to upgrade the power poles. Where are power poles? I have no idea where power poles are. Oh, in the middle. Okay. Let's do that. Upgrade all the panels and maybe one more layer. There we go. And again. And that at least makes you even with the layer below. Okay, apparently we have all the thermal tanks and the Stirling engines and everything. We're just missing a few of the solar panels. Hard to complain about that. You guys got this. You can do it. And there you go. Okay. So this is unloading. So let's make sure we get all this in there. Have a large chest on the receiving side. And unload fully. And then we can just grab that. Let's also power pole on the sides. And I guess it wouldn't hurt to go ahead and figure out the belt. Maybe go ahead and do a little alternating here. And then blue belt, some direction or another, that's fine. And then do the same, horizontal flipped, or the other side. Vertical flip, my bad. Okay, that thing does need to move. That's not a big deal. We just move you like there. That's fine. Yeah, okay. I think that's perfectly a-okay. So let's go ahead and grab that. I want to grab the tea as well. I guess I should grab the tea. I think it's part of the whole. And like if I grab the default tea, does it fit perfectly over top of you? It actually might. I think I'm missing a rail signal or two on the original tea. So this tea might actually be better. Yeah, interestingly enough, this tea I think is better than the tea that I actually have blueprinted. So I might go ahead and just copy that and move you up here and then retake the tea. There we go. Because these signals work better. Just double checking all of it, but it does check out, I think. Yeah, let's say that's good. Let's say that's good. Then you go away. And then blueprint this whole big thing. Of course, I do want to get rid of the strays. All of that does look good. Okay. let's just call you the station. And you are unloading. And then we'll do the same, but with a loading station. Let's just go ahead and rip you up. Then copy you, flip you around. And you go, and you go, and you go, and in you go. You were backwards. There we go. Okay, so that should work. And then just change your name to loading. Very good. Keep the stackers and everything, I guess. Sure. I guess. Let's go ahead and copy that one more time. Get rid of the same stuff down there that is no longer needed. And you're going to be loading. And a station. There we go. Should be everything that I need. Go ahead and rip all of this out. Very cool. Okay. All good. Oh, I kind of forgot that all of this was also not real. There we go. I can't actually rip you up without destroying the cliff. Okay. The cliff's gonna go, I guess. So, all that being said, the whole reason I was doing this, and yes, I did notice that the physics research just finished. Very nice, very cool. The whole reason I was doing this is that my ore patches are looking a little scarce. Like, we're down to this for nickel. That's not enough nickel. We're down a good bit. I can extend out to this patch right here, but sooner or later we are going to need trains. How can I get you down? There we go. Don't really need that stuff in the middle. Let's just take that out. There we go. Does that give me enough build coverage? Yes, it does. Okay. Because I do want to come over here and claim this little island area. Just as some immediate relief. But it's not going to be enough for long. There we are. We'll just run that up and into this area up here. There we go. So that'll give me a little more time to breathe at least, but it won't be much. There we go, that'll even get you power. Love to see it. Okay. As for the actual train connection, now that I did go through all the effort of actually making that blueprint. So, I want the belts to come in probably right here. I have kind of enough room to get 2 belts in this way. So, could I possibly aim for a station right around in this area? Maybe. Maybe. So, if I had my rails going vertically that way. I could put an unloading station for nickel right here, and that would work. Let's go nickel ore. There we go. Does that get in the way of anything else, though? Let's see. Iron wants to be up here. Could I just right next to you? Yeah, I could just put iron, like, right next to you. I probably want to make sure you have at least one train length between the two. Like, how long is my straight rail? A little too long, honestly. Like, that's good for going long distances, but I would like to have a short grade as well. Though, that's going to be exactly this length here. Let's take that. And I think it was that wide. It might have been one less. It was one less. There we go. No signals, no nothing. Shouldn't be necessary. That, if anything, might just be a acceptable, like, joiner. Let's do that, and then change you to, like, a J or something. Just to show that you aren't really my typical straight piece. You're just there to join to T-sections. I didn't put you in there, so you're just sitting in my character inventory. There we go. Okay, all good. Now out this way. Also, you're just a random blueprint. I can get rid of you now. Grab the rail book, and let's see. That needs to be cleaned up a smidge, but I'll get to that when I get to it, I guess. So, rail joiner, and then another unloading. Right there. This one can be iron. There we go. You are unloading. Yes, yes you are. Okay. Go ahead and extend this up a smidge. Just to get all of you in construction range. Seems like a wise plan. And get all of that connected in and grid ready. There we go. Okay, oh cool. So that's going to be the beginning of the rail grid, I guess. So there's iron, there's nickel. What else do I need? I don't even need iron quickly. It's just, since I was setting stuff up, I might as well get it in here too. Bauxite would be cool. Unfortunately, I'd really like you to come in, like, right here, which is gonna be somewhat challenging, given all this stuff in here. So maybe I just move everything up one? Is there any reason not to? So let's look at it this way. So if I grab the rail book and just start sending a whole bunch of straight rails down. Hold on, where is my normal straight? I always forget about that behavior in the rail book. I deleted the blueprint that was on my hotbar, which actually deletes it. It's gone. I always think when I go to do that I'm just getting rid of the one on the hotbar and that this is like a separate one. No, they are one and the same. Hurts a little bit. Hurts a little bit. Okay, well, right. I guess what that gives me the opportunity to do is to take the rail joiner piece and just make it too long. Let's be a little more specific here. So pick you, let's start you like where a pylon would be. And then where does that get me? Not great places. Not great places. What if I just continued doing that? Okay. Let's just say I want you to be two pylons. I think that's acceptable. So just do that, and then all this goes away. Then if I grab you and horizontal flip, are you the same? No, you are one off. Okay. What if I do that? No, you're just one off the other way. Maybe I just did my pylon wrong? So I could have sworn this did have symmetry before. Yeah, I just did the pylon wrong. Okay. So you have symmetry now. Let's get regular rail signals onto you. There we go. And let's go ahead and get roboports into you as well. Before I forget. You can just go that way, I guess. That's fine. So this is just regular straight. And now straight into the book you go. Okay, so the whole reason of working on all that is so that I can figure out where bauxite can come in from. I'm really not sure. I also have this whole belt of calcite coming in. Comes in from this mine up here. Which, I mean, I could send it down or up or wherever, pretty much wherever I wanted, but this is where it is. That's where it would be most convenient to keep it. Let's get a radar in here so I can start building out this way. Might as well get a tier 2. Like, why not? And then let's go book. And let's grab the straight. So purposefully, the signals on the end do not place over those signals. That is intentional. I already built you all. I already did you wrong. Okay, hold on. Let's move this up here. Somewhere that has build coverage, preferably. Okay. So it looks like I need to lose 2 rail sections. That's it. Then update you. And there we go. And if you don't understand why I did that, allow me to demonstrate in just a moment. Just have to get back down there. So let's remove the last little bits of rail through here. Break out the rail book. So I was going down this way. I really don't like the way that pylon worked out. That's not ideal. Yeah, I kind of just did not put any thought into this at all, apparently. Let's break all of that and try that again. So if I have a T, say like right there, then rail book. Right. That's not quite what I want. Okay, so how long is a train? Okay, it looks like 13. Let's say 13. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then 1, 2, 3 more. So that should be where the next signals live. There and there. I really wish it wouldn't connect to those. Really wish it would connect to you. In fact, maybe it will prioritize you if I disconnect you there and there and just kind of isolate you by yourself. Well, it at least gave me the line. Close enough. Okay, Roboport. Okay, so you have to be at least there, otherwise the thing does not connect. But let's see, how many rails is this? 12. So let's go for 24 total. Right there. And then just see how that works. Which does mean I need to delete that, unfortunately, and see where the actual blueprint goes. Okay, so one more. There we go. So then let's grab the straight. And let's just assume you would go there. So that does pose a problem. Maybe I don't need the second roboport. Yeah, I don't need the second roboport because if I'm continuing in a straight line, then the next blueprint will place that roboport. Otherwise, you line up with that power pole perfectly. Okay. This feels like a blueprint that would benefit greatly from a relative snap. So height, bring that way in. Say like 36 or more. Also move the flag down. No tiles. How do I move you? Shift left click. There we go. Okay. So do that. Reduce your height by a little more. And I think that's good. Let's give it a try. That's the wrong one. Okay, that worked flawlessly. Fantastic. Okay. Then I can just keep moving you down. Wonderful. Okay. Of course, with the goal being that somewhere around in here, I should be able to put another station that can also give ore to the base. I just gotta figure out where first. So I have nickel and iron. So around in here, I would need to send up the bauxite, which isn't that big of a deal, being that this is where nickel is to begin with. So I've run longer belts, you know? Okay, so here's the bauxite. Nickel and iron would be up here, so they'd be out of the way. These belts would not be in the way anymore. So yeah, I could just start putting train tracks down this way. No biggie. Grab you so that you're at least a full blueprint. Okay, so you end like immediately after those signals. Good to know. And unloading station. Kinda don't like that you're adding bonus signals on top, but I'm not real sure how to get rid of them in a sane way. So I think I will just go ahead and add you. You are bauxite. There you are. And then just get rid of the bonus. Well, actually, that's probably the one that needs to stay, and then this one goes. And then we don't need the tower. So that can be bauxite. And then underneath that, we need a joiner. There we go. And who would be next? Not entirely sure. Let's say calcite could be next. And it is calcite, not just calcium carbonate. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Yes, just calcite coming in. Very good. Okay. And then I'll need another radar, it seems. Just pop you in there. And of course, the bots will take a little while to build all the way out to the very far edges of the base. But I'm not in a hurry either. Go ahead and extend that out. Then you off to the side. Just might as well have some bonus windmills and a little extra bot charging. It's a win-win for everyone. Just making sure I'm aligned to the correct grid and not this grid, whatever this monstrosity is. It does look to be the case though. Okay. Anyway, I have a plan in place now for when ore starts running out. At least I have somewhere that I can send it. But, of course, like I said many times, since pretty much the start of the stream, my goal for today was getting physics science. We have physics science researched. Let's get down to it. So, trying to pick a good place, and I think right under here is as good a place as any. Go ahead and clean that up. So that kind of marks off this whole area for I don't know, future science stuff, whatever. And then this square in here can be for the physics science. So I'm gonna have so many requesters. I think it was 6. Let's see. So you must be made. Oh no, that's wrong. Never mind. I was gonna say you must be made in a small assembler, of course. Actually, rather, you must be made in a large assembler. Which, you know, fair. Also, I guess not all of these are going to be coming in via logistics drones. Some of these can be logistics bots. In fact, most of this is going to be logistics bots. Is any of this going to be drones? I don't know. Maybe just the missiles get to be drones? I think that's pretty much it. Okay, interesting. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So clear that away. You're going to request the boxed missiles that I already have. We need very few of them, so I doubt I'm going to need mini trucks. And let's get some large assemblers in here. There we go. I'm going to run a belt from this guy, but for the most part, this is going to be entirely bot-fed. So let's say 1, 2. So that's for the belt, and then there's for the extra inserter. And then go this way and pick up the first one. So I think I only needed like 2, if I did my math correctly. I'll go ahead and place down 3, but I think it's unnecessary. There we go. Bring that in. You up right there. And then like there. Then the rest is just gonna be bots. Yep, that's pretty much it. I will go ahead and increase you by a little bit, just so you have some sort of buffer to be running off of. There we go. And of course, before I connect you to power, I am definitely gonna make sure you have the better modules. I'm definitely not gonna send you in without those. Something is requesting weird landfill, and I don't know why. Hold on. Is that a blueprint problem? This one, right there. No tiles, please. Thank you. Okay. There we go. Tiles. There. And now just get rid of everything this way. Yep, kind of thought it was going to get rid of the ghosts as well, but oh well. What can you do? Nope, don't do that. I just wanted you to get rid of the tiles. Well, let's go and replace them correctly now. So I have no interest in deleting you, whatever you are. Calcite. Okay, so let's replace calcite. There we go. Uh, you're mostly intact, but I need to replace the top. Your bauxite. So, bauxite. Then we need the spacer. And then the straight. Let's see if there is any straight left. Nope, not at all. Okay. And that didn't work out quite how I wanted it to. It does look like it matters which way I place them. Okay, so redo that. You look fine, okay. So grab you again, straight, and let's go this way this time. You worked that time. Yes, you did. Okay. You're trying to add weird stuff. Let's get rid of that. Also, we don't really need you there if we have a roboport, so we can strip that off. Everything else looks okay. Alright. I'm looking for physics. There you are. Okay, so let's get you set up. You have modules. Yes, you do. So it does say you produce 0.08. So with 3 of you, that's 0.24. But then each box is 5. So 0.24 actually gives me, 1.25, somewhere in that region, which I think is perfectly a-okay. So let's go ahead and get you outputting. You can just output far and alternate. Fine. And out you go. Okay. Last hurdle here. Go ahead and clear that. Supply depot. Right in. Load it in. And let's get you power. Honestly, can I just do tier 2... tier 2, whatever you are, substation. That's just so much easier than running power poles everywhere. It just makes me happy. Let's see. It looks like they should be capable of delivering. We just have to wait for the construction bots to actually show up. Oh, and now that that's down, is there anything I need to do? I guess I can do logistics bots, but who cares? I might also restrict your buffering just a little bit, since you are so expensive. Okay, so that's going to start filling up on boxes and sending them. But also, what I will need to do, I guess, is you are not requesting science. You are going to be requesting boxed science, and then I will have to figure out how to deal with that. There you are. So you're going to request physics science boxes. And I don't think that I can use the boxer to unbox. I think I have to use a small... Oh no, I can use a boxer. Okay. Let's get a boxer in here. Put you there, I guess. That doesn't make any sense. You can go there. And just make sure you output onto the inside. That's fine. You're gonna be a little different from everyone else. Oh well. How high do you stack? Stack size 200. Maybe I don't wait for full stacks. Maybe this is the very first one to make me change my mind. Maybe we don't need to wait for full stacks. And you are quite slow. I mean, it is something like 4 minutes per recipe, so it is gonna definitely take its time. But once we have the first science pack, that's probably where I'm gonna call it for a night. That seems like a good victory for today. That was definitely my goal, was to get the, you know, the nuclear science figured out. I keep calling it nuclear because, you know, look at it. But it is the physics research. Also, looks like it's Lab 2 that's holding us up, so let me go see if there's anything I can do about that. Or even am I? Oh, I'm in the little nook, the new area, which is where Lab 2s are made, actually. You're waiting on walls, of all things, which is waiting on mortar. Okay, I did kinda mention this before. I don't think I actually make mortar in the new base. Yeah, I'm just straight up out. Yep, okay. Well, that's inconvenient. Okay, so you just taken water, yes, that's all you want, okay. Just take this kind of setup, and see if I can find a place somewhere that has sand and water. So we do send sand down towards concrete, and concrete, I believe, also takes water. So what if I just put you kind of in line right there? There's literally a water pipe right here. You just don't get input. Ah, that's awful. Oh, that's awful. It's so perfect. It would work so well. It would work so well. I can just move this road. That's not a problem. So, right there, I think. How many item inputs? Okay. So, undo. So, you do need quite a few item inputs. So there's inserter and belt, and then second belt. So, right there. Down you go. I put you the wrong direction. You want to be that way, yes. Okay. So, belt, inserter, second belt. Right there. Okay. Good. Now, let's copy, not cut, because cutting makes them unhappy sometimes. Let's grab you and move you down about here to the top of these pylons. Yeah, that's fine. The bots will get to that eventually. Oh yeah, let's go. First physics science created. Let's go. So what I'm thinking is, this needs to come in somewhere around right here, and somewhere around right here. Then we have inputs right there. So you can be long. There we are. Oh, I think I need a sip of water. My throat's a little scratchy. Oh yeah, definitely hitting the end of my endurance there. Anyway, let's go look at the physics, and then I'll finish up mortar, and then we will call it a night. So, science packs. There we go, we got the physics on the belts. Oh, it's beautiful. You'll love to see it. So good. Okay. You are able to keep up, aren't you? Maybe it's just because we're loading so many. But yeah, it is continuing to make its way down the line. Okay. And we are making progress on the very first of the physics sciences. Very good, very good. Very nice. Okay. Let's finish this up. You finished all the way across? Mostly. Let's go ahead and cut there. Yep, I know. Sorry, pal. You gonna try something else? There you go, you did it. You're also gonna get upset, aren't you? Yep, you have no idea what's going on. Oh yeah, they're upset. They're despawning. Well, whatever. It's fine. Let's just go ahead and pick up the whole thing. Okay. Then you just get to be over on the side. Do the same deal. Vertical flip. Get you in place. Is there any particular thing that I need? Chelating, sand, lime, cement. Cement's actually right up here. In fact, cement and sand are already on a merged belt. You couldn't ask for better than that. There we go. Let's just go ahead and continue that party down, I guess. So other than sand and cement, you need lime and chelating agent. I believe you also have lime, don't you? No? Oh, maybe you do. You do, okay. There's lime literally right here. So let's go ahead and split the lime down. And just run you this way. Okay. The last thing I need is chelating agent, which is just going to be brought in by bot. That one's no biggie. Do you have any particular wants? You need a lot more sand than anything else. A bit unfortunate, being that sand is part of what we've half-belted, but maybe I just take a belt of sand down instead? Well, I mean, you have to be half-belted either way, I guess, so what does it really matter? Did I do that spacing right? Yes, I did. Look at me go. Okay, fantastic. One more underground this way. Go right in there. Fantastic. And where do you go? So you want to be on that lane. What if I just bring you in this way? And then underground this way. I think that's reasonable. Not too bad. It could be neater. Like, maybe I do just continue you this way. Yeah, sure. It works. Go ahead and just connect you in there. And how much is that going to make? That's going to make more mortar than I need, I'm sure. So then you can just get loaded into a red chest right there. And yeah, you're 2.5 seconds a piece. That's definitely at least purple. Oh yeah, and this belt is not finished anyway. I need to load you that way, and then have a request here, and you're going to be collating agent. Keep like a 100 in there, maybe? And there you go. Once the bots get all of that placed in, that should be pretty good, though for some reason I am missing red undergrounds. Just specifically red undergrounds. How frightening. That's not usually good. Okay, I am missing something I don't even know how I would ordinarily get, which is motor 2s. Ah, requester, there you are. Well, first of all, let's go ahead and increase the stockpile of those. Just might as well. It takes 10 belt to make 8 belt. So let's go ahead and increase the amount of you to like 500 or something. Just might as well keep a stockpile. No motors. Don't really know why. Guess I have to go look into that. We're definitely making motors. They're just being taken immediately somewhere. Try and follow you and see if I can figure out where. Pump 2s. Okay. So I guess I just need to make more motor 2s? Sure. Not exactly against that. Easier said than done, of course. Okay, what if I did something like this? And then I could just have an inserter right here that picks up from below. You just need your own output. And power, I guess. Your own output and power. Okay, so make sure you're a long drop. You can drop into here. No particular limit or anything. Yep, all cool. This is already running. And you should just output right there. Yes, you do. Now that shouldn't be my only motor 2s. There should be more motor 2s up here somewhere. Yeah. So are you not running? You don't have steel gears, because you don't have steel plate. Honestly, fair enough. If I was running off of a single motor 2 assembler, then that does make sense why I might be having a bad time. Let's see if that can help anything a little bit. But, as I was saying, I do believe that's where I'm going to call it for tonight. I did want to make sure that the mortar build was coming online. For example, you don't have power. Probably something I want to make sure that I get right. What I can do is I can just provide my own red undergrounds by turning off logistics. I don't have red undergrounds. Okay, never mind. Huh. What are red undergrounds made from? I know I was just looking at it. You'd need underground pipes, the red ones, and underground yellows. Yeah, okay. So if all they're missing is motor 2s, maybe that's what I need to be addressing then. So where'd you go? So, you, Motor 2, have at it. Have fun. Okay, that's at least gonna make some red undergrounds. I don't really know how many. What if I did that? How many would that make? It's 10 per 2. Okay. So divide by 5. So, or multiply by 5 rather. So I'd need 70 in here. That's not all that unreasonable. There's another 50. I think I did 50 the first time, so that should have been 100 total, which should be plenty. Let's see, down to 8. You did stop though. Okay. The number is decreasing. Somehow. It's odd. Don't ask me. Okay, it still shows 5, even though they just took one. What if I just do my best? There you go. That should definitely be enough now. Yeah, even though it takes the bots a minute to update that, unless they're taking them to be made into, like, blues or something. That would be annoying. You could also be taken to be made into splitters. Yeah, it does say only 4 left. Let's just keep that going. Okay, you need an upgrade. Pretty badly. There, just everyone gets to be purple. Have fun. Hopefully that helps the red belt situation a good bit. Still can't believe I don't have really any motor 2s. That's annoying. Missing 3. Okay, we just output 2. So are we missing literally 1 then? Well, it says missing 2. Come on, you can do it, game. I believe in you. Missing 1. Literally 1. Okay. Well, it's running. What are the odds it doesn't get the one that it's missing? Apparently pretty good. But twice in a row? No way. There, just have more red belt. Surely a construction bot will have to come by and pick that up. You would think. Just to finish off the build. There it goes. Okay. Fantastic. So, where was I even building? I don't even remember anymore. There we go. Okay. So, we're just missing that belt right there. If we can get just that belt, then both sides will be working. And there we go. Okay. Oh, right side doesn't have water. That's probably important. But that is a very easily solvable fix and not really something I need to stand around and watch for. So I'm gonna go ahead and say that is one more build completed, and that is going to do it for me tonight. So thank you for everyone coming out to watch. We got physics science. That's been the goal for quite a while. I felt like I've been very close to physics science for probably 2 weeks now. Probably since about the time I completed green, so... Oh boy, we finally hit the next stage, and it looks like it has a lot to do with boxes, which means I'm gonna have to do a lot of rebuilding again. Yay! But at any rate, uh, you know, once again, thanks everyone for coming out, and I'll see you in the next one. Don't forget to save. If you forget to save, you're gonna be sad. I don't even intend to say the same thing every time. It's just, that's just what comes out. That's speaking from the heart, I guess. Uh, Later.